Oh no, that's... Oh.
The B site has to hold up on its own, and Nilo delivers, no problems. Oh, he's on for the ace. Go on, Nilo. Hounds him down. All 5 for Nilo.
He's
here on a way quicker timing than they're ready for. Easy double for xCloud, and you were gonna go B, but with that kill coming in, 2 players on rotation, you might change your mind here. xCloud is just farming, but misses the follow-up. Bomb will get planted with seconds to spare, and another ace, this time for xCloud. I mean,
Why not?
surely doesn't get more exciting
Surely
than
not.
that. JL, another on the Deagle. Oh, JL! What's Zelex really up to? Is he cooking? 1v5 attempt as he hides out. Oh, Zelex making it happen. How much further can Zelex really take this? Oh, what away from it! It was right there and up for the taking.
And it might get worse.
Oh.
Yes, it will. Famed, though, from... Now Modesty looking for the refrag. Backside has just enough time. Bomb plants. And now the 1v1 between the Oppers tries to bait out the shot. Confirms that he's there. He's going to sit on this position and end it through the round. 4 kills to his name. Nades go through. Yeah, they're going to charge straight in. Oppers blinded momentarily. Pinky, good first kill. Oh,
Come on now.
no scope to the brains of the operation. A challenge into the lane, and that is a 2 versus 4. Come on, cancel it.
Yeah.
Oh, come on!
Oh!
There's still time,
Oh,
Fallen.
you can just cancel it.
10 more years.
Molotov in the way. Always going to be helpful. Looking good. Oh my, Hunter on the eco ace. This man can't be stopped right now. 7-0. He finally should fall to the hands of Matty from long. Spot the shoulder. Smoke towards Moto. The bomb to be planted. Matty's is got something about him, and Neelan's ticked in the flames. Indeed, Herd and Matty's will take it down. Molotov will force Payday out at the very least. He's now in the open in no man's land. But they're going to call upon him. Hang on a second. AW doing it all alone. He goes for 4, and it's all on the shoulders of 9-10 as AWP. Molotov in the wrong place, and Blitz is just hidden. Perfect spot. No, come on now. Come on now. And he let him turn around as well.
In the meanwhile, the Huns are already picking up the pace, but it's the same outcome again. Controllers is essentially just by himself. The counterplans are far more successful. He won't even get that. Donk just rips his head clean off. Did spot multiple players coming up on Banana now.
He really wants to lure them into this position for Luchov, and he's going to come out swinging. He did get Molotov.
And Nutter is going to be putting a bit of a wrinkle in this round. He looks to try and get closer. Flashbang is good, but Luchov holds his position.
Third player coming in. It's now or never for PARIVISION if they want a chance to get in here, but Luchov is decimating them. Another headshot, looking for another ace in this first half. He is 17-2, hunting for the ace, and he gets another one in the first half. Max might be able to find the kill here on Cisello, who's playing up by the church position. Very deep towards church as well. Oh, but it's a bit of a sloppy fight at the moment. Runs out of bullets, knife is out, and on the other side too, it's all around knives. Okay.
Good morning to all Counter-Strike enjoyers. We are back with PGL Astana here on the B stream, of course. Myself, Scriv, and Neokai to take you through all of the action for these opening best of threes. Looking forward to getting into things. It's starting to get serious quite fast, as it does in a Swiss. You know, we're really checking in with some dangerous teams here and some dangerous spots as well, I think. You know, you really want to be performing well today, otherwise your tournament life is just on the line very, very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. We ran through some of those highlights as well, and there were some pretty crazy moments yesterday too, and we got to catch some of them. I mean, especially with that, was it, what, 5-6 overtimes that we ended up getting at the end in the game that never ended between the MongolZ and Magic. But some really cool results that came through. I think some you could kind of say were sort of expected, some not so much. I think Heroic Aurora, that one was obviously, that really threw a span in the works nice and early. But I want to say I called it, 9Z PARIVISION. I did say yesterday that one was primed for an upset, and it ended up being the case. So real credit to what the 9Z did. Luchov ended up putting up the best first half of all time, which is mental. 27-6, highest rating. It was like a 3.06 rating, which is bonkers. Second highest, I saw a tweet from B-Trams, and I think second highest of all time was like Nico. So yeah, crazy results. But you all know how the Swiss system works, of course. The teams who won then move into the 1-0 bracket. The teams who lose move into the 0-1 bracket. And there's already some really cool games being lined up now in this 1-0. Like, you know, we look towards MongolZ Team Spirit. I think that has the potential to be kind of interesting because both sides who have sort of struggled to rekindle the flame of last year, I think it's probably the way of putting it, right? And MOUZ G2, similar sort of vibes there. Two sides who have gone through changes recently. Of course, you've got JO in with MOUZ, you've got Nerds in with G2. Who's going to be the side that is a little bit quicker to click?
Yeah, I think MOUZ did okay yesterday. Still, you know, some teething issues certainly coming in. They've made some bigger changes as well, you know, in the behind-the-scenes sort of roles and things like this, you know, in terms of the prep, in terms of the calling and whatnot. So, you know, I think that'll certainly be interesting to see how that develops out. But on the B-stream side of things, we have some pretty good games here, I think, to say the least. I'd be curious to see what the Gentle Mates can do. I think that they should be a team that are vying for more of these like major spots and stuff. They were in contention, as were K27 at a certain point, but then they just weren't really in that LAN run leading into the Cologne cutoff. Gentle Mates got very, very close, and I think we saw them, didn't we, at the stake ranked, where they just kind of checked out really, really fast. And that threw their chances like in the toilet, even though there was, you know, so much scope at that tournament. Yeah, I don't know what to expect from this team. I think that they can be good, but they certainly struggle at times and a little bit inconsistent. The mental and everything is something that also gets ahead of them.
Yeah, they can definitely be their own worst enemies as well. Then Aurora taking on the Huns to follow that. PARIVISION Fisher College after that, and to finish off the day, Monte Magic as well. So there's a couple of games as well that for us, we're pretty familiar with. I think K27 Gentlemate is a little bit, you know, for us, like a very common game that we end up kind of casting in terms of size that we're very, very used to. And with this K27 side, there's a lot to like about them, right? There's a lot of talent here. And again, for a fan at home who maybe is a little bit unawares of a bit more of the kind of the tier 2 scene and what this K27 side have done, essentially, tail end of 2025, they went on an unprecedented streak and started putting up insane results, basically winning like every tournament they were playing in or going quite deep in towards them. And they've started to really show just how good they really can be. And now they've introduced Fame into the side as well. Of course, he's on the bench at VP. That project's kind of dead, and it's a great injection of sort of firepower in towards the roster. There's a couple of people definitely to keep an eye out for when you look towards this side. Quinky's youngster, definitely worth keeping an eye out for. He's been doing a lot of really, really great work. The two guys that I generally try and highlight when I look towards K27, Zido, star rifler in this side, plays a lot of the hero spots. Essentially is the guy they look towards in kind of tough situations, very good in clutch situations as well. And Cashlid, rating doesn't paint the picture for him. He is an extremely talented AWPer, and for me, really is kind of generally when he's on his game, the superstar of this side. It's just getting him on his game as well. And tail end 2025, he was great. It's just about rekindling that form into 2026. Flip side though, Gentamates, we've caught this side a hell of a lot recently.
Yeah, and they've looked good. I think there's still certainly a ceiling that they need to be hitting. And at times, you know, they have great maps. At times they have like really, really shaky moments.
Yeah.
I think, you know, they let a map slip through their fingers, it goes to the overtime, and they aren't able to close it out. Like I say, the mental side seems to be quite important. I think Alex, we maybe got a little bit of a look at him as he moved out of the Iberian region. Then we're kind of like, okay, maybe some of these issues are harder to deal with, you know, when you're mixing like languages, cultures, and, you know, trying to get everyone on the same page. But when it is all together and what they know, I think that they can still bring good Counter-Strike and move as a unit. And, you know, it is similar to the Brazilian scene at times, right, where it is just a lot of that mental side and the momentum. But when it comes to like a deeper tactical game, when it comes to sometimes respecting their opponent or respecting the fact that they could lose this map, they do certainly struggle. But, you know, some well-known names within that team that have dipped out of the scene, built up some experience, and are now, trying to vie for those major spots and hopefully a lot more tournaments like Astana in their calendar coming up.
Yeah, I want to say, I love this graphic. This feels very much like, you know, you're playing Premiere, right? You know, and you get your what maps are we banning down to, really? But it's really cool kind of looking to kind of where teams lean their veto, I think. And one of the big things with both of these two sides, they play a lot of Counter-Strike. And it was kind of a talking point that we've come back to a hell of a lot, especially as we cast a lot of the kind of tier 2, tier 1.5 then into tier 1, is there's two different schools of thought here, and both of these two sides are kind of part of the similar school of thought, right? You either do what we call VRS maxing, and Monte, I think, are the best example of this. Monte are a side that tail end of last year were basically playing some of the most Counter-Strike of any team going, really. They're playing so much CS, and then they kind of flipped the script on themselves and said, right, we're actually going to play no Counter-Strike, only VRS tournaments on LAN that can offer us up the maximum amount of points. No online CS is too risky. We don't want to like get an upset loss somewhere here that just drops us down the ranks, so we're going to play only LANs. Where on the flip side, Gentamates and K27, they've been incorporating a lot more online Counter-Strike, and it has been working for them because they go deep enough, right? The issue is for both of these two sides, what it mattered most in kind of the crunch time, tail end of when that sort of Cologne invite period was coming up, they both weren't playing LANs. You had Gentamates who went out way too early, and you had K27 who just didn't go to any. So they both missed out on the window by the finest of margins. With a veto running through here, though, as well, we got bands of Dusty and Inferno coming forward. Not really too much of a shocker. We get that nuke pick coming out for Gentamates. Again, this is not a shocker at all. They go to this map basically every single time that they can. But we then get the overpass on the flip side. Now, this is a surprising one. And if you may question why, go and have a look at the stats for both of these two sides, but in particular K27. The pick in here is wild. And the only reason I can really think of why you go for a pick having a 15% win rate on this map is something's been going right in the scrims and the pracs leading up towards this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And then it comes through as like the most obvious, like punishing pick, you feel. I don't know though, the Mirage in a sense, you know, you might have expected. So it's a little bit interesting to see that kind of a curveball. Instead of playing like to their own strengths, they decide to, you know, like you say, a pocket map that they maybe worked on coming into this tournament, and then obviously something to just target against Gentlemates. It still does feel like somewhat of a coin flip. They're on like a pretty heavy loss streak at the moment.
6 loss streak they're on.
Some close games in there, you might argue, but it's like, come on now, we can't be, you know, 0-1 in the Swiss of Astana, the biggest tournament that you guys have had, like, basing it on some close maps. Like, it does feel a little bit strange. So obviously one that they've maybe turned around and gone, okay, we got this big tournament coming up, let's keep this a secret, let's keep it sort of in the back pocket. They actually haven't really played it in like a month, so you feel like they would have thrown it into a few officials if they didn't have a plan for this in a way, you know what I mean? So it's certainly one that they've managed to avoid more recently. It's strange. It is strange because I think a lot of your general school of thinking would just be like, play the Mirage. Maybe you can have the overpass as a decider and something to save there, but perhaps playing into your own strengths. And you don't even get the Mirage at all now in this series. So
yeah, it's
curious.
Six
it
map loss
could
streak.
backfire. It really could backfire.
It's 6 map loss streak versus 5 map loss streak, right? But the difference is that Gentleman's played it more recently. This is a bold call, I think, for me. And I have a feeling that potentially, like, if this is something that they pre-prepped, where we've worked in the last month, and this is a map that we now actually feel really comfortable on, despite not playing it in officials, it's one of those for me where it's like, maybe I think we were holding it for a special moment, but we go down towards the 0-1 and we're like, actually, this is a winnable game for us, and we're going to pull it out now. We'll see, and we'll have to come back to that in towards map number 2. But let's kickstart things on towards Nuke here. We've got K27, of course, starting on that CT side as Gentlemates on the T side are pacey towards the outside position. They take hell control. Relatively sharpish. The first fight is cashed to 4. Fame will find the quick trade, and Quinky's in with the dualies. Zito in behind. It's carnage here. Numbers favor K27.
And they've got a man downstairs as well to boot. X5 waits patiently to drop that bomb. It's all going to be on to Martinez here. He does have the P250 in the 1 versus 3, so certainly possible, but just so many angles, right? And he's lacking a bit of info on the third man. He now knows where they all are. Can't get it done anyway. And it will be K27 to take that pistol. A pretty good look in that sense. Also, we kind of got confirmation, didn't we, in one of the games we were doing a little while ago. The X5 G7V, kind of colloquially known as the Steam Guard code name. Turns out it actually is from a Steam Guard code that he was just like, yeah, that looks cool. I don't really know what name to sign up with. So that's my name now.
Yeah, we
it's pretty wild, but
we were doing. I
that's
can't remember what it was now. We were doing a tournament, and K27 gave us a little tweet, and they just said like, "Here's how to pronounce that." We kind of knew everyone really, but it was only X5 who I had been told was called like Zagev, and it was like the numbers, this, that, and the other, right? And then they were like, "Nah, he actually just saw a Steam Authenticator code and thought it was fun." And I was like, it's kind of based actually, to be honest. I kind of respect it, and now it's his whole brand. Cashlet 4-1, a quick trade as he gets overwhelmed by MOPOZ, but X5, Steam Authenticator is here, messy with the shots, and MOPOZ will punish. Bomb down, 2 versus 3. Gentlemates in this force by looking pretty decent.
Yeah, I would say so. Zito's in from behind here, though. He's going to get a good flank. Not, being considered at all. A little bit of a rough spray down to start the day. Not going to spot that player as well as sat inside of smoke, so Gentlemate's not looking too bad. They've got a pretty good position for MOPOZ, it feels like, tracking the footsteps. There's not loads of time.
No kit.
There's no kit, yeah, so I feel like this one is over. It's going to be the straight 10-second ninja, and they will take him down. That's all you need, really. Alex absolutely knew it. Maybe even saw that guy getting on the bomb. May well go down himself here, as he does, but force by win for Gentlemates is a pretty good sign.
Yeah.
Especially on that T side of Nuke, you can really get yourself going here and find some very clean rounds. So K27, I think, going to be pretty disappointed they don't convert that force.
Yeah, I think it's kind of that fight as well. X5, he's just got to do better there. He can't be falling to MOPOZ, allowing him to get a double. That's the thing that really kills them. Gives them the post plant, gives them the chance to set up, and of course you can see what it means to them. Huge round to be stealing away for Gentlemates. A sort of Tech-9 forced by another pacey round. This is how Gentlemates like to approach their T side, and you can see in the pistol round that K27 were aware of it. They were sort of inviting and soaking up that pressure and allowing Gentlemates to essentially overextend. In this round, though, they just didn't expect it. They thought, right, we've just won the pistol. They shouldn't have too much to work with. We should be able to beat them with just firepower alone. And it wasn't the case. Oh, Fame, full blind on the turn. Catches Alex. And he's going to get a second behind it, too, to give them another advantage once again. MOPOZ still good for 1 kill. Questions, how do you now get a plant down here? A ding on towards MOPOZ to make matters worse. They're struggling here. The force by back and response is looking all right, but it's chaos in a matter of moments. It's all on Quinky. Recently, he has been the star of this side, and he needs to show why.
He does find him, only ever so slightly. He's got this deagle here. Here's the maul, you know, he's got all the information. You just can't land the shot sharp from Martinez. I mean, you just cannot give that deagle an inch. Really great stuff to just close that one out. It is a bit costly, it is a bit stressful, as maybe this game will be the entire way through. Saw some good stuff from Fame there. I think he is certainly the player for me that's going to change this team around, you know, and really push them through to that next level and hopefully indeed start, competing for major spots without question. Obviously, as we've mentioned a couple of times, they got close to this one, but didn't quite play their cards right, didn't quite play the system right. But yeah, Fame, really great player in my mind. Starting this one off fast. Actually went in for the buy here, Neo.
Yeah, it's a bold choice.
Some players on like 2600 and whatnot, I think you are saving for the M4s. Through and through, get a few deagles maybe. Still a chance, of course, but not started well.
No. It's a really bold choice.
Yeah.
To go essentially back-to-back in the force buys. And part of the reason behind it is you just make that previous round so close, but generally we see this sort of school of thought on the T sides. Like, if we make it close, we get a bomb plant, then you continue force buying.
CT economy is easier to, like,
you can,
low.
with that T side, you could incrementally make the force buys better and better. With the loss bonus plus the bomb plants, it gets sharper and sharper before you actually get to the point where at 3.4k, you're getting full buys out, right? That's not the same with the CT side, which is why this is quite a rarity. And obviously, so far, isn't quite going to plan. Cash has found his kill, sure, but a double MP9 Deagle to bail them out from a 3 versus 4 feels very, very unlikely. But they do have bodies in the right positions. Cash is over towards ramp, but Quinky close left as well. It's just still doable.
Yeah, decent spots. Decent spots for sure. Gonna have to deal with this one really well, and they do. Quinky on for the first, that smoke in the way. Cashlid, I suppose 2 smokes for him to really look through. Can't get anything done. All I'm trying to, put together the logic. All I can think, K27, obviously they win the pistol. That brings the loss bonus down to its minimum. Then you sort of force up. So you're ending up on only, what? Let's see. 2,900, I think, coming into this next round. So maybe just not feeling that would be enough. But they did have some players who were quite wealthy because they picked up a few kills. So I don't rightly know.
Ultimately, whenever you see force buys like this, it's just an ego thing, right? Like, not it's a bad thing. It's just like, I actually think we can win this on MP9s. Like, that's that feeling. And again, it comes off the back of making that previous round close. They're like, oh, look how close we made it, and we only had like 1 MP9 and a few upgraded pistols, right? And then this round, they're like, all right, we've got 3 MP9s out. Surely we've got a chance, but they overextend. Like, I think it's this opening 2 that just make it a little too easy. If they had played a little bit more passive, a bit more of a default setup, ultimately, I think they would have been a lot better. But whenever you see force buys like this, and I've spoken to a few pros about it, like, why do you do it? It's like, it's an ego thing. Like, we think we're, but we think we can win.
We don't have that like belief in the equation. I'll correct myself as well. To be fair, it was 2,400. I thought it's a bit hard to track at the start of the game.
It's also 6 in the morning. I'll give you that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. So I think that maybe leans into a bit more. They might have had a couple players that were like on a weird sort of 1,900, just that bare minimum, and not feeling the strength of the buy. So, and they were like, well, we could do something with this, you know, get a number of MP9s, try and throw around in there. I think FURIA very, very briefly have like repopularized this idea of
the FURIA buy. But the thing is, they weren't really even doing the FURIA buy properly because they've set themselves up now where they're like in a weird financial spot. Like
their heart's in the right place.
Yeah, the FURIA buy generally as well comes from a position of strength. Like, it's like rather than going into M4s, we'll do 2 rounds of MP9s because we know their money's a little bit worse off. But when you're on the back foot, it makes it harder. Again, Gentlemen,
early enough in the game.
Yeah,
you might say. I don't know. I like this idea of just working around. Why did they go for that? But ultimately, like you say, I think it is just as basic. As the ego.
We think we're better, which is not paid off. Gentlemen are finding really good efficacy down towards this B side. Like, this is now multiple times where we've seen them. It's every round so far they finished down towards B because they know they can. Bar the one round where they didn't actually get the plant down because they were fighting the guy into a single door, right? So every time they've got a plant, it's come down towards this B side so far. And that's the real gap that K27 have got to plug. That's where the issues are arising for me. They're going to completely retract from this, but Oppo's, he's going to be testing the way out. How do you deal with it? Well, he takes a dink to start. That's not what he wants. He's going to get rid of the AK immediately. I respect it, to be honest. Be ironic if he now wins it from this spot. You know, he gets his couple of kills at the tail end. There might be a little bit more. And X5 will find his. He now realizes the AK's not here. It's gone. And Gentlemates, 4 rounds already on the T side. not a bad position to be in at all. But I think a lot of this comes down to kind of the virtue of how K27 have managed their finances. This is now the true test. I mean, we'll actually get a timeout from K27 before going in towards this first full buy. This is the round which really sets the precedent for us. We always like to call this sort of the litmus test, right? This is where we get an understanding how good actually is this CT side for K27. You got cash in towards the orb. You got full rifles, full utility, basically. This is the true test. If they get overwhelmed here, then there's that belief that probably Gentamates are going to be absolutely fine in this first half.
And it just goes back to the force part, doesn't it? It puts so much pressure on this rifle round. You have to find, like, you have to. It's not a case of,
it'll be nice.
You've got room, or, you know, it's still early and you can. But if they don't find this and the econ's in the bin, nobody saves, it's 6-1. General mates are like, all right.
That's already
honestly, like, all our
side done.
Boxes are ticked, yeah. And anything more than that is going to be a bonus, and they also have room to go really far. So, yeah, timeout makes sense, but they have to make this work. K27, needlessly, you might argue, putting a lot of pressure on themselves. And then in the big picture, in the big scope of the series, you've got your overpass coming up next. So, you know, you really do need to put a decent performance on Nuke so that you can say, okay, we're playing well this morning, we're up to scratch, and yeah, this overpass might go well for us. But if General Mates are just able to run rings around them the whole time, I don't think that overpass is going to look good. So, yeah, really a bit scary. Quinky misses the timing, but he will live to tell the tale. Got some presence outside here, a lot of information outside, so I think they'll start to understand what's going on. But Davi G has been left to just do his own thing, and he is doing it well.
If he breaks the window...
Kashlid's angle is weird. I don't think it's necessarily going to be expected or cleared.
Yeah, he's actually gonna... They're gonna, you know, ships in the night sort of go past each other here. But at the same time, this is probably just gonna cost Fame his life, right? Maybe even Zido as well. I mean, Fame's dead to right. A little labored, but he is in the end dead. Zido will find that quick trade. Break on the smoke, that'll cost him his life. But then again, you know, Cash is now up in towards heaven. But is it going to make that big of a difference? Molly down, sight lost. K27, I think for Cash and Quinky, you've got to save it.
Yeah, absolutely. And even then, it becomes a question. Quinky, the only one left. One player save is not really that great. He might be able to do something in the next round, but generally, it feels like it might be over. He's halfway sticking around for this.
Yeah. This is exit, though, surely. Or AWP recovery as well.
But in going for it, he makes himself vulnerable.
Yeah.
But that was really, it felt like, the only notable thing to save, unfortunately.
And that's a rough first gun round as well. We kind of said...
Immediate timeout.
You know,
it's not looking good, man. All the markers of a dodgy, unsure performance are certainly here this morning.
Yeah, we built that picture, and we you know... There was a reason why we really stressed, like, this first gun round is really, really important for K27. You lose this, you are so significantly on the back foot, and now they are. Every single time that we cast Nuke, we always kind of say the same sort of moniker, the golden number of 5, right? You get 5 rounds CT side, that is enough. In most metrics on a map that is so heavily weighted on that CT side. And now it's the fact that Gentamates not only have already hit 5 with only 6 rounds played, but they should be getting a 6th here pretty simply. There's going to be a little bit of a half investment coming through from K27, but it should be simple. And Gentamates aren't breaking a sweat. And in that round as well, round number 6, I love the little tempo change, right? We've seen very quick rounds, very aggressive starts from Gentamates. That time they slow it down, they let Davi G cook on his own outside, see what space he can find, and then they pounce in towards A. They let him wrap to set up a pincer maneuver in towards that top site, and it works super, super well. K27, I like this team a lot. I've been a fan of them for a while. I don't like what I see at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely seems to just kind of be a mindset issue. Head's not fully in the game. Overcompensating some questionable choices. Oh, yeah, right lines.
Right out there.
Check him PC. X5, though, will get it done as a slightly shaky flash comes round onto Davi G. It surely has to get to right. He's done so well to stay alive. Spoke too soon, as he will get finished off. Into the 4-on-4 now. I think they'll still take it on the CT side, any kind of pressure, and hope that they can give themselves in this round. Really will be valuable.
This is a nice move. They knew there was at least 2, maybe even 3 towards that side, so they're taking space elsewhere.
All on timing, and MongolZ does check it in good time. Not going to have spotted that second player, but lobby is compromised. That will be communicated at the very least. Oh, there you go. They do indeed miss out on cash lid, but, you know, it's a 3 versus 2. It still feels very winnable here.
Yeah.
No hero moments. We've not seen any of those from K27 either so far in this game. Nothing that's really made us believe just yet. So it's going to be a long road ahead. Very, very quickly, it's a difficult matchup for K27.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the two MP9s, decisions to be made here about what you actually do, but realistically, you're buying next round anyway, so I'd be giving it a look in. That's the gap that Quinky's found. Cedo as well, diving out of the vent, tries to do something. It's all on the shoulders of Quinky now. He's given a chance in this. Sourcel is low. He's vulnerable. Pistol pulled out, and he might just have enough time now. He's missed the window. If he had a kiss, he would, but it's not a bad effort individually from Quinky. But in the end, it's still, as expected, Gentlemates finding themselves up on 6. An AK scoot up, that's a silver lining, but this is a dark situation for K27. This second attempt at the full buy, you lose this, and, I mean, for my money, this map's a write-off.
Might give them a little sliver, though, to work with, you know, the fact that they're able to bring that a bit close and just prove to themselves that they can have that X factor, something that they've maybe been missing in the early stages of this map.
I think Gentlemate's got a bit comfortable there as well. Like, no one holding Heaven. You know, it ended up being 2 guys looking at main. The one guy who should be holding Heaven turned away, and that actually gave sort of K27 the gap. I think it's a bit of a wake-up call for Gentlemates. Like, lock in. This is not a done affair.
Yeah. And that, again, is something with the Gentlemates. You might see it a little bit later on in the tournament, folks. Like, they do sometimes get a little lazy almost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of talking, a lot of tactics. So with like Davy G on the lurk, for example, where he comes in from Heaven, it's like kind of a lazy sprint. He's like, oh, I've got this guy. Well, yeah. He's not like confirming it 100%.
Yeah.
It might still be like an 80% good-looking kill, but yeah, there's certainly times when Gentlemates, I think, are their own worst enemy in that sense. We said it in the pre-show. So worth keeping an eye on. They tend to be quite a good gatekeeper team. Straight in towards A here, and actually down the vent very quickly. There is going to be X5 down below. He's not spotted there. Only one for him, but all this information, they've really done well to work around it a bit too fast, you might argue here, from the Spaniards. Another off shot coming in. Molotov does make it in. It's all going to be down to Davy G, 1 versus 4. Surely not, you say. Surely K27 have done enough to get this one over the line. But we'll see. Bomb ticking.
All coming from one place.
Yeah, kit's available. I think it's just that AWP that is feeling pretty warm at the moment. Cashlid with the hot hands. Does miss out on that shot, but gives the position of this final player away. They should be able to just body block for that defuse. And indeed, Davy G is lightly conceding things here, looking to try and take a player or two down with him if he can. He will get one, but he will fall in the end. Second round for K27.
Yeah, good to get that one on the board as well. Cashlid, 2 really nice shots from him. And again, yeah, like we said, a bit of a wake-up call, I think, for Gentlemates, who will call a quick timeout off the back of that first gun round loss. And knowing that K27 are going to start scaling in a little bit here, they want to get an immediate response. There is money to work with. It's just how do we go about the buy here? Martinez obviously would like an AWP, but I think he probably has to prioritize dropping Davy G, and that is what he's going to do. He'd like to have an AWP on the C side. It's something that he really likes pulling out. He's very kind of, you know, combat style AWPing in that sense, but I think it's more important here. Have the rifles across the board. Don't put Davy G onto too tough a buy. He's actually sort of giving them a lot of options at the moment. His lurks are very proficient. And I think that's where Gentlemates are getting a lot of space in this T side. And you can even see there, right? They're waiting, right? It's a similar thing we've seen it happen before when they go for these sort of top side executes. They wait for Davy G to get in behind and they pincer. That round, Davy G gets down towards Secret. They wait for him to say, all right, you're all clear to come down vent. And then they all start to make that move. So they're using him a lot on this T side at the moment. And it's working, of course. In the 1 versus 4, can't expect too much, to be perfectly honest, but I like what he's doing. And K27, they've got to find ways to nullify him.
Really, really great from Gentlemates, so the immediate timeout, full respect. They know that their position is tenable. It is indeed a little delicate. Davy G. Not quite clean enough. I mean, beating those warehouse angles really,
horrible.
really tough.
And to make matters worse, not only swinging in towards that angle, the smoke on main was fading. So he's like, I'm on a clock here. I've got to go.
Yeah. But they tried to leave him to his own devices. He's found success in earlier rounds, not in this one. They have a sort of double lurk going on as Mopoz's up in the hut. So a lot of this hangs in the balance at the moment. They've managed to make their way downstairs pretty quietly. And we'll see where they end up with it. We've got Quinky over here, ready to fight. Bit of a change-up, usually X5 in these positions, so we'll see how well Quinky does. Clean on the first, the orb comes in pretty quickly as well. And Gentlemates have been figured out the past couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Two very dominant displays here. Alex looking to just try and battle to even get this bomb down at the moment. Takes one, but shot in the back in the end. So pretty clean stuff. K27 have turned things around really fast. There's still a gap to close, but looking good in the past couple of rounds.
Yeah, that's a really nice round to find as well. They just understand the pace at which Gentlemates are trying to throw at them. We kind of said some of these pace changes by Gentlemates have been quite good, where they really slow things down. But that time, as they slowed down, K27 just inviting the pressure. They soak it up, and they do absolutely a fine job of overcoming it. And you can see now the knock-on effect. Gentlemates left down to a minimal buy. Upgraded pistols is as good as it'll get. So this should be K27 getting a fourth. Realistically as well for K27 off the back of a poor start, the only way I think you can sort of mentally, morally sort of recover this half is tying up 6 apiece. You do that, that snowball effect, that streak that you're getting off, that'll keep Gentlemates uneasy. But the point you brought up earlier, 6 rounds already T-side. No matter even if it ends at only 6, it's still good.
Yeah. But it would be nice to really send the message.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they will be kicking themselves if they're not able to, you know, win the half. Not looking good in this round.
Oh,
Fame
yeah.
stands strong. Lovely to see him lighting up that scoreboard once again. I think VP Jail has been a bit of a sad affair for a few of those players. Flit as well, maybe included in that.
Flammus.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
He's stuck. He's stuck, pal.
Yeah, they sent him.
He's got a couple of years in that
Really
contract
down.
as well, which is
well.
rough. But he gets his 4 piece. It's good to see him as well, kind of back at this level. It's, you know, it's been such a long time for kind of, I think, him individually, not only at this level, but then, you know, playing well, playing with a bit of smile on his face, as we like to say, but obviously quite literally there too. It's a fresh start, and he's young enough that still plenty of time to recover in terms of a career and whatnot. Quinky, it's a little messy on the first fight. He'll get there in the end. Mopos quick on the trade with a lobby crunch from X5 will deliver to keep the numbers in favor of K27. So this ideal of trying to get it back to a 6 or half is looking like has legs behind it. But maybe Davichi has other things to say. His lurk sets up a move towards his A site. It's just about Fame's position now.
All over the place this round, man. Very buggy, very contact heavy. Oh, man.
Yikes.
We had chatted him up. Unfortunately, Fame let us down. Zedo just running out of ammo. The A4 may well have served him there. Cashed in the 2 versus 1. They do have money for it. He's certainly going to give this a look. Contact orb. Make sure to confirm the kill. Moves on to the AK now, and it is the captain.
He's got a kit
to try and get this done. Alex on the lurk around Castor, just missing the timing, and will get dropped. He had the right idea. He was just maybe half a second too early on his check. Gentlemates bailed out by the gods at large, really, and RNG move in the end will get it done for them as they take that lead moving into the second half. And potential for one more.
Another round that's set up by Davichi activating, right? We've seen it so many times so far. Get Davichi alive and kicking, get him into a position to really set up the round. And this T-side has legs behind it. And now, of course, they put themselves into a really nice spot, right? You know, it's 7 on the board, guaranteed lead, heading into the final round of the half. It's pressure off a little bit. The buy is still a little bit funky, though, as you can see. Just the Mach 10 for Mopos as he tries to shore up the utility a little bit. He's sneaking through that smoke as well, which is risky. But now he dives out. It's Fame, who opens up for the first. Smokes down towards main, and Utilin towards heaven will keep them at bay, at least 4 now. So the site's taken, but numbers favor the CT side.
Bomb goes down. Indeed, K27 got to be able to capitalize on this numbers advantage that they have. Plenty of utility left to go as well.
Nice molly.
Yeah, going to slow them down. That's kind of what they were waiting for before making their move, I feel, and also waiting for these lobby players to get going. daviG gets overwhelmed. Now just 3. That's all going to be left pretty low as well, but there's not a lot of time on this bomb. Plenty of missed shots, though, from the Gentlemates will allow K27 in the end to a flawless round. So, yeah, kind of the perfect retake. 7-5, I think K27 can be really happy with the recovery, to be honest. At a certain point, we were 6-1. It looked awful. It looked like it really could have been a one-sided affair. They're doubling up on timeouts and things, but they do very, very well to somehow find the energy to bounce back into that.
Yeah, absolutely. The recovery is really, really quite nice, but it is still probably that thing in the back of their mind of if we had just started a little bit better, we might have actually been able to really keep the pressure.
Yeah, see the pistol off. I think it's the other way. It's 7-5 in your favor.
No, yeah, exactly that. You know, you get that force buy and just don't allow Gentlemates the second round, and it's a bit more of a kind of a normal setup in terms of the finances both sides. And yeah, I mean, before you know it, it could have been a real game there. But we'll see. Gentlemates now, for them, of course, move on towards what is generally revered as kind of the more preferable CT side. And for K27, them on the T side, we don't really know too much what to expect there. We know that Gentlemates have a lot of different plans. This is such a good pocket pick of a map for them. So this pistol's everything. For K27, if you can start well in towards this half, get a T-side pistol, get a force buy behind it, tie up this game quickly, you're going to keep the pressure on towards Gentlemates. But it's that flip side, and where we kind of said that generally 5, 6, even, of course, what we got 7 rounds on a T side, all it takes is Gentlemates. You've had a pistol to force buy, and K27 are in trouble quite quickly.
Yeah, very, very telling round here, as it so often is, that second half pistol.
Ooh.
Can you keep it together?
Who opens the door?
Yeah, a good spot. Lovely clean skin there, I noticed, on his P2K, often rare, catches your eye. Yeah, fair. Looks kind of cool, man. You got a little face going on.
Mine's not as good of a wear as that, though.
Well, as you would expect.
Oh.
T-side pistols to open up. K27 looking good. Oh, the bomb is here, though. And the P2K up close is able to get it done. MongolZ delivering as we highlight him. Alex spamming away, chasing the man. MongolZ will go down, so maybe still doable here. 2 versus 2. Alex known about it is daviG on those Julies, who is the unknown element. Looks to come up and get in between both these targets. daviG, though, going to take a little bit of a goosh. Looks good for K27 as they get that bomb down. Try and keep control of the silo. Got a player in towards heaven. Feels absolutely unbeatable from here. Bar some miracle shots, and indeed, that is going to be the case. daviG far too low, you would say. And he does get finished off. K27, big pistol find. And all of a sudden, this map is now blown wide open, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Quinky does so well there. 3 kills to his name, but he really gives them a lot of space. Recovers the round. That move in towards single door, I really thought that might be the one that puts the nail in the coffin for K27, but the recovery is really, really good. MongolZ hit us so well. X5 and Zedo, just no chance in hell. And Fame getting caught, of course, on that move up. It was a little dicey, but yeah, Quinky bails them out. Does so unbelievably well to recover this round for them. Late round is where he likes to activate, and, well, now a chance. Gentlemates for them. No real shocker, they go for the force buy. It's very, very common, of course, at the moment. It was that double force buy that we questioned from K27. To lose this one, game tied up, Gentlemates, you kind of forced to take a bit of a step back, and it looks like potentially as well, if they can't get anything going here, they might just give a second attempt at this force buy, save and go again into the next.
It's not bad nade damage to kick off the round. I don't think they're going to be too knowledgeable about that, unfortunately, but yeah, not too bad. To start, I think as this bomb goes on, there's no kill opportunities are really presenting.
Proactive exits, maybe?
Yeah, I think it does become more of a small S save.
Yeah.
Which they should get away with. And they might indeed be able to cage a few players in towards that bomb. Of course, Nuke got some pretty large blast radiuses, so they got to get quite far away. Sasol in a good spot. Might get a straggler here, and decent information for his teammate that's in at CT spawn. They are probably headed his way.
Oh, no.
Not quite as clean, but there you go. Yeah, there's a team kill in there. Would have gone down to the bomb, potentially. All the same, K27 managed to survive with most of their players. I think they might have lost a rifle in all of that, to be fair. And then it is this second force buy type thing. Now we'd call it a half buy for Gentle Mates. But K27 really in prime position. Win this one out, win the next rifle. I think you can really start to look towards double digits a lot sooner than you might have bargained for.
Gentlemates around like this, you're not expecting them to win it ultimately, but if you can make it expensive, it helps. Keep that T-side econ at bay. Smoke source outside, but they're quickly taking secret space. A lot of times, either smokes come down and it's a slow shift walk behind as they take that space much, much later. They are quickly down towards secret. Molly for the cross as well. This is a lot of good space that they're gathering really early, and Gentlemates can't really respond. Generally, you have the util set that you want. Mopos has got the taser out. Hoping to get something with the Zeus. Bit of money, but also a bit of fun. Cheap investment for a guaranteed kill, yeah. Well, not guaranteed, but
psychological warfare.
Higher chance. There you go, though. Alex makes his move.
That's the bomb.
Cash will get caught. It's great information to have.
They seem happy to give it, though. So really just waiting. Oh, on these next fights. Big toe spotted. However...
Oh, my God.
Okay.
How's he got away with that?
Yeah, indeed. That is criminal, to say the least. They will move up towards this top site here. MP9 at the back end. I was hoping for big things. Not quite going to happen. Sassol spotted in towards heaven as well on this 5-7. Still a little dicey. Still a little dicey. Martinez there looking for the timing. Gets it on one, but will be traded. 2 versus 2 still doesn't look too bad. They're going to have information on Fame. He is low in at the hood. It's Mac 10 against MP9. Thank goodness he didn't have head armor, though. X5 able to take down Sassol very cleanly. Alex now reveals his position. Going to have to move fast if he wants to get this one done. And unfortunately, not going to happen for him. Still very close, but still K27 to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we go. You know, it is that silver lining. Like I said, coming in towards this round, for Gentlemates, we're not expecting them to win it, but if they can make it expensive, there is something at least to take away. You're keeping that T-side economy in check, at bay a little bit more easy for this K27 side to be broken later down the line, potentially even in the next couple, right? You know, for Gentlemates, back in towards your first kind of true gun round here on the CT side, first proper attempt at it. All part for Martinez, rifles alongside it. If you can find immediate success in round number 16, it's going to put you in a decent spot. But again, quickly towards outside. Against the grain of how a lot of teams like to play outside control on Nuke, where they drop those smokes and they shift behind. They don't feign presence here. K27 are making it known where they want to go. And Fame dives down the vent for the first, but Sauceful for a triple spray down. Zido, Kasher, and Quinky quick into the grave. And it's all left on the shoulders of Fame and X5 to bail them out. Maybe too overzealous, too quick here. And K27 left scratching their heads.
Yeah, that's the danger of going fast, right? You leave certain gaps, and if those gaps are exploited well, yeah, Sassol triple spray down. Still could get this bomb planted. They've actually managed to really subtly thread that needle. Fame, an important kill. So they'll get the plant. Nate comes in. Really good damage onto Fame. Certainly important to soften him up. And then a Mac 10 for X5 doesn't really look too doable, does it? They know about the Heaven player, of course, but it's where these next two are coming from. Both in from the hut angle, which is periodically being checked here. X5, I think he might just have spotted one, but not quite sure where he is on the timing. Sassol goes down. It's a hard bait from Alex. And it just about works for him. Fame to try and find both. He's close. He makes us believe, but he does not get it. And Gentlemates will even up that scoreline.
Yeah, huge round to get. Still so expensive. So both sides are not exactly in a comfortable spot right now. They're really being kept just on a bit of a knife's edge. There is money, in a sense, to reinvest. 2 players over towards K27 have got over 6K to work with. So that is a gun for themselves and a drop. But somebody's got to take a hit. Somebody's got to go in towards an upgraded pistol, maybe at most a Mac 10 if you want any sort of utility, or what we see here, that hero rifle buy. X5 going to pull out the AK. Got a Galil, actually, for Zedo and Fame. So they are going to squeeze out the investment. Back 10 for Quinky, Tech 9 for Cashlid. This is where Gentlemates can really pile on the pressure. Find this round here, and especially if you can deny the bomb pawn too, K27 are then in a bit of trouble. That's where Gentlemates, you know, the 9's there. They should be getting the 10th by virtue of the broken economy. And at that point, they're getting closer and closer to the finish line. And K27 are given not many chances to recover.
A difficult matchup for these two teams, as we did indeed predict. So the game's certainly delivering. Very similarly ranked squads. As K27 trying to come back with a vengeance, and they absolutely will be. Slightly more calculated pace into this round. Immediate kills, immediate bomb plant.
Immediate save.
Yeah, yeah, they are out of there. All in towards CT.
Don't blame them.
So, are you right back to square one? Not quite.
Three saving, you can reinvest. That's
yeah,
sort of
sure. Square two.
Yeah, square two. Yeah, sure. Right back to square two.
I don't get where that one comes from.
It's like snakes and ladders. Right back to square one.
Oh,
you go down.
That's why I don't know.
Down the snake and
I have
you're
something
right
I
back.
need to confess.
You never played snakes and ladders?
Never played snakes and ladders.
Damn, tough childhood, eh?
No, we were more like Monopoly.
Yeah.
Or you ever played Cop It? Yeah, it was a bit of a rogue one. I've never really seen it since. No, it was just like, you know, big circle board with like bridges type thing leading into the center.
Yeah.
You got to try and get to the center. Obviously, you know, you roll your dice, get to a bridge thing, and then roll again like once you're there. So it's all based on getting the right dice numbers. But you could kind of jump on top of another guy, so you could like steal other people's pieces. Right. And I think the idea of Pop It is kind of like steal it. So you like steal it, and then you get points based on how many you get to the middle. So if you've stolen like 3, that was a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no snakes and ladders in my house. Don't blame me.
Davy G, what have you got for us? 1. Make that 2. Looking for 3s. He dives on down. Zedo caught. And a drop down. And Martinator found a shot with the AWB. It's all down to 1 man. What a response from Gentlemates. A punchy round to tie this up. This is back and forth. These two sides, gloves are off. A bare knuckle brawl now as we're going deep in towards Nuke. And in this back and forth, it is so difficult to predict, because every time you feel like somebody's on the back foot, they immediately respond. There is no consistency, no kind of rhyme or reason in how the momentum's swinging. But what a game we're getting.
Yeah, and just energy really high, which I think it's moments like this where Gentlemates can, you know, perform. I think they really enjoy playing with the pressure and those really tight moments. Got to make the right call. Yeah, for sure. It does often result in really close maps, and one thing goes against you, or indeed, and something that, again, a lot of players with this whole belief in the system, in the equation, there is an element of RNG at times in high-level Counter-Strike. You know, timing especially is a big one. So they just have to be careful that they don't let that play in a bit too much. Lovely idea from K27, as they will again move fast, and so much like nade noise going down. I feel the CTs don't quite know about it. That is the bomb. What is it doing there, you might ask? And they've got 3 players in towards lobby on top of that bomb. It's not just the original guy who found the kill. Mopos gets another, but it's still going to be backed up by quite a lot of CT presence. 3 versus 3, as everything goes quiet here on Nuke. A bomb to recover, so a really tough game state for K27.
I don't know how you recover this. This is an awful spot to be in.
Well,
oh my god, no way. Oh, that's why I don't fight on ladders. They don't have a smoke. If they had a smoke, I think they can recover it. I don't think a flash and an HE is going to be enough unless they overfight. But an immediate trade. Alex has information on 1, and now, of course, he's killed another. This is a good move, though, and it just feels like Martinator isn't expecting this on this time. Alex will drop down, though.
Yeah, TikTok at the moment, 15 seconds. Not quite sure of where that lobby player is at. Yeah, surely this has got to be it. Fame moving in, has to beat the orb, can't get it done. Had hardly any time as well. I think it would have just been over. Even if he got that kill, last player just plays it safe. Damn.
Unfortunately,
that is tough. The bomb should never have been there.
Yeah, it's just the fact that he's alone. If he's not alone, or if they had 1 smoke to work with, even maybe a molly could have potentially been able to recover it. That one HE, that one flash they had, that's not enough to allow them to kind of like dive through hot, get the bomb, and then dive back out again.
And it's also just like a human moment of when you lose the bomb in a position like that. It's just like full panic. It's not part of the plan. Then you got another guy who's like, don't worry, I'll get the trade, but then he's like late and it's all, you know, and then it gets worse. You're just kind of scrambling to try and solve the problem. So really, really quite tough. You see what happens now in this round. We've got the hard eco coming out, couple kills for the P250s. Not really going to matter too much as we are really quite close to the end. We need the rounds. We need the rounds for K27.
And in hindsight, the only real way in which you can recover that round, and no one really likes to do it, but it's probably fundamentally the only way that actually works, is you've got to just hard reset it. Like, just play the round from, like, the start again, all the way, you know, like, basically give up the site and move all the way back as if you're taking lobby control for the first time, right? That's kind of the only way.
X5 was doing.
Yeah, but he was alone, and that's the issue, right? And this is where they needed to have the numbers to completely reset the round. But they thought, like, so someone will grab it, right? And they don't realize, and well, they do realize, but just too late. It's actually 3 players there. So 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away for Gentlemates with 11 on the board. And it's in round number 21, what we like to call a do or die situation for K27. It's now or never, really. You lose this round here, it's map point for Gentlemates with your money most likely broken, especially if you don't get a bomb plant. They've got 2.9k in terms of loss bonus, which is decent, but if they don't get a bomb plant, the buy around this is going to be really awkward because they've used all of the funds available for this investment in round number 21. Zido quickly down towards outside. He's alone in this endeavor, and he's dead in a matter of moments. So there's 2 styles of lurking. You've got Davy G, who goes nice and slow, and Zido goes quick, and one's more successful than the other.
Yeah, I think that is safe to say. They've maybe been a little bit predicted here, I think, in terms of the ramp B crunch, the attempt at it.
I also think they're panicking. This really looks like they're just flustered. They're like so desperate to make something happen.
This is how the early rounds of this map felt, to be honest. Gentlemates back in control. Davy G, awkward quick switch, but he is bailed out by MouZ, who finds all 3 to close it out. Brick wall on that A bomb site. Thank goodness there was 2 of them on top of each other, I think. Yeah, a little bit of a
relieved.
Jokey moment. It's all laughs and smiles because they won the round. It's all good. I got you, bro, is maybe what they're joking about.
You hit the Q key there by accident. You're like, uh-oh. Oh, no.
I know a lot of players at certain points in their careers like sort of unbind it.
Yeah.
Same with maybe the crouch key, not so much in CS2, but I know in Go that was a bit of a thing, like over crouching on sprays and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bad habits, and your autopilot takes over when you're a bit stressed.
That's it.
Just get that random twitch, a random muscle spasm maybe when you're a bit nervous.
Mine's changing the gun from like left hand to right hand. That's
fair.
I do that a lot. What have you got for us then, K27? The buy isn't exactly bountiful. 1 Galil, MP7, Tech 90 Eagle, and a Mach 10 to round it out. It's not exactly fantastic, but they are in a good position. Can't deny that of them. They could potentially overwhelm it, but they're also a known quantity. This is something that you see the real difference. Gentlemates mask their presence a lot. K27 let them know where they're at, but that's not a good start. That's the bomb that spilled forward, but a quick trade.
Again, though, they've read it. I mean, you say good position, but how much is it? Really, they've got 2 players down on B ready to go. Only going to get 1-for-1s, though, as they're caught off. Maybe want a little bit more. Davy G, a lot of damage from somewhere. Oh, man, Quinky runs into the wrong player. Doesn't take anybody before going down. So bomb going to get planted, a late move. I'm not sure if he's been heard in the vent there. I think he might have done. MouZ looks pretty ready for this. They should be able to get onto that bomb and seat it off. MouZ with the clothesline to make sure that it is indeed confirmed. And Gentlemates, despite close runs and a bit of back and forth at the start of that second half, they were able to pull away in the end in K27. Just not enough from them in that early morning tank to keep it going.
Yeah, exactly that. A couple of mistakes that really end up costing them, but I think fundamentally we'll look back to kind of two particular things, and it's 2 very similar situations for this K27 side. You got that kind of 6-round bounce from Gentlemates where they were just playing really, really rough, really off their game, not looking comfortable, and then it's the tail end of that map, right, where it's the similar thing. They were panicking, weren't finding consistency, weren't finding responses, and in the end, Gentlemates, they were just a little bit better at using their momentum and holding on to their momentum, and for K27, they just couldn't break it. So there was moments there that you see the flashes of brilliance as well.
Yeah.
I think Quinky had a fantastic map. He looks super, super sharp, which is what you want to see, but it's not exactly the start to this series that they would want. If they could have stolen away the nuke, we wouldn't feel too worried. We've got this map of Overpass coming up next, though, and we are pretty concerned about it. You know, it's a map in which they've won 2 out of the last 10 on. They've not played it in a month as well. It could be dicey. It's a real bold choice to make here, and it's one that either pays off in dividends and then pushes them towards an Ancient with massive amounts of momentum, or it puts them in towards the O2 bracket.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think both these teams are like evenly matched. But the big thing that occurs to me here is just the fact that Gentlemates have got more of that high-level LAN experience, right?
Yes.
K27, 2 really difficult factors for them to deal with. They get a slow start. You just cannot have that. Questionable economic decision kind of in the middle of that first half. You can't have that either, right? We really spent like 2 rounds questioning it, trying to figure out the logic. And then they don't know a way to kind of crowbar their way back in to the map when it starts getting away from them towards the end. These are 2 things that I think just come with experience, that it's like you have to have those moments prepared. You have to have a way of figuring out problems before they happen, you know, rather than being solution oriented. You have to be more like watching out for the problem as it starts to brew, and I think that the side of Gentlemate's a little better than that. We see the scoreboards here looking pretty good.
Both AWPs on both sides struggling, though, and I guess, you know, which is kind of surprising for a map like Nuke. Like, Nuke feels like generally quite an AWP-heavy map, but it was a battle about the rifling core, and in particular for Mopaz, he looks super, super good. 20 kills to his name, and, you know, I just think somebody who's always consistent, I think, is what you look towards of him. Like, I think he bails them out in a lot of situations, but you look at kind of key rounds that he finds. 3 kills at the tail end there when things are looking a little dicey in back-to-back rounds, 21 and 22. The important one is round number 2, though. That force buy on the Tech 9s, he finds a 3-piece, and it's those kills that essentially kickstart the momentum, that run of form that comes through from Gentlemate. So, you know, he picked his moment, he picked his times to have really, really important rounds, but those 3 rounds in which he finds 3 kills are all massive. The 2 at the end that kill K27, but it's that round number 2 for me that is so important. On the Tech 9s, drive by, he picks up a FAMAS as well, if you remember, and then makes it work for him. So we'll see. We got this Overpass coming up next, and we already kind of in the pre-show, we painted quite a bleak picture. For both sides, it's not a great map, right? You know, you've got Gentlemates who on a 5-map loss streak, you've got K27 who are on a 6-map loss streak, but K27 have lost, it was 8 out of the last 10 on this map, and they've not played in a month, and they've picked into this. This is a rogue decision. Yes, it's not a great map for Gentlemates, but something within the last month since the last official must have changed. The practice or the scrims or whatever it may be, they've made this map somehow now an active part of their pool. There was other options they definitely could have picked into as well, and this is the kind of the picture that we were painting. We were especially looking towards Mirage. It's just a map that K27 have generally like to lead into. It's been a very good map for them within the online space. So it's a bold call, it's a bold choice. And honestly, I feel like if you lose this, especially if they just get kind of dumpstered, like that's kind of like I would feel for me like tournament done. Despite being in the O2, I just think like you mental boom here. Like it's such a risk to take. The only thing I can think of, and this is going to be a real throwback, K23 days, Fame was like the best player in Tier 2 on this map. So throwback, that we're talking a good few years before his VP days, but for those ball knowers, right, K23 Fame, this is where he did a lot of his best work. Fame and Flip back in those days, they were cooking on gas, on Overpass. Long old time ago, and we're talking back in Go, to be completely frank, but he used to love this map. We'll have to see. For now, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we've got a weird map, as we're already kind of painting. We've got Overpass coming up next. It's K27's pick. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Gentlemates are coming into Astana and there's a weight off their shoulders, but there's also some stress around all of this again. Alex, the IGL of the team, we've been through this before. I spoke to you before Budapest Major, so close. I spoke to you now here before we get to Cologne Major, so close. It's going wrong at the last minute, despite we know you can play well and grind into good position in the VRS and almost be there, but it keeps going wrong. So just talk me through this period once again for the team and how you're handling it.
I mean, we are handling the best way we can. I think it's tough times for us because we have been working really hard since we make the team. But I think like every time we get closer to the cutoff of the major, we start like struggling. And I think we are like, we didn't know how to handle the pressure, I would say, like in so many important moments and also important games. And I think it's because maybe experience, is maybe because we are not performing well. Like in the end, it's about performance, you know. It's not only, of course it's mental, but for me it's more, it's a mix of both, I would say. Like mental and performing in the game.
Yeah. What is it that you're noticing though that goes missing in the mentality? Because one thing I know is when a game's good for you guys, everyone's loud, screaming, you have that fire behind you. But then when it's going wrong, maybe, is it that where you can't reignite it, you can't get yourselves going?
I mean, it's not like that. I would say we're hype every single game, even if we are like losing.
Okay.
In the last event we played, we basically, I think we did a really good comebacks. But I think when we are like with pressure and the game starts not the way we want, then we start like struggling. Like it's not about being sad or being quiet or whatever. Is like nothing is working, and you know that, and then you start playing differently as a player. So everything is like, I don't know, is a mess, I would say.
And you guys have also been grinding a lot, like from the tier 2 events to then we see you every now and again at an event like this, some of the other S tier events. You had EPL and Rio in there as well. But that's often where I see you guys are unable to adapt in like the tougher events. Is this down to it's easier to play against your style? Is this just you guys struggle against the tougher teams? Because when you face the tougher teams in some of these smaller events, you do well.
Yeah.
But when you're at the big events, when it's this kind of a setting, something changes. So can you pinpoint that?
I think it's because we feel like we are worse than them. I mean, some of us, I would say.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I think we are like playing differently because of that, but we are trying like to get better on that point. And I think as soon as we manage to, I don't know, reach that point, then we're gonna start like playing the same in every single event, you know?
It's like a little switch, right?
Yeah, but I think that's mental.
Yeah.
It's not pressure because we have no pressure here. Like, of course, it's a really good opportunity for us to make it great in the ranking. It's really good, really important for us. But apart from that, I think there is no pressure at all. So let's see how it goes in this event. I think, as I said before, we have been working hard, even if these results are not the result we wanted, but we still, I don't know, working, you know.
Now, many times you've said to me when we've had interviews before, consistency was always the thing you said you were lacking. But if you're not allowed to say consistency, what is the one thing Gentlemates is missing that needs to happen in this tournament for you guys to do well, to show your best?
I would say believe in us. Like believe in the group, believe in the team, believe in the work we have behind. Yeah, I think is that. Like, I don't see any other like point or we have everything. We work on everything. Maybe we need to work more on the mental side, but yeah, I think we're ready. I say this in every single tournament, you know, because I really feel like we are ready. But in the moment that we sit there and we start like playing, maybe it's like, I don't know. Of course, you can lose against better team on paper, but the one thing that we are looking forward is like to be competitive, at least.
100%. Well, make sure you don't let them stop believing. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Keep pushing for it. Alex, thank you very much for the chat. Good luck going to the tournament, and let's see what you can do. That belief needs to be there.
Thank you.
Welcome back in, folks. We are ready and kind of raring to go for map number 2. I think it's going to be interesting here. We have, you know, highlighted an awful lot about this one that it doesn't quite make a lot of sense from K27. We can kind of backtrack a little bit and, you know, you look at the Falcons matchup. They definitely did ban overpass there. So maybe it is a map that K27 have worked on and that they've been saving for Astana. I guess we're about to find out. I certainly hope so, because their series life is under a lot of threat after that first map.
Yeah, it's not a great map for Gentlemate, so it also kind of simultaneously feels like a punish if this is one that they have worked on and have looked good on, but we're going to have to see. I feel like this, for me, feels very rogue. It feels very risky as well. So these sort of pracs and scrims must have gone really well for this to be kind of worthwhile here. Or if it is this pocket pick, you're actually bringing it quite early in towards the tournament and maybe just don't want to risk going down in towards that 0-2 and leaving things up to chance like that. But we'll see. If they can push towards an Ancient, that gets kind of interesting. It opens this series back up again, but I don't know. I really wasn't convinced with some of the decision-making from K27 and towards Nuke. We kind of spoke about that initial 6-round streak that comes through from Gentlemate, and it was kind of all off the back, really, of K27 and their financial choices more than anything, going really quite against the grain. And then that tail end as well, where they slipped back into those same problems and ended up being quite costly. So we'll have to see sort of how things pan out here. But ultimately, I'm kind of excited to see how this overpass comes through, right? I feel like it has the potential to be a very weird map as a whole, just because of the lack of official reps on both of these sides recently.
Yeah, I think, you know, loving this graphic. I think you can certainly look towards the Gentlemate side as well, because they're already a map up and, you know, they have like the nice handshake on the third map and whatnot that they'll probably feel comfortable for. I think that there is a lot here on overpass where they can just kind of play a little bit looser, pressures off, you know, and that can make them harder to read, harder to work around. Overpass as well as a map, I don't know that it does necessarily fit into their strengths. That's maybe why they are potentially weaker on it and whatnot, but it certainly does feel like a map that you can mix things up on, and that T side as well can be very, very unpredictable. A few different styles. Do you want to play it faster? Do you want to play it more contact heavy? Send Davi G in, you know? So I think they can kind of just try and copy and paste a lot of the success from that first map. We will, more likely than not, though, see them starting off on that CT side, which, again, preferential for a lot of teams, and I think can be hard to get through if K27's T side is not up to par, which, by all accounts, you would expect so. You know what I mean? Like, even if it is a map that you've been working on and it's secretive and whatnot, how much can we really give to that? You know, your planning and your preparation has to be nigh on perfect, I think, for the way that this map functions. It's like, oh, okay, they picked into one that's like their third best. You could kind of be like, they're trying to move that up the pool, but they do have some success to lean on and to base their pick off of. But this is like trying to take that worst map and lift it all the way to the top, really. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And you've got the 0-2 in the series, but also in the Swiss stage right around the corner. So feels very, very risky. I think they're maybe just a bit frustrated that like their opening matchup was against Falcons, so they don't get to pick this overpass that they've really been working on. So kind of pigeonholing it in, you know, square into the round hole kind of thing. Square peg into the round hole. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We could be wrong, but we just have to go on what we have and how it looks going into the veto.
Yeah, and the kind of interesting thing as well, when you now look towards this map as well, very similar towards Nuke, is that this map's also very, generally, quite AWP heavy, right? But both the AWPs struggled in towards map number one. Like, I feel like from Arthanaze, we never really saw him like get going. Like, it wasn't bad, man. I mean, 11-11, it's not like terrible, but we never saw him really take off. And generally, he's one of those kind of players for me who I feel like when he gets fired up, when he gets going, he's so difficult to stop. And the flip side as well, Cash had never got going. At 8 and 15, he really looked rough. He couldn't really find any form. So both AWPs really struggled. And that's probably, you know, testament to how good the rifling core looked, if anything. But on a map like Overpass, you really have to look towards getting a real strong performance from your AWPers for a variety of positions. Either the mid-AWP position, which obviously is very, very common. You put your AWP out towards long, holding up towards the A site, or down towards B, where they can either play where a variety of positions, either out through Monster, if you want to play there, you can either play towards top heaven as well, looking towards connector, looking towards short. So both AWPs are really got to get going for me in towards this one. So we'll see how things pan out. But I think ultimately, you know, we can kind of even maybe sort of zoom out a little bit from the stats and the numbers about this map and just look at like the vibes of the game so far. And for K27, this is a point that we kind of brought up, is that Gentlemen, they just feel like they have a lot more experience when it comes towards these big international lands. They have a lot more kind of reps under their belt on it. And it feels like the pressure's getting to K27. There was mistakes, errors creeping in, and even with the injection of kind of veterancy that Fame can bring to the side, it still feels for me like they're really missing something that's going to be enough to take down Gentlemen right now. Like, I need to see them really come out the gates flying here if I'm going to start to believe.
Yeah, started from like a weak position, and then I think they obviously found success, brought it close. But then towards that tail end, they just regressed.
Yes.
You know, like it very, very quickly fell apart, and we started to see the same sorts of issues that we were highlighting in their early game on that map. So yeah, it's definitely problematic for K27.
Yeah.
Good individuals. We have to keep our eye on this team. I think certainly they turned a lot of heads going into this particular major cycle, but again, didn't quite get there. And will they be able to remain in contention is the question. Whereas, you know, Gentlemates are a squad that have done that. They've come close. There's a little bit of an interview with Alex in the break, if people caught that, where him and Banks talked about that a lot, where it's like, you know, they've just really had this resilience to be able to go from one major to the next and nearly get there, but not quite. You know, that's sort of what the problem's been for the past couple of cycles. Hopefully eventually they get there, and I think they are still trying for that as best they possibly can. And tournaments like this are really going to allow you to boost up. You have to beat the teams you're expected to beat, like K27.
That's it.
And then maybe one or two upsets in there really going to boost your VRS. We are into it though here, of course. And as predicted, things make sense. Gentlemates starting off on this CT side. Pretty heavy B attack on the cards for K27, but they have called a freeze in the tunnel here. We'll slowly start moving forwards, really waiting on a jump peak or something along those lines. They are going to be spotted. Julie's ready around this corner, and they absolutely are. Sasol keeps it going. The unarmored player is the one to take him down, but he has done a lot of work there.
What's the response as well now for K27? Because they freeze up, but they're also all sort of isolated. Flash in. Davigi spots nothing. You got X5 making a move towards A, but he's also alone in this endeavor, so even if he gets the kill, you can't exactly rotate quickly. Like, Gentlemates are going to win the rotate, that foot race back towards the A site, even if X5 does win this. So, I don't know, for me, it feels a little bit weird So isolated, he's also low as well. Should be dead in a second than he is to the hands of Martineza. And now this B side move comes back in for a second attempt. Fabe will find one. He's got to win out this heaven fight, and he gets a dink. Bomb will go down as well. They can't deny that. They just have enough time. Up above, Davy dives on towards the box, finds Cashlid, and leaves it all on Fame. He gets himself a kill, but in the end, Bomb plant a couple of kills, that'll be it. It's Gentlemate to take the pistol.
Yeah, your small silver lining. K27 managed to pull it back slightly, do some damage, and get that bomb plant. Kind of a big deal. But obviously not the round. I think that's the way they would have liked to kick things off here if they could really be in control of the game in the early stages.
Yeah.
I think would be absolutely fantastic for them, but not a great sign. We'll see. We'll see. A decent force buy on the cards for them with that bomb plant, of course. And Fame getting a couple of kills. He might even move towards an AK, actually, if all the maths works out. He will be on that Galil. They're not going to do anything too wacky, but either way, a lot of utility here is the thing that we look towards. We'll see if they do have a force buy planned round, right? These are the general signs, and they are going fast. Maybe got something on the cards. Oh, crossing through the smoke, though. Just got to be a bit careful that we don't lose too much control of this site. Davy G manages to get in a good position as well, but still the numbers not looking too bad for this T side. Looking for the bomb plant. It's not quite presenting itself just yet. Smoke going to go down. Alex reveals Davy G to join, and they will pick up the pieces. It looked scary for a moment, but Gentlemate's able to get that force over the line.
Yeah, it's one of those as well, I think, for me, where it's maybe even arguably too quick from K27. They don't make sure about every kind of angle that they really have to keep covered on. It's just that creep through the smoke as well. It's really smart, really well played. And they trade positions, but it actually ends up working for the benefit of Gentlemate. I think Davy G as well, the spot that he gets himself into, really, really important. And a 2-0 start on this CT side. Now, granted, we're sort of expecting the CT side to be favorable. This is sort of how this map works out. I mean, statistically, so heavy on that CT side. But for K27, if this is this pocket pick that you've been saving, we need something here. We need a good foundation, like bare minimum 4 rounds on this C side, just to make us believe. Martineza, I love this move. He's got to kill dead to rights as well. Absolutely nothing he can do about it. But there's multiple to be had here. Zido, quick on the 180 though. I thought he would get 2 at least.
Really nice. And does open the door. One more well-placed Eagle shot could make things a bit scary here. Looking to try and force out a bomb plant if they can. The bomb itself more towards B. Gentlemate's not really panicking just yet with those rotations. One smoke down. I think they know that, you know, there's really not an awful lot of bite behind the bark here. It's all just a facade. They will start grouping up towards the B-bomb site, and slowly but surely, they fancy A. They are rotating off. Maybe I have underestimated the Gentlemates and their slightly aggressive rotations here, but still sticking close towards B, still got eyes on, able to play the range pretty effectively. Sassol looking to get the Zico frags out, but as I spoke about, the bomb plant is what you're after, and they are going to get that. They get another kill as well. Oh, and another one behind that. Wait a moment.
Be careful.
Yeah, X5, he's got the HP. The bomb planted for him as well, so they just really do have to show him the respect here. Light tap on the bomb. There's a kit available now. It's going to be a hold. In fact, he might get another, but I don't think he would have been able to cancel that defuse. Still, in the end, bomb plant, 3 kills. That's often what we look towards from a T side. So they're staying quite close to the action, just not converting the rounds just yet. Maybe you wouldn't expect that after losing the pistol, but here it is, big round on the cards.
Yeah, and I think now this is kind of, for K27, I feel like should internally have built up some decent, I would say, confidence. Like, you're getting quite consistently into sites with not the best buys. Now you've actually got weapons to work with. I assume that K27 feel kind of good about this. You know, you're coming in towards this round where you're feeling like, okay, we've actually got some decent control at pretty decent pace behind this. Quinky volleying towards the top side of Con here does tick. Some information gathered for him. They take short water, they've taken connectors. This gives them now quick and easy access to rotations between those two sites. And Gentamates are more than happy to sit on the sites themselves. They're not trying to get too aggressive, not trying to take too many kind of early duels and early bits of positions. They're more than happy to soak up the pressure, which has worked for them so far, but of course it's a vastly different investment in towards round number 4.
Nade stack. Oh my, that is wild. MoPoz, I thought, had moved away and, you know, it wasn't going to work. Yeah, literally as they were like in the air, he moved back to the key spot. Sassol going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting then as he's lost his teammate. He does very well. Will it be enough? 3 versus 3 as the site falls. A quick rotation in towards ABC, but Davigi not able to do too much about it. Nade goes in, minimal damage. It's this AWP here as well that I really do worry about. I think the unknown element going to be difficult to deal with. Smoke towards short. Alex is just trying to get the timing as perfect as he possibly can on this. And you know what? He might just have gotten away with it. Unfortunately, boost for boost, it is the T side who come out. On top of that, Alex, no gun in hand, doesn't respect the AWP, and it actually does pay off, but there's not really enough time to get this retake going now. They'll take some guns away. They'll drop that AWP. It might be saved. I don't think so. Nonetheless, K27, I think, going to be really happy to get on that board as quickly as they could possibly expect.
Like I say, Will Martinez actually get a kill at the tail end here, but X5 doubles back. So a nice way to start, and this is what we're saying, you know, for K27, yes, they haven't won any of those opening 3 rounds, but they've been getting good space, they've been getting some decent openings towards that B site, so they feel like they've got the confidence to go back over there, and this time it ends up working out quite nice. I think that counter boost is really, really solid in towards Heaven. With that being said, a first on the board. Can reinvest in for the Spanish side, but what do you do with it? Again, it's pacey towards short water, and they might just go for another back-to-back B here.
Yeah, trying to see if they can get away with it, I suppose. Zido going to find that first onto Davy G. We know about the player in towards Barrels. He survived a lot longer than you would expect. Sassol actually having some pretty nice moments despite how these rounds have been panning out. Mopoz back end of the site, off angle here, not expected. No bomb plant just yet. I think they're wary of the fact that there's another player hanging around. And they are correct. Goodness me, this like wall of smokes from both sides. Really weird look on this B-bomb site. They are going to get that bomb down though. This is where it gets a bit tougher. A lot of low HP bars for the T side, however. Great little flash, but Mopoz still can't find the kill. Gets caught with smoke in hand. He had a chance, but can't get that kill. Alex gonna have to go crazy. The AWP behind him doesn't really do too much. Alex left low, in fact. So he will look for a path outside of B. K27 with 2 in a row. Both on B. Some disrespect in there. And yet they're finding success. So starting to prove why they've picked into this one.
Yeah. Terrorists win. At the very least, you do get those 2 saves, but I don't think you can really soundly buy around this for Gentamates. So K27 should be tying this game up, and I don't know whether this is more so kind of a plan of action by K27, like a read in towards what Gentamates like to do and seeing like, okay, B site looks like actually might be Oriza's port of call, or whether this is what they've been working on within kind of the month off from the officials and trying to incorporate this map in towards the pool. But the hits towards B look really good. Now, I will say that I think you can't only have that as your game plan. I think it's generally a little simpler to have a bit more of a decent A hit rather than like a decent B hit. B hits feel quite puggy, they feel quite loose, and I think they're really prone to things going kind of wrong. I want to see what K27 look like when they hit towards this top side. I think it really has a lot more detail that has to go in. Utah to be a little bit more perfect rather than what we're getting towards B right now, which is kind of like a few opening flashes and then just dropping as many smokes as we can on the site, planting somewhere in them, and then just taking a step away. A's a little bit harder to do that on, so we'll see. But also, for K27, they're kind of in a position of, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If the B side continues to work, we'll continue to go there.
Yeah, which is a pretty valid T side strategy on overpass, to be honest. Again, especially against a team that's not going to have as much preference, not going to have as much know-how in terms of plugging those holes. A little bit of a contact move out on towards, try and find that first kill. Quite going to happen. Now, they have to be very savvy about this, of course. There's an AWP and an M4 doing the rounds, as it were, for Gentlemates. Can you get that read on how they're playing it? Loose, fast, quick rotations, very dynamic. That's an Azer, though. He's pushed in. This is the right place. This is the perfect spot for the AWP. If he dedicates to this, I think I can see him finding a kill and getting away. Somehow does not find a kill, despite 3 of them being in. MoPod's the first one to roll. AWP reveals itself. Do you still want to move into its domain? Perhaps not, but only 40 seconds left on the clock now.
Yeah, they don't have loads of time, but it does feel like they want to hit towards this B site. The only thing that is maybe denying that is the bomb is not here. X5 has been moving his way through Fountain, Davy G, knife in hand, downhill 4, but Martineza gets his. Still isn't going to make a difference because the A site is completely open. And I think for Gentlemates, in a spot like this, you just save. The remaining 3, they know there's no way they're getting in towards this top side of A. Just call it a day. Bomb gets planted. That's essentially round done. And it's also Martinez and Alex. It's a horrible position to be in, but it's the only real valid choice that you've got. Sorso scoops up a gun. That'll be that. It'll be K27 time at this game. And while it's early doors, I can kind of see the overpass pick. Like right now, it does look pretty good.
Not a bad little save here for Gentlemates, though. But yeah, as yet to give us a rifle round. I think that's where we worry a little bit. Like, how are they going to look if they can't get those gun rounds to speak for themselves?
Terrorists win.
But very quickly evened up here by K27, showing a few dance moves from their repertoire as they've hit B in different ways. They've gone towards A. I don't think it's the scariest round to get through, not the most, you know, tactically heavy or whatever, but still looking pretty good here in K27 in prime position to just start streaking ahead on this T side. Timeout comes through from the Gentlemates as they know it is also crunch time. This could get very, very scary, and they have to prove to themselves they've got to get a round on the board. Interesting to see as it goes here. It's actually MoPod's doing a lot of the chatting.
But they've got so many vets in this team, right? There's so many guys they can lean on.
Have they doubled up? Or because on the graphic, they've gone down to like 1 notch on the timeouts. They might have doubled up there on the timeouts.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't feel like it timing-wise. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of confirmation on that. But it's possible.
Yeah, we'll see. But with that save, at the very least, the rebuy comes back in. So, all tied square. 3 rounds apiece. K27, since the guns have come into play, it's done really, really well at controlling and sort of dictating the pace of this game. And Gentlemates aren't, for me, being proactive enough. I want to see this side actually start to get a little bit more aggressive. And Overpass feels like a good map for this. Taking short water control, taking con control, which is sort of what Alex is doing. He does get cleared, but he wins out the fight. Onto Quinky, scoops up an AK-47 as well as he looks for a little bit more. There's an AWP on the corner, and Cashlin finds the trade. But yeah, I want to see Gentlemates get a little bit more active. Yeah. Like at the moment, they're sitting back and sort of trying to invite the pressure in. And it was working when it was the lower buy rounds, but now there's guns in play. K27 can cancel and go elsewhere.
No, it is very true. And I mean, this is the way that, like, you know, a CIS overpass is going to work. They do a lot of that cancelling, like you say, and added confusion. MoPoz gets totally blindsided. Lacking some boost, lacking some info plays. Sassol's here towards heaven. He's been looking decent. But they will smoke it off. It's very, very disciplined. K27 not wasting any time. And not getting cocky in this situation. I think with that coming in, the A player's pretty far away to help out. It will be a save. So Gentlemates, despite an early exchange, nothing happens for them, right? It really is starting to look problematic. Take that timeout as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's like they get the kill in connector, and then they started to abandon B.
Yeah.
They had a loose hold on B. So I think they're getting a bit desperate to just try and compensate, over-resource a bomb site and hope that that works, but it just isn't. They're reading wrong, and yeah, it's not looking good. I think we can all see that.
I want to see a bit more of that productivity, as I kind of been speaking about. But, you know, generally speaking, when we look towards this map, especially because of how CT side of the overpass has looked since it's come back into the pool, like 4 rounds already is really good and really quite scary, if anything, for Gentlemates. They have not offered up anything really on these gun rounds, and that is really concerning for us. Well, K27 look quite clean, quite comfortable. And it feels like everybody's trying to get involved. And even more interesting as well, you look towards map number 1, it was basically just all Quinky. He was so solid and so sharp in terms of all the way throughout. He's the one actually not offering up a lot at the moment, and K27 is still winning, so they're not requiring one of their real superstars to be alive for this lead to be taken, which is a good sign.
Mopos hidden away in the corner. Martinez has given him a boon as well. All these kills that he's potentially able to find going to be super valuable. 5 versus 3 in the blink of an eye. Gentlemates be slightly more forward, slightly more confident, slightly more on the open angles. Able to make it work as another kill falls their way. Cash lid on the AWP here. Got to recover this bomb. They know it. That's a really great nade. So feels like it should be unlosable. Another contact flash. They still have the bomb, actually. I think that smoke can maybe give the parameters to creep in, but
yeah,
doesn't really matter all too much. 45 seconds left on the clock. Gentlemates their round to lose at this point in time.
We keep making a move. He's on his own here, though. So even if he does find a kill, even potentially 2, he's got to wait for Kashi to rotate over. I think at 25 seconds, something tells me he's cancelling and they're saving. And that'll be the case. They've got plenty of money left over, so it's not really the end of the world, but it does feel very sort of Inferno-esque right now. It's like initial move fails. All right, let's save and let's call it again. Both sides now doing it. Gentlemates' last few rounds, something that they've obviously gone for. And this round here, same for K27. Initial play, falls kind of flat. It's 3 isolated fights that go the way of Gentlemates, and off the back of it, they just call the round and say, there's no way we're getting involved. Maybe if Quinky had found one towards barrels, I think potentially would have continued going further in towards the site. But again, he was alone, so would it actually really have led to anything? Most likely not. There's a 4th, and we're tied again. Even still for K27, 4 rounds, T-side overpass. Not a bad spot. You get 5, I'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, interested to see how things develop here. It seems, off of the previous round into this one, Gentlemates a big change for them. It's like, right, okay, B's maybe not quite working. Let's get advanced on A. Let's get the info over there instead. So it's the opposite side of the map that they're trying to pressure. K27 are just kind of B merchants at the moment. Different sets of paces, different approaches. Great little find. Mopos looked like he was absolutely dead to rights. Martinez has chimed in from above. So they do have the man advantage. They've got a late lurk coming in. Not going to take too much time to get here as those digits get punched in. They are looking to get advanced, though, and try and force those fights.
It's a big kill.
It really is. A lot of ground gained as well. With that, they have to fight their way back in. Sassol's look good, draws them in towards the open. Indeed, they don't even need the flank. Brilliantly done. Sassol's been kind of a saving grace. Martinez as well, really opening up in the past couple of rounds and coming to life.
Yeah.
Big, big find from Gentlemates. That was a key round for both sides. You see the money starting to run out now for the T side. And it does go the way of the Spaniards.
And not only is it kind of a really key round, but I think also it's so important about how it's won by Gentlemates. It's, you know, a 4-on-3 turned into a 3 versus 3 post-plant, and they flawlessly retake it. And it really comes off the back of K27 slightly overfighting, like here. I feel like they've taken that space towards door. I think you just sit up here, like a graffiti kind of door crossfire split has a lot more, you know, problems to kind of deal with rather than swinging in there. But in the end, Gentlemates really clean retake for them, and that's all that matters. Keeps that CT side economy nicely and in check, and as you were kind of touching on, the T side, they are running out of finances, running out of funds, and getting stuck on each other, trying to move forward in towards the playground. K27, you lose this one. And the base finds 6, and probably the 7th should follow suit by the lack of the econ. Martineza a second. How about the 30s full blind as he'll fall off the angle? Does he know? Flash over, and he just completely gives her that spot.
Crazy shots, man. And K27 on the raft. No life jackets, though. Not looking too good.
True.
Really struggling, I think, in these past few rounds. Potentially, you would argue, Gentlemates figuring them out, quote-unquote, or more likely for me, figuring themselves out. I think rather than being reactive, they are being proactive. Yep. This is kind of what we called for. A little bit of working it out. They tried to fight fire with fire on B in the early stages. Doesn't really work. So they angle more towards A. And now they have K27 responding to them, that it's like, oh, we need a bit more A presence and can't allow them all that space and info. It's tough here. The contact in towards B, numbers-wise, doesn't look too bad. Sastol, chimes in. This MOUZ who gets caught sleeping. And this does have the hallmarks of an impossible round here in the 2 versus 4 directly. daviG, though, gets in good time. Surely has done enough, but I don't know, man. The 1 versus 1. Martineza gives his position away. He's not necessarily gotten himself into a good spot. And Fame will drop him. K27 with a huge steal in the end. And the ace coming through for the big man, the man of the hour. Fame we talked about an awful lot. He looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he bails them out there, Fame. That's the bit of that experience that I think this K27 side needed. All 5 from him. Gentlemates, that's a round squandered. I think as well for daviG, once he gets that kill and puts it into a 2 versus 1, he needs to fall back. That's the thing. That's the thing that really kills them there. He finds that really important kill just on the right-hand side of this pillar from short, and it's great. And then he needs to just pump the brakes. But what he does is he actually gives Fame a freebie of a fight and sets them up for a 1 versus 1. And it's a 1 versus 1 against a retake and AWP.
Yeah. Yeah, that is often the thing that you miss, isn't it? You know, the AWP on the retake, really not ideal.
Yeah, because he's essentially working with a pistol there, right? And I think that's the thing that is really kind of killer for me. Like, I feel like you've just got to pump the brakes. Like, daviG's probably still going to be the one to take that fight and try and win it out, but he actually sort of essentially needs to use Martineza as a bit of like a decoy there. Draw his attention away, draw his crosshair away, and see if we can then take this as a favorable trade. There we go, Martineza makes up for it. Open things up on towards Cashlid.
2-man job at the moment. Him and Sastol seem to be the only ones that are really having the heavy impact.
They were 2 of the underperformers at map number 1 as well.
That's true. Well played so far. Looking to keep that up. Can they keep it up into the T side? It's going to be the big question, of course. Burst forwards from our current T side. MongolZ underchecks and overperforms as he finds 3. Gentlemates will hold the line. They look set to find the 7-5 in all fairness. And damn, if only they'd got that clutch, the 8-4 would have been a really, really great scoreline to work with. As it stands, the best they can hope for is the difference of a pistol. So T-side's going to have to start well for them, I think. Otherwise, I do worry. There is a real chance on a weak map for them as well, don't forget.
Yeah.
That T-side just is a non-starter.
Yeah, damn, look at this buy. It's brutal. 4K27. They're going quick, they're going pacey. A punchy one towards the B side as they dive on through with the Tech 9. It doesn't start well. MongolZ for the first. daviG, Sourceful all getting involved as he finds his second. And this quick little rush towards this B side doesn't find anything apart from a one-tap like that. That's a nice shot from X5, but that is all it will be. A lead taken by Gentlemates. It's still not a bad half, though, by K27, but I'm still not convinced as to why we've picked in towards Overpass just yet.
No, that is very true. They've been doing their B bomb site retakes, you know what I mean? Like, they're really comfortable over on B, it would seem.
There was never one hit towards the A site as well.
Yeah, I think they went out towards long, right?
Yeah, and then Monte got 2, and that was it. Mm-hmm. But they never once actually went towards the A site.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy, I think. As we're saying, this pick here, I think it is just a little bit of annoyance, and it's kind of like crowbarred in. The smart thing to do would be like play your Mirage, you're confident on that.
Yeah.
And then maybe have the overpass as that decider, and then you can be like, okay, we got it a bit wrong, but at least we've got an official on it. At least we know where it's sitting at the moment. But I think it is just this fact that they were like, right, we got the overpass, we've worked on it, and then, oh, they permaban overpass. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like in their first matchup. So really a little bit tough, I think, to make good, clean decisions. But in a series like this as well, it's like the context of it. You're picking second.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, maybe if you were picking first, and it's like, okay, that map didn't go so well, but we get the reset onto the second, one that we know. But actually, no, you've lost the first. So now, like, everything is riding on this. It's a very different kind of game. Still definitely doable, though. CT side, you've got 5 rounds to work with already. Get that pistol, convert things, and suddenly we have the shape of a pretty good half on the way. Gentlemates, though, of course, looking to disrupt that.
If Gentlemates get a pistol here, I think K27 quite immediately starts to get into a lot of trouble.
Only 1 timeout left as well.
Yeah. Both sides, right? Oh no, K27 only got 2.
Oh no, yeah,
K27 got 2.
Yeah,
Gentlemates have got 1.
Yeah. Yeah, my bad.
Very slow approach for the Spaniards as they move up towards the A site. He tells me Zido would have spotted that, and a pop shot that comes this way. There is a lot of presence towards A. 4 here, ready for the fight. They're just leaving Quinky down towards that lower side. And they come. There's going to be a bloodbath towards A site.
Looking messy. Gentlemates taking their time getting in here. They've been drawn in towards the dualies. Fame does very well already. He's got potential for more, and he's going to keep it coming. Martinez are in towards long. They have been absolutely flustered, absolutely beaten out. And that really is a bit of a classic, that it's like you play 4 towards B, see if there's any action there. If not, you kind of just rotate things. So Gentlemates, by starving info, honestly have given a lot of info across. They maybe needed to move a bit faster and try and exploit. Straight into the dualies, though, is crazy work.
Yeah, read like a book there. Just even 4 towards that A site. Hold on, so 1 round game now. Do get a force out for Gentlemates. I gotta say, without a bomb plant, I normally never like this call, but they've already converted 1 T-side force buy in that map number 1, so you can see maybe where they backed themselves a little bit. Doesn't start well. Initially, Zido, of course, he's traded up by DaviG, so it's still into the 4 versus 4, but you know, got Mopos who's so low now. Alex not got armor either.
Yeah. It's a big M4, though. It's a big M4.
Shadow spotted.
It's close. Fame left on 9 HP. Really, really could get messy here. A couple flashes in. Not going to give themselves away just yet. Player in towards heaven needs dealing with. That's the tough one to get through. And then site itself. X5, though, takes a lot of early damage. Yeah, that M4 in the mixer. It's Quinky who is this fail-safe player. He will be activated a little earlier than maybe he was expecting, but it's looking good across the board. DaviG left very low. Come close, but they've not been able to convert any of these kills just yet. So not even creating a bomb plan, I think, unfortunately. Maybe a gun or 2 taken away, but not looking good. His days are numbered. He will indeed go down. K27 seeing it off. So the strong start to the CT side that the doctor ordered here.
Yeah, I think it's just, for me, so risky to go for a force buy like that. You could have guns in towards this round here if you don't go for that. You know, maybe in some cases, 1 or 2 have to go in towards Galil's, but I think as a whole, it would put you in a pretty decent spot. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Now, a tied game that should be a lead taken effortlessly by K27, and Gentlemates are under pressure now. On this D side, on the back foot no less as well. Stop where you want to be, flash, give them con control as they're very quickly trying to wrap through in towards backside of Banana and towards bathrooms as well. not exactly masking the presence of where they want to head, but K27, they're more than capable of shutting this down. There's just not enough firepower for Gentlemates to really do anything too damning.
Yeah, maybe just hoping for an overstep, right? Some unforced errors. This might be one in towards long. Zito, though, does make his way into that corner. Cashlid on the spot. Might just have seen a little head there. They'll all go swinging in. I think they should be able to see this off. It, for a moment, looked scary. Sassol trying to thread that needle on the deagle. Not going to happen for him. Cashlid looking very, very crisp, as you would expect in the anti-eco. Alex has got that deagle, so still potential for one, but the round itself is going to be absolutely over. Down he goes. K27 to take the lead at an opportune moment. This could be really big. Let's see what the Gentlemates have got. We keep talking about how this pick is weird and doubtful for K27, but I feel like the only angle of the logic based on what we can immediately see is that it's not a great map for Gentlemates, right? They've really tried to lean into that punish. So we'll see what the T side is able to present.
Yeah, agreed. This is it really for me. In my mind, for Gentlemates, you lose this one, and I don't think there's any chance of recovering, and it doesn't start well. X5 will open up proceedings. Mopos spam down through that con smoke. Already not a spot you want to be in as well. Cashed it on the swing. He'll lose his life. Maybe a little bit overzealous there as well. So he gets punished by Alex, and they start scaling towards A at some decent pace. Flash over as X5 wants to reclaim a little bit of space, but he's now smoked out of position. They sort of have to relinquish the site itself and play retake here, K27.
Yeah, and a tough one to retake at the best of times, especially they don't have that con bathrooms pressure, unless Zito, you know, rotates to it, I suppose. Not going to be the case. He keeps it out towards long. He's ready for the fights here, though.
Wow.
Does find two. He's done very, very well. Knew that they were after him, and now the retake looks super doable. Gonna need a hero. Maybe it's Sassol. Double spray down. Knows about the third here.
Close.
Zito, though, with the nade, like the right click over the long wall there. He's done it all by himself. 4K for him. They will be a little disappointed that they don't get that long control in particular. The 1-for-1 was right there for the taking.
Yeah.
Just a bit slow to react from that second player. And you see what he does. You see what he goes on to do. But yeah, the fact he's able to get away with that amount of time, little egregious. Lovely.
There you go, yeah. Does really well. That second in particular is really, really important.
Yeah. Well, you see what, like if he goes down, it then puts the onus on his teammates to have that kind of performance.
And especially because at the same exact time that he finds that second, it's also just after his double spray down. And kind of maybe brings it back into potential. 9-7 now. A 2-round buffer for Gentlemates. All of the residual cash put in towards round number 17. Lost here, it's a double digits for K27 with a 10th and probably the 11th behind it. And then at that point, I don't know, it feels too tall an order, I think, for Gentlemates and the recovery required. It's kind of where we come back to what we were saying. Like K27, yes, didn't win out the first half, but at enough rounds. This is such a CT-sided map at the best of times. See the effects of it now.
Yeah, winning big rounds like that previous as well is just going to be so valuable for you. Made out. Decent damage on both sides. And we'll slow them down after a pretty obvious contact in towards the monster tunnel here. Towards the site itself, the setup looks a little strange as they're in a straight line, ultimately. Sassol to entry. Trades have got to be good, and they are. Captain leads from the front. I think that will just force the save out. Gentlemates in the nick of time. Super important round for them to keep the dream alive here over this 2-0. And they do just that. So K27, they now have to watch themselves. Going to dig deep into the coffers. We'll be able to get a buy going, but it'll be the last one if they lose the follow-up.
Yeah, definitely a really interesting setup, like that 1-by-1-by-1, like playing in through sight. water. It feels very interesting. Obviously, it's not expected. It's so rare to see, but it was easy enough to overcome.
Felt like a lot of the players just caught in transition.
I think
and they
so
were like,
as well.
Come up with something on the fly.
Yeah, setting up Utah before they know it. They're in the site itself. Cashin and Zito will at least save. Alex F low, save for MopOz, but ultimately, who cares? A one-round game. And that was a round that we were saying for Gentlemates. It was so important. You lost that. It's K27 finding 10 and probably the 11th behind it, especially if there wasn't a bomb plant to alleviate the finances for Gentlemates. That's a really huge one to find. It still just keeps them within arm's reach, but they need a level of consistency right now, Gentlemates, that I'm not convinced about, to be perfectly honest. Sources look pretty good. At some moments from Arthanasa, but the rest of this side are really struggling. Davy G, we know on Nuke he did a lot of his best work on the T side. We're yet to see it here on Overpass, and we haven't really seen MopOz or Alex properly activate.
It is true. Bit of Davy G over here in balloons. Nothing quite coming his way. Nice little late round contact into short water, trying to gather info, but losing a player. Sassol moving around now to find another. Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Well played.
Draws the contact just as that flash is coming in. Absolutely brilliant. And what the Gentlemates are going to be very, very good at. Those quick, reactive, little two-man moves, three-man moves. Davy G will go down, so still mortal. Still certainly doable. MopOz looking to try and get the trade out here. Has to be very careful. Low himself, as is Zido. But if a headshot lands, it does not matter. And they have evened things up. I don't know, MopOz, I think, keep control of the area, but really went digging for that kill, and it does cost him. Zido's looking to go crazy as well, by the way. Pushed up again. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's falling apart. Shadow spotted as well, but a missed shot. Cash, the second time of asking, will deliver. 1 versus 2 for Martineza. AK in hand, but from behind. It's X5 who sees it off.
5v3.
Really, really well done. And in particular by Zido. He has bailed them out big time there. Like, that aggressive moving towards bathroom, I love. I love the fact that he gets away with it. If he dies there, we kind of flip the script and say, actually, that was overzealous. It was unnecessary. But it's the fact that he pushes through and he makes it work. 10-8. Great response from K27. They lock themselves into double digits.
I mean, crazy round to lose, honestly. Like, it's 9-8. I don't think that MopOz in particular can be making that move. It's like, keep a hold of your angle, keep a hold of the location. Wait until your teammates are a bit further up long so that they can trade you. You know, you give the game away. He goes down, rotation comes in.
Yeah.
They're you know, unsure of what happens on A. Zido doesn't have to die just yet. They really, really tried to force that kill.
True.
And they lose so much for it. Timeout coming in. Yeah, maybe more of like the mental, just keep the heads together at this stage, but not looking too good. They are lucky that they're able to put a buy together, and it's a pretty good one in that sense. But they have to really, really deliver. Try and get these next couple of rounds, even things up, break that bank of the CT side finally. Third map is certainly in the back of our minds by now.
X5 got very lucky there, actually. That nade just catches the lip, which just takes away so much of the damage from it. Now towards Monster, Source will send out. It's MopOz who opens up proceedings, though. X5 will eventually fall. Source going to relinquish that control. He moved forward with the flash. He doesn't want to stick around, though, alone. Which is valid. Smoke towards heaven. This allows them to now start scaling in towards B, and it's not exactly, again, like Gentlemates are trying to pull off a ruse here. They're pretty committed to heading towards B. They've got no map presence anywhere else, and in they come with the numbers, sending their way through. Quinky, lucky to still be alive. Probably not for much longer, but he avoids the Util somehow, some way. Gets a dink on towards Alex as well, but he can't deny the plant.
Interesting choices from K27. I mean, they see the heaven smoke come in, and then they start to lightly concede B, rotating into more passive spots. Potentially thinking it's half a fake, right? And it does cost them. So, slightly questionable. They will be punished, Gentlemates. Key round after the timeout, after a big loss. Really needed that, I think, to just keep them in this map. Fantastic find from them, comes quite dominantly. So
it's really going to help.
Be a buy with these saves coming through for K27, but it really all hangs on a knife edge here, particularly for them.
Yes.
Just because of the context of losing the series.
Yeah, Kashi could drop one over. He could technically probably even drop two as well because he's got a util still in the back pocket. But an interesting position nonetheless. Let's see, M4 towards Quinky. Yeah, A1S Quinky and A4 to Fame. So the buy comes through. There is still potentially a little bit of residual cash. Cash has got 4.6. He's got 1.4. So even a loss here for K27 still could mean a hero buy in the next round. Worth keeping an eye out for, but Gentlemates, round about 20, you find this and it keeps the dream alive of Overpass.
Spotted. Yeah, got to be careful. I mean, even making it out of here going to be a bit tough for him. He does light damage with that nade. Halfway sticking around. They might expect him here. Molotov comes in. It's not quite good enough. It will spread to him, though. And he's forced out into the open. I gave it a second, and I didn't think that was going to reach him.
It did look like it was spreading, yeah.
Yeah, it did. It did in the end. And a great first kill to find. Not only is it man advantage, that is your big name taken down, but only just. Alex is a stiff breeze away from death.
It's true. So how do they want to utilize them? Is he maybe sent in first to draw away the crosshair, or just as part of the pack to blend in? They're heading back towards B, and there's 3 players here from K27 to meet them. So made the wrong call. The initial kill towards Long, taking that space would have been the better option of the two. They've got a dicey fight here towards this lower site. This could be really awkward. First engagement, easy for Cash it under the AWP. Down goes Moppos, and aid in through behind. There's a lot of bodies here, but Davi G doing well to deal with 2. The double from him gives them the sight. They don't expect another man in towards barrels, but Quinky can't get a second, and he's now just trying to get lost in the smoke, which he does, and he gets another kill. Quinky's giving them life in this, Davi G and Alex. We already spoke about how low Alex is, so if he can find Davi G, there's a chance. He's on top of him. He Goomba stomps him, and Quinky's going to get both. Are you kidding me? How in God's name has he got away with that? He slips and slides around the site, and somehow they lose track of him. That is ridiculous.
I'm actually in awe.
He stands on his head.
That is so crazy. He like boosts off of him, man. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. I must be dreaming.
That is a mental round to lose. Gentlemate's going to look back at that demo and be so tilted. Oh my God.
It is just crazy. I mean, it was in their hands. He was so low from that initial fight, found an unlikely kill. I'm like, okay, well, that's enough. It's slightly low time. It's going to be a little bit tense here. But he wins the damn round. It's 2 rounds now as well for Gentlemates that they should, by all accounts,
have won. Yeah.
And they haven't. So the scoreline should be flipped, and it's also twice where K27's bank should have been broken.
Yes.
So I feel like the game should be over by now. Mental, absolutely mental. They're a little bit angry. Try and send in the Rottweiler of Sassol to get the opener. He goes down. So a lot of damage done to the K27 defense, but no names falling just yet. Fame.
That would have been
probably the right idea. I mean,
yeah, that would have been the right call.
You want to be safe. He just doesn't know how big of a gap there was there.
Yeah, didn't know how good he had it.
They're really ready for an 8-hit though, man. Look at this game state at the moment for K27. The initial defense, though, looks good enough. I don't know that they're necessarily going to have to rely on that flank. It's all on Alex. He's low. They know about him. And he will go down. I think that might just be it, to be honest. You lose a round like that from Gentlemates, especially when you're already a map up. I think in the back of your mind as just like a human being, you're kind of like, it's a bit over. That's really quite frustrating. Wing and a prayer stuff here to keep this one going.
Yeah, I don't see a chance now. K27, they've just at a couple of different crucial moments really stepped up. And it's killer, and it really can have a knock-on effect to the mental. You can see for Gentlemate in that previous round, like, it's such a tilting thing. They send Sorcerer, as you said, but it's such a big person to lose. He's so important. He's been the real key figure for the Spaniards, and well, now 3 map points for K27. By all metrics, should be impossible to lose from here.
Yikes.
But let's see. Miss Molly doesn't help either.
Yeah, an airburst on their Molotov as well. Contact nade looks pretty good. A lot of damage done. They might just have created enough of a smoke wall to get that bomb down. Fame will fall. He is traded out. The retake looking good as they start to get aggressive. Bomb going to go down. It's Mr. Sassol we look to, though, to deliver. Martineza on the Deagle to back him up. A little bit of a boost over here. Going to be activated. Doesn't quite find initial success. Sassol takes the head. Left in the one-on-one to stay alive. The nade will see him off, though. What a flat way to lose the map and take us to that third. 13-9. K27 with a huge resurgence. 2 massive rounds. 5-on-3. And then that madness in and around the smoke to get it done. It is insane. It is still a questionable pick in my mind.
Agreed.
They've gotten very, very lucky in places. It's a skill to work around luck, create your own luck, but ultimately they get it, and they are taking us to map number 3.
Yeah, still unconvincing, right? I still think this is a map that, for me, if you really do want to incorporate it as like a strong part of your map pool, there's more that I need to see from K27 and more consistency than anything for this to be a real active part, like to be picking into this map. But ultimately, I think it all stems from a really decent first half, to be honest. They give themselves good foundations. All they did was hit towards B, and Gentlemates still couldn't deal with it. And that was the early warning sign that actually maybe Gentlemates aren't as comfortable on this map as we were led to believe, right? I think that's the big thing that ends up being quite costly for them. And then it's just those crucial rounds, right? You know, the twice in a row or not in a row, or twice in that half where it feels like Gentlemates should have a prime opportunity here. They should break the K27 economy, and by doing so, have enough to be able to take the map. And K27 finds success seemingly out of nowhere. They bite back at the time, which is most important. There was a couple of moments. I mean, this one, see that 4K was absolutely huge as well from him, denying this A site when it felt like it shouldn't have been lost, right? It was a 5 versus 3 fumbled, and then this one from Quinky. It never, ever should happen, but an absolutely mental round to win, and it's a 13-9. In response to the 13-9 on Nuke from Gentlemate. So we're going towards Ancient, that decider. You look across the scoreboard as well. Zido looked really, really sharp. He had some great moments. Quinky, he was struggling all map long until that quad kill, which was huge from him. And on the flip side, I feel for Sorcerer because he was solid all the way throughout. He just never got support. Nobody else really properly stepped up to the table. And the one guy they were really missing for me was Davi G. His T-sides were incredible on Nuke, and he did so much to give them space, and we just got none of that really on Overpass.
Yeah, Zido, rightfully so. You can see in the second half, man, look at those numbers. Honestly, the multi-frag moments. One thing as well to touch on your point on the Gentlemate side, I want to say Martineza didn't find a single kill in the second half. I might be jumping the gun ever so slightly on that, but I'm pretty sure that it's maybe only 1 or 2. Really quite a rough showing from him into half number 2. So, you know, someone that they so heavily relied on in the first half on their CT side just completely disappears. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a rough one. Maybe we can catch it before we go to break, but I don't think so. Either way, I'm putting my foot down on it that I do feel like he found no kills in that second half. A wild ride here, folks. I think it is safe to say at the very least, but it has been fun nonetheless. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, it's that third and final to decide this one.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back in the unlikely third map, question mark. It's a little difficult to say. It's been a matchup of interesting choices and some very, very wild rounds, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, towards the tail end of Overpass there, I think. Just unbelievable. I still, you know, it's like a pinch me moment after a couple of those rounds. Like, is this real? Am I still in bed? But ultimately, we are looking into that third. It's the Ancient here, which fits in the middle. It feels like a good decider.
It does.
I just don't know what to say because, you know, a great finish from Gentlemates on map number 1. Felt like they were getting back into Overpass and then they fall apart. Are they going to be able to keep it together? And I think that's always a question you ask of this team. Very passionate, you know, with the full Spanish lineup, one of the rare national teams in the game of Counter-Strike 2. But yeah, it does feel like there is real potential that this team sort of falls apart if Ancient does not start well.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing of Ancient as well as a decider, it really is kind of quite a nice like handshake. Like both of these sides like it, both of them play it. They've got good reps under their belt, but I don't know, it's just the way that Gentlemates sort of petered out towards the tail end for me. Granted, a few things didn't go to plan and a few wacky rounds out of nowhere kind of really obviously are going to make quite a drastic change to things, but even still, I think for Gentlemates, it was pretty evident, pretty clearly that this is not exactly a comfortable map for them, because I think more so because on the flip side for K27, they weren't doing anything crazy. Like, obviously, they had those couple of crazy, like, Zetos 4K, Quinkies 4K. But if we look towards, like, K27's T side, you break it down, all they did was just hit B every round. They didn't go to A once. The one time they even had a look out towards A, it was a double kill on towards long by Martinez, and that shut it down. So it's like, all we're doing is hitting the B site, and if you can't shut that down, like, fundamentally that is an issue on you. And that was my worry with Gentlemates. It's obviously a map they don't really love. They haven't got, I think, the right understanding of how to break it down just yet. And therefore, now heading into towards Ancients, I wonder how much that creeps in with them, right? You know, there's a bit of tilt, a bit of annoyance. Some of those rounds they let slip was kind of out of nowhere, like a 5v3 that they let go by, a 4v2 that they let go by as well. These things will have big annoyances on your mind, but how good are you at just getting rid of them, ignoring it, and moving forward? We'll have to see. But it is a decider here in this series to see who is going into the 1-1 bracket and who's going to the 0-2 bracket. It's Ancients, basically a best of one to the side. We're going quick, Gentlemates, towards the B side.
Yeah, not wasting any time getting into this. Trying to feel good, I suppose. Trying to forget the woes of Overpass. And indeed, it will start well. Davy G gets himself on the board. Something that he struggled to do on map number 2 for sure. They're stacked up heavy here. And around the big old box as they're trying to force the fight. Well, they've been taught a lesson. They've been scared off. They've been pushed back. Martinez is still in the thick of it, though, as he looks to buy some time towards that bomb. There is a kit available. Not something that you often see in pistols these days, so we'll see if they're able to put that to good use. Martinez on the Glock is deleted by another. It's all going to be on MOPOZ here. Takes the first, and that kit in play. He knows he's off it. He's not taking any chances here, MOPOZ. So well played. And they're both just paused. They're both just not moving while that bomb is going off behind them. It's close, but it's Gentlemates.
I actually think for me, at the very least, it may sound a bit wild to say, but I think Cash's best option there was sticking it. He's like bobbing up and down, but his head can't be seen because of that angle in towards ramp. Like, we have to body spam him. You know, granted, he doesn't have armor, so you can spam him down, but it really feels like that is his best option there because it's so well played by MOPOZ, right? He just freezes. He doesn't peek. I do feel like, for me, his best option is just to stick it and hope for the best because MOPOZ is obviously going to play time. That timer had gone too far.
Unless he like 180'd him, I don't even know that he would have had time. You know,
exactly.
Push down the ramp, get the kill. Does he have time
Can he double back? Yeah, probably not. So. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 1 for 1. On plant and another immediate B hit.
Yeah, looking good. I'll try and keep it going here. I don't know what you want to do if you're K27. Do you really want to give this a look? You're so far away. Save. That smoke is going to confirm it. So
just reset, use it towards the next.
Yeah, it's a little problematic, but Gentlemates, I suppose, taking a leaf out of the K27 book. Just hit B until it stops working. They're doing a good job, though, I think, of resetting into this third map. Something that, as I said, I was pretty worried about coming into this. Gentlemates struggle, I think, to keep themselves together. Alex was talking about it in that interview, that it's like, you know, when it gets close to the VRS cutoff, we seem to really struggle, and it gets very stressful and maybe a few more arguments break out and, you know, things like this that do eventually come back to haunt them, not just once, but twice now.
Yeah, it's true.
So maybe trying to get a handle on that all the time. It's very, very interesting. I think, you know, we have like Vitality all the way off and how they are so effective. How does that happen? And delving into that. But it's also like the tier 1.5 kind of teams that we're looking at here that can get a little intriguing in terms of how they stay alive, how they, you know, keep projects going despite tough times. K27 charging forwards. They will get a lot of lane control as well as an early kill. So actually a pretty good looking round now.
Yeah. Immediate response. And I think for Gentlemates, you have to reset the round here, which is exactly what they're doing. They're going to pull back. They're going to pump the brakes. It looks like another move back towards B. But it's pretty difficult, right? You've got to first fight for shelf control, and then you've got the worry of actually where are these angles that they could be coming from. Smokes over a molly for this close corners. That gives them good clearance at the very least. You're smoking the front side of cave. That also blocks off shelves. That's great for you. That molly clears the close corner, so it allows you to safely move out a door. The only rule contingency plans that you have to be careful of is that cubby, which of course they've got the coverage of, and then close ramp. So 40 seconds to work with now for Gentlemates. And 3 towards B.
The ramp setup looks pretty good. Oh, the timing on it as well. Absolutely brilliant. 30 seconds remain. Be leading this charge, but they're very ready with all this ramp information and low time for what is coming their way. 20 seconds. I guess, yeah, you maybe try and hold on to the AKs. They do have, like, money in the back pocket.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be too difficult to stomach. The round itself, though, crazy stuff. Pretty dominant from K27, actually, on their re-attempt at the force buy, let's say. Seen a couple of these types of rounds within this series. Yeah, really, really good. Comes a little bit earlier. Very dominant as well. Some more upgrades on the weaponry. Pointing in the right direction for K27 all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is good. I think as well, you know, for the likes of Gentlemates, you can sort of reset and go again, but the way in which they start off in that gun round is very, very important. Like, I like seeing this side get kind of proactive. You know, we've spoken about this quite a lot. Like, on this CT side, take a forward stance. Like, get early map control, force Gentlemates into a bit of a weird kind of reposition, or just basically just force them to step back and have to kind of pause and take a breather, which is never really what Gentlemates want to do. Like, Gentlemates like playing these T sides with a fair decent amount of pace behind them. At most, the tempo changes come when someone's lurking, right? You know, you send Davichi around and then they activate upon his information. But generally speaking, Gentlemates like to play these T sides quite pacey. So when K27 can forcibly slow them down, they don't like that. They feel uncomfortable, and that's where they can find rounds like this. So first on the board, of course, a reset that comes through for Gentlemates where they can, of course, buy back into this, but lose round number 4 here, and K27 can start scaling in towards this overpass. Overpass? Sure.
All good. Don't worry about it. We, you know, functioning on, on minimal sleep. An overpass was here. You've not just randomly thrown it out.
Yeah, imagine I just throw out like an Inferno.
Yeah. Looking really good for K27. They've opened up beautifully towards middle. Press the attack as well.
It's the same thing again, though, isn't it? They're like forcing them to like take a step back, and Gentlemates hate that.
Yeah.
And if anything, sometimes you, and we kind of saw it here, for Gentlemates, there's 2 ways you can go about it. You have the previous round where they do completely reset. Like, we're like a minute on the clock, they're like in their spawn, like, okay, I guess we'll just go towards B. Or what you see in this round, they're like, no, actually, I'm going to fight for this. And they overextend, and they just lose the aim duels. It's really nicely done by K27. They're making life super uncomfortable. And I think a lot of it's coming from that elbow control. A lot of resources are being put into taking mid.
Yeah.
And with mid, then Shelf comes. Shelf denies ramp presence. Before you know it, Gentlemates have such limited options.
Yeah, as always. A little bit of a VRS check-in for you guys. Interesting that Gentlemates get, like, more out of it, you know?
I guess they're lower ranked.
Yeah, you'd presume they're just a bit higher ranked, though, wouldn't you, like, coming into it? Obviously, just objectively not the case, but if, you know, gun to your head kind of thing.
Yeah. I
Might
think
have
the
put
issue
Gentlemates just above them.
with Gentlemates as well, if I'm right in saying, is like a lot of their VRS, and I'm not really an expert in this, but it's like a lot of their VRS LAN wins were like a while ago, so it's like that decay that we talk about.
Yeah.
And also just being a team that is higher ranked, I guess, even if it's only a couple of spots.
Looking good here. Set up on the A-bomb site, ready for this eco to come their way. Cash around that corner. Could get clapped, or he could do some himself, actually. Oh! Huge stuff as he gets that eco ace coming in. Makes it look, well, far too easy.
We've seen a few of them in the last couple of days.
We have, from that particular angle.
Yeah, exactly. Hunter, of course, got one from there yesterday. Nice and easy. Good for the stats as well.
The help from Davy G.
Yes, true,
He collapsed with the deagle on his own teammates, so that's, yeah, just a comedy of errors over there, but K27 going to take the lead. Kind of their first big test here, I think. Gentlemates will see if they've got anything to answer back. Are there any pocket rounds they're able to pull out when things start going south?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Pivot towards A. They are doubting themselves. You know, this second map of Overpass, it's made them really doubt their decisions.
Yeah. And I think as well, the comfort of an A hit comes from also having donut control too. And the fact that they're now going late towards mid worries me a little bit. You've got Red Room presence at a tad with X5 there, but he's about to be smoked out. This is now potentially where you can build upon it, but at the same time, it looks like they're cancelling. Bomb's going back over towards B ramp, and at this late in the round, it's pretty risky. Smoke down, molly down as well, but you've got 3 from K27 here to meet them, so it feels like they've read this relatively well.
Yeah, you would think so.
The only thing is it's not quick rotations. Fame and Kashid are, it's going to take a while for them to head over towards B.
Yeah, got to go early for sure. 40 seconds left. Couple smokes coming in. Starting to sell, but still can feel like a bit of a fake, right? Contact up the ramp here. Flash is good. Player at the back end of the site. Good for one. It's Quinky who just totally gets caught off. X5 thankfully able to keep them in the conversation here. As you say, those rotations going to be late, but they will get the bomb down. They will force a retake out. Can they make things interesting here? Fame looking really good. Cashlid looking really good. So they're looking to try and bring the individual game into this retake. As good of a trade that you could have hoped. Mopos right around that corner, forces the fight himself, leaving it all onto Sassel now. But it is somewhat planned for him. They are coming in towards him. The trade is there. Really well played. Off the low HP player, utilizing that AWP. K27. It's a little shaky despite how well set up they were at one point, but they do get it.
And I will also say on the flip side, I also don't think that post-plant's very good from Gentlemates. Like, I think the issue is that the trade game is going against them. If they can trade positively, they're actually in a not a bad spot. It's the fact it's the other way around. Like, for them, all trades are going against them, and the numbers keep going the way of K27. That's how that retake finds its footing. It's kind of well done from me, but I really felt like, you know, you've taken the site with a contact move coming through, you find 2 quick kills, the site itself and the guy swinging out from cave. You then got to just really try to, like, sow the seeds. You've got to get so deep in there, right? Take cave control. Somebody has to go towards long and put a bit of presence on there, but they don't. They just sit on the site and they wait for K27 to come to them, and it's too easy. Fame. Unorthodox angle will work for the first one towards Source. Oh my god, this is so weird, but Cashlid will get his and he gets out.
Yeah, crazy that he survives there. I feel like he should have gone down. Maybe it gets a bit weird because there was like another player in the way. But yeah, Cashlid looking to be alive. Will be Molotoved off for the time being. Edge of the smoke for X5 is unsuccessful. So the round back up in the air all of a sudden. Plan coming in, it's lovely and open, but Zido's distracted away by running footsteps, maybe too many targets, even through the smoke for him to decide on.
They're so low.
Yeah, it really is doable here. Nade comes in as a bit of a flash sort of thing, hide that shadow away. They'll look to trade off each other. They will find success doing so. Cashlid also found a kill on the way in, leaving it all down to Alex here, and he is dealt with quickly. It's a little close there. He actually managed to pick up a kit, did Quinky, but ultimately all good. I think he was worried about 10-second timers and whatnot. Got on that bomb fast before, you know, picking up an AWP or anything like that. But another successful K27 retake.
Yeah, and they're finding really decent consistency with this. Like, it's one side where you can say, at least credit to Gentlemates, that they are getting themselves into sites quite consistently themselves, right? We're getting a bomb plant down nearly every round. We're getting good space. But again, it's a similar thing where I feel like the issue is about these post plants. Like, they're just stuck in a really small position on the site. Both of those post plants on the A and the B site in those previous 2 rounds, they both played very similarly, where it's like we get out towards the site, it's, you know, kind of even 3 versus 3, bomb goes down, and we just sit and wait around each other, where it's like, you see a lot of teams where the way we'll play it is, we'll have one guy towards donor, one guy towards A main, and then maybe one guy playing around boxes on site. It's 3 separate angles to fight from, so trading is quite difficult, sure, but it allows you to buy a lot of time, and that's not what they do. They're sitting around each other, so the kills come quite easily. Or like even, you know, something as simple as somebody going into close temple, that nade obviously would have done damage on towards them, but it's still a really strong angle to hold. So it's making K27's life a little easy for me on these retakes. I still think they're doing quite a good job, but worth keeping an eye on for Davi G open up proceedings, but Fame quick on the trade to keep the numbers even.
Mid-control, though, some of the Gentlemates have maybe struggled with for quite a while. So they are able to get it. What are they going to do with it, I suppose, is our question here. MoPoz in the A main. 2 for him. He was ready for that aggression. He absolutely capitalizes. Cashlid continues looking calm. Oh, and the AWP gives its position away there. There's a player in Temple, though, that he might quite be expecting. He's trying to really just be unorthodox with the fights that he's taking. Molotov is really good. Keeps him at bay. Smoke to boot. Should be a plan coming in now. Zito, meanwhile, with him, so they might try some funny business here. Really not pulling any punches in terms of getting aggressive. The flash was good, but Alex was prepared all the same. So there's some moments where it could have gone the other way, but it doesn't. Gentlemates find their 3rd.
He's still making it expensive, though. I'll give him that. He should be dead to rights here. He's got a kit, but there's surely still no way he's giving this a look in. But he does have a kit. Oh, he's not been spotted, though, as well. So he's going to dive on for this late.
Yeah.
He keeps attention drawn towards the site itself. I think the round should end before the bomb goes off. No, speak too soon. So MoPoz actually will go down.
Losing that AWP as well.
Yeah, that's actually, you know, again, keeps attention drawn towards the site. Plenty of money to go around so they can rebuy on that K27 side. It's not the end of the world, but it is finally a post one that goes the way of Gentlemates. The initial fights in towards that round is what really gives it for them. That double in towards A main, that's basically where the round gets all but locked in place. Numbers advantage. K27 is spread so thin at that point as well. No real chance for it. This is bold. This is really bold. You can only get 1 for it, and that's arguably not enough, and Fame smoked out.
Lots of smokes down here from both sides. Again, a little bit strange. Gentlemates, that bomb is also late to the party. We'll start to get planted now. Flash comes in. MoPoz, though, round that corner is deadly. They're just getting the right people in the right places at the right time. Fame the next to fall. Cashlid still staying close. Oh my goodness. You can't be serious. Yeah, synchronized swimming in the smoke there. Absolutely brilliant stuff. That's, you know,
little
10 points
there
on
the
Strictly,
smoke.
you might say. Not that I've ever watched that show, but for any fans out there, shout out, you know, Strictly one time.
Niche reference, bro.
I don't know, there might be some UK people watching.
Is there
dance show? What is your local dance show called? I'm sure every country's got one.
Yeah.
Get your celebrities. That would be a sight to see. CS Pro players.
I've always wanted to do like a CS football match like they did back in the day.
Yeah. That would be good. I think it'd be popular, honestly.
Yeah. All the teams play it as their warm-up. They do a little, you know, like one bounce, keep you up, something like that. It's a one-round game. And money has run a little dry for K27. They still get a buy, but it's whatever's left over. And you can see for Zeto, for him, not really a lot to work with. Half armor pistol and a smoke. Not as very damaged though. Davichi and Alex are not exactly healthy. Feels like it's going to put you in a fairly decent spot here. They're diving through in towards B. X5 runs out of ammo at the worst possible time. He's now kind of stuck here as well. He should be dead to right, but actually he's not. Somehow he's supporting and now delivering. Quinky, Fame, X5 all finding their moments as well. It's all down to Boss and Martineza.
Seems to have died on its feet though, as Martineza will go down. So just as their lead comes under threat, they do manage to find themselves around, able to keep a hold of the control then. K27 still not splitting the difference massively. There was maybe a moment where it looked like Gentlemates were really going to struggle, but still.
Yeah. So much spam
There's a lot of
damage
context here, I think, in terms of how this scoreline looks.
Yeah, agreed. Penultimate round to play here in this first half. Has kept K27's finances healthy, which is the main thing. They were on whatever was left over in round number 10. It's now a chance. Zedo's pushed forward in towards A. They are just outside of A main, to be fair to him. He's going to having a look. He'd get information, but it'd probably be at the cost of his life. It's not worthwhile. He'll stay tucked towards this close corner, which is often difficult to clear. Saw sort of fantastic previous map. How quick are the reactions? Not quick enough. Zedo there takes a hell of a lot of damage, but job done.
Yeah, I mean, a big find. Really going to start to hammer this one home. Quinky against Mopos is another tough fight to watch, but another one that goes the way of K27. Martineza and Alex, all that remain.
There's a worry here as well for Gentlemates. No bomb plant. They got no money towards that final round.
I think Martineza has a full buy still. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think he can just save and it doesn't really make a difference to him.
Yeah, he's got the full belt of utility.
Yeah, he's not used anything really.
Let's just park up, shall we?
What's the... I don't know that he's fired a bullet. I'm pretty sure it is 2 magazines in reserve for that AWP these days. So he's not done anything, actually. Just got the binoculars out ultimately and been, you know, admiring the brickwork here on Ancient.
An archaeologist, bit of cardio here and there, run out of spawn, run back to save.
Here we go, though. Ooh, not looking good for the save. Not looking good when you're missing shots like that. Low time. Find this player. Get the hell out of there. Not going to happen for him, though.
That's worst case scenario, really.
Honestly, it is. You know, the save would have been better. You see how much cash he's got to work with, or rather not, as the rest of the team also joins him on a pretty weak buy. So K27, probably our strongest lead we've seen all series long, actually, going into the turn of the half, if they can convert this one.
Yeah, they get an 8-4 here, and they're in a really fantastic spot. 3 rifles to work with, 2 of which are Galils. And a Mach 10 and a Tech 9 to round it out. So also taking first contact. He's going to move towards the A site. Slowly but surely as he creeps on forward. He got cashed on the angle. This is a double stack here. Because you've got that player in towards Donut which can jump on over at any given point if they start barreling through A. Generally speaking, we see a lot of teams just play one towards the A site, and actually it's normally a bit of a star player as well who can kind of hold their own. K27 all the way throughout so far been having 2 in this position, especially off of their early mid control.
Quite quiet as things look to pick up. They're really not wasting any time, not wanting to give away the early kills. Kind of on both sides, to be honest. You see how like passive the B hold is. AWP will start making some noise though. Does take a fair bit of damage. Some missed shots there as the gap closes onto him, and down he will go without finding one. Feels rare from Cashlid. Fame unable to pick up the pieces. X5 is here quick though. He does find a couple, maybe keeping them in it.
No.
Zedo's overfaced. They're going to be ready for this flank from behind as well. Smoke goes down. It now confirms this player, and well, not going to happen for Quinky. Mopos ready for that. A big find from Gentlemates, an unlikely round.
Yeah.
They hadn't fully written them off, but it felt like it should have been an 8-4 for K27. So the fact that they don't allows them, again, to keep this idea of closing that gap. Very important pistol.
Yeah, I think it just fundamentally just comes from missed shots more than anything, right? It's not really so much about the idea by K27 or by Gentlemates. It's just Cash has got to hit a couple of those, to be honest, and maybe even more required. That flank, I felt like because of the smoke that goes down, that's the round all but done. But that initial engagement, I think Cash has got to get at least 2 there. He had plenty of opportunities to do so as well, but it doesn't. So a brief halftime break to discuss, and a 2-round game. K27, you found a pistol. Start off your T side well, and again, you're in a spot where you can start bridging enough of a gap, but there's that worry here. It's well done. Very punchy, very pacey, and dealt with quite well. X5 had a chance at a 3rd there as well, but his 2 was enough. I think Zido dropping out of A main probably needed a little bit more, but yeah, I still put it down to that initial fight. Like, Cash, for me, just got to do a little more.
It is true. It is true. Yeah, that is sort of the sore thumb that sticks out. We're into the second half, though, and a big pistol as Gentlemates set themselves up in prime position to even things if they can take this 1-for-1 very, very quickly. And an immediate retreat from that T side, especially Cashlid takes a lot of damage actually for his kill. X5 deleted. And now looking very, very good for Gentlemates as they will try and just bolster up A. And it looks fantastic. The smoke sort of goes to the wrong spot as there's a lot of presence in the donut. A deep Molotov, though, is going to work out. Allow them to get that bomb plant. At the very least, just barely. Mopos finds Cashlid. Brings it down to the 4 versus 2, so really going to have to defy the odds to get this done. They clear out Temple. They're trying desperately to just find an isolated kill, but it's not going to happen. It's really quick headshots on multiple counts that are going to be required, and it doesn't work for them. I try and build it up. It just does not happen. Gentlemates with a really decisive pistol.
Yeah, it's a fantastic pistol round to get. Only the 1 casualty too. You'd be very, very happy with that. The Spaniards, and it's obviously going to give them a nice little springboard to work with. Sure, K27 get a plant, which does generally need an investment to come through. Most teams will be buying here. We know K27 love a force buy, even in poor financial positions. But for Gentlemates, really nice spot that you put yourself in. You've got a 6th to work with. If you can win out against this force, you can then start snowballing quite well. Tied game, should be a lead as well. And before you know it, K27 are really on the back foot. That's how quickly these leads can slip. As long as you get a pistol and a force buy behind it, you can build up a nice little repertoire in the early portion of this second half, which is exactly what we're looking for the Spaniards. But as the previous 2 maps have been, this one no different. Pretty close affair.
Yeah. Very, very hard to split these 2 teams. I think it's what we were expecting. As I sort of said, we got like that VRS update, and K27 are actually ahead of them in the VRS. It feels like Gentlemates should maybe be a little bit ahead, but it just goes to show how evenly matched these guys are. And the game is delivered in that sense as well. K27. Bits of mid-control. Immediate kind of changes. Gentlemates, maybe just for now, but they seem more comfortable playing a safer mid style. B as well, just got to be careful. They're drawing away. They really seem to be fancying an A hit here, which is, wow, the incorrect call. I mean, this is a heavy, heavy rotation. Saw this a lot on overpass as well. CT side just gambles where it's not really needed. So they believe in the retake. I guess it actually does not look bad in terms of getting that bomb down, in terms of setting up a post plant here for K27. Let's see what they've got.
Molly comes down, but it can't deny the plant, and it still is Fame, still alive. The Eagle is shot, but information gathered. Fame for the first, so he gets one before he drops, which despite his low HP is pretty damn impressive. They're still trying to play around this smoke. They're trying to spam as well. There is a kid to work with, but Martinez are dropped by the spam. Macked it up close as well, going to find another. They're just
dropping like dominoes right now. One by one, they fall. And K27, a really nice post plant from them, and a really nice response as well in the force by only the one casualty again.
It just feels like a slip-up in a way from Gentle Mates, you know? What is the reason to just start abandoning B like that?
Yeah.
I think if they just had one player in the site, contact flash him or whatever it may be, it does just take 1 or 2 more kills, like a well-placed spray down.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't all that dominant. I don't know, though, man. I don't know. They're really in their own heads at times. Wild spray down works out for Zido, in fact, who's there to back up his man. X5 does take a lot of damage, but that felt like their only hope. That was the FAMAS, I do believe, going down there. So, yeah, not really too much else on the board to get excited about. 5-7's always a little capable, but got to lead in the way of K27. They've looked pretty good against these types of fights.
What's going to play behind his own smoke? A break on it as well. He's not that low, despite the amount of usual thrown towards his feet. And X5 and Zido, same can't be said for them. So this is still the potential of being a little bit funky. Strong gust of wind, and those two are dead. It still could be a little weird, but then you've got the flip side where Alex doesn't even have any armor. And once again, similarly towards that previous round, there's a bit of a freeze up, a bit of a pause call. They abandon the B site and go stack A. This time I can sort of allow it because it is a low buy, but the previous round obviously very, very costly. And now they are going to be forcing towards a retake. But just keep an eye on this 4 versus 4. It's only 2 players who are actually healthy towards K27. This could be funky.
Thought the M4 was maybe thinking about a save. He's going for a long flank. They don't have a lot of time to get this going. Martinez is going to get taken down, but MoPoz is gifted a kill. You'd assume Martinez is going to get taken down anyway. We'll see. He will actually win out his fight, you know. They're breaking in. It's going to be down to Zido. He's in a really weird spot. Not a lot of time left on that bomb. Where is this player? They'll get him off, and I don't know if he's got time. I think he might just have it.
I think he might. Oh, I don't think he does, actually. This is looking...
Yeah,
look
this is
at that
really
bar.
close.
I think Orange is beating blue. Yeah. It is.
That is rough. That is rough. That's the...
And do you know what? It's because he... Well, I mean, he had to, but he gets off.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
the guy long dies.
Yeah, that is a pretty rough one for them. Damn. K27, very lucky. I mean, I don't know, though. There comes a certain point where you feel like you should just win it. MoPoz finding that kill. Martinez finding his. I think he was about 15 HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy close. Unlucky. I got one the other day. It said 0.000 seconds remaining.
Oh.
Might just be like, you know,
like
the
defuse.
perfect
Yeah. Perfect defuse. There you
Crazy
go.
work.
MP5. Don't often see this gun in play. For good reason.
I do love it, though. I do love it. That one, I think, Jocko for about 6 months, who's, you know, double pony player back in the day.
Spamming it out, yeah.
Yeah. It was like crazy run and gun because of the low fire rate. You know, you can really remain accurate while you're moving. But you would need like 3 headshots to kill a fully armored CT in particular. But he seemed it was like on their force buys, on their rushes, he would go out first. So there's a tiny use case for it. I don't know if it's really here into CS2, to be honest.
It's just a paintball gun, right?
Yeah, just use the Mac 10.
14 bullets to kill somebody with armor, so...
Sounds great, though.
Yeah, it does.
So...
Shame that it's useless.
Yeah. But they won the round.
There we go.
Thanks to the MP5. I don't know, I think he's just trying anything. He's 5 and 10, bless him. So he's just like, maybe if I just pull out a wacky gun, I'll get some kills.
Use the XM. That'll get you some kills.
Ah, there you go.
XM...
On the T side?
Yeah, man. Dive in cave with it. Just start spamming smokes in cave.
Yeah.
That's what I do when things aren't going right on this map. XM 1014. Pop myself in through, you know, like when you bounce off the wall through the cave. Boom. There we go. Start spamming away. Any smoke you see as well, just obliterate it.
Of course.
The MP5 though, I don't think I've even used it since it got its like mini buff, just because the MP7 is so strong.
Yeah. No, over the MP7, it does. That's the other argument.
Yeah.
That the counterpart is just so much better. Different use cases, like I say, but I don't know. It feels like different use cases at 20K Premier. Like when you're a pro, the difference is just really that small that you would just use the stronger one.
And I want to see him get like a 3K with it, just to kind of shut us up.
I just don't think it's going to happen. They just have to send him out first.
To be fair, though,
you know, cannon fodder.
Let's keep an eye on this, right? You got Mopos and Martineza, half HP, half armor, may I say, sorry. And then you've got Davy G, who might not even get armor. He's got 2K. I mean, technically he could buy it, but it's actually, does he want to? Because I think he wants to stick at 2K with the rest of the team. He's up for Utah instead of armor. There is 3 players that are, you know, fundamentally kind of vulnerable.
I'm going to be honest, I think it might even still take 2 headshots past a certain range. I could be wrong. 2
unarmored headshots?
Yeah.
Oh, you really do hate to see it.
That might be more like medium to long range. There he goes.
First one to die.
Cheers, mate.
Brilliant.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
Honestly, if he had an AK, I think he still gets banged there. So,
yeah,
you know.
he was half blind turning, so yeah.
And now we'll never know. Not going to see the MP5 for another couple years, probably.
Thank God.
Yeah, it's not quite the same, is it? You know, when you see like nerds pull out the MP7, you're like, oh yeah, he's like a merchant. It's like cool.
Yeah.
You use this gun, and if you understand it a little bit, it can kind of be a bit of a rifle. If you see an MP5, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing, mate? Hang on though, 5-7 up close. Best gun, bang for buck because of the headshots. $500 and a one-tap capability, and now an AK scooped up for Sauce, so he's going to get 2 with it. Really, really nice work, but this round's still weird, and a team kill from Alex is not going to help. It's a 2 versus 1. Zido, he has the chops for this, though. 1 versus 2 for him. AK scooped up, but Zido's not put into a 1 versus 1. As he rounds that corner, he'll lose his head. Alex makes up for the team kill with his second as Gentle Mates bite back, but my God, is that close.
Yeah, that is certainly an oversight. I think K27 a little bit too carefree moving in towards the A main. And they will be kicking themselves, man, in a big, big way. Just clear those angles a little harder. You're up to 11-6. 1 more rifle round and the series is yours. But no, you lose that round and it's now a totally different story. It now becomes a rifle round that you absolutely need to be winning because I think Gentle Mates could be right down, breathing down your neck very, very quickly if you're not careful.
I think you're right. No early elbow smoke or molly that is generally used to stop this run out. Gentamates are happy to relinquish this control. Also sort of makes K27 question, so I was like, where are they then? Not seeing them play up in towards mid as they have liked to in the past. Not seeing any ramp or shelf control coming through. They're not gone aggro in towards cave. They're not really gone aggro through A main just yet. So trying to decipher what is this setup. And I've got a minute left to figure it out.
Mopos smoke goes down. Just a bit of spam on the back of it. Minutes turn to 45 seconds now. They contact through the donut. Oh, man.
And turn around.
Did he spot a player there? I don't think he fully confirmed it.
Oh, my God. How? But the thing is, they don't know about Zido, so he's going to get behind all of them.
Oh, what is going on here, though? Look at Davy G's position. They don't know about him, even. And he's able to drop that bomb 20 seconds left. They had it too good to be true. And it often is. Man alive, that is so, I mean, unfortunate, but also maybe a little bit of an oversight.
Yeah.
They don't just double check. Did the shelf player not even see him, though? Because he peeked out.
Yeah.
Saved Zido's life.
I mean,
telling me he didn't see the second guy?
What happens there as well is that Zido pushes through Red Room and says, all right, I'm here, come A. I'm behind them, right? So the 2 shelf guys are like, all right, sweet. Like, we got a guy, he's pushed through mid. We're chilling. They run through and they lose their life. And they're probably like, there's a guy mid. And then Zido's trying to figure out where. That's one of those ones you look back in the demo and be like, damn, it's just unfortunate. But it ends up costing them the round. And subsequently should cost them this round as well. just by the fact of the lack of money.
Yeah.
Again, if you get a bomb plant, that'll be nice, but even that feels unlikely. Mopos finds one with the spam through the wood. It's also one of his own as well, but yeah, that's a real weird one. I think for K27, they'll be a bit baffled, like, how did he even get there? They've just got to shrug it off. They've got to move forward. This is a one-round game now as we buy back in.
A lot to play for. A lot of pressure. K27 going to take a timeout here. They're first to the map, actually. No, sorry, second. Okay, my bad. I thought I did not see the bar going down, but it is. All the same, really, really dangerous round here. And I don't know, they've done well under the pressure, but this is an awful lot now, especially for a map that I think felt like it should have been yours already. One good key win against that low buy.
Yeah.
And it's just come tumbling down since then. Still room to recover, still room to take this, but I am worried. And I think Gentlemate's going to be feeling themselves. They've got the momentum. They've got the ball under their control. Just got to use it effectively now. Big buy from both sides. Let's see what that timeout brings.
Quickly, in towards mid. Fantastic nade at the feet of Fame, and Zido also taking damage as well. It's not going to help. Arm spotted by Martinez, who's gone aggressive. I like the move. I like the idea as that smoke fades as well. How quick's the aim? Very sharp, as expected by Martinez as X5 all four. Had a struggling map here, X5, and they're starting to get problematic.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the initial pick-based Counter-Strike, they can't make that work. They really have been struggling. A lot of damage done as well, so this is looking dire. I think it's safe to say they're going to try and burst through in towards B, but it's a pretty hefty defense to boost up on the box. Just need good, decent finds here. One kill apiece, and that's all they get because Fame's come in from the side to eliminate two and maybe keep the dream alive here. But an open sight line for the rest of the Gentlemates boys to work with. Molotov comes down. It's not necessarily going to be enough, but maybe something to try and get that plant. They have attempted it. Cashlid, the only one left here, surely dead to right. Plays well around the AWP, but double swing comes in. And Gentlemates will even it up. Not dead just yet. And a map that is so hard to split.
Yeah, this is now becoming really interesting. K27 are losing track of this map rapidly. And from a position of strength that they've been in for a while now as well, this is getting really worrying. Double digits, all tied square, and you look at it now where you can't really buy in towards this for K27. So they then again have to take another step back. They don't even go for like a hero rifle either. They just fully relinquish. So they could have, you know, quite simply put Cashlid on a rifle and made something work with that, but they don't want to risk it. A Tech 9 rush is what they go for. Shadow spotted. Martinez is all too well about this. This shot from him, he's ticking in the flames as well. He needs to be bailed out. And thankfully, Sorcerer and Davy G are there to decipher what was happening and stop that rush.
Davy G spamming away, brings another one low. Gonna break open the smoke, and I think they saw Cashlid, but they weren't able to take him down. Bomb gonna get planted. Cashlid's got this AWP though. That's the big thing that you watch. Can he turn the tides? Smoke gonna start going down in just a couple of seconds here. X5 on the angle. Takes one on the fadeaway. Cashlid also is there on that AWP. It's gonna be on to Mopos here to try and save this round for Gentlemates as he will move in a little bit late. He has been seen, takes down the AWP, low HP on the final player, and just looking to brute force his way in as he pushes forward and takes them down. He does have a kit. There is no worry, and Gentlemates are saved.
Oh, sigh of relief though. Sigh of relief. Mopos bails them out. AWP recovered as well. That is so damn close. X5, that shot that he finds is so big. Just as the smoke's fading, that one tap to put it into a 2 versus 2 is massive. Then Cashlid makes it all the more awkward. So close for K27. Not close enough. It's just a low HP on X5. That's the difference maker. If he had a little bit more to work with, I might have believed. see what it means to them, though. They know just how huge that is. 11-10 as K27 use their third and final timeout here in regulation. This map is close. 39s across the opening two of Nuke and Overpass. This one hard to split, but not according to the odds. Very favorable towards Gentlemates. For me, though, this still feels like anyone's game.
Starting to look a bit like Nuke, though, in my opinion, as K27 are watching this map slip away from them in real time. And I feel like, you know, when you're in these moments, maybe not quite as intense as in those playoffs and whatnot, but it just feels like slow motion, you know? There's nothing you can do about it, and the rounds drag out. Gentlemates winning a lot of them, though, in recent memory is the big problem. K27 trying to patch things up, stop the hemorrhaging, and hopefully save themselves, but easier said than done. Davy moves in off the back of the nade, and he has managed to thread that needle. Finds two. The second is ridiculous. I think he found a bit of damage as well there to just keep things nice and nasty for K27. 5 on 3. It might even be a turnaround and go home, you know, take what they have into the next round if they can't create a kill in the upcoming moments.
Yeah, they can't get a kill in the next, like, 20 seconds. I think there's definitely a conversation that starts to be had of, should we save from a spot like this? Yeah, we get like 40 seconds or so. I think you probably call it. If you leave it late and then go for it and it falls flat, you've got nothing to work with in towards the next. They've also got no information to work with at the moment, which I think is the real killer thing. Early molly at the feet of fame, that's really good, but they are setting themselves up to hit towards B, and they might even just contact this.
Bane switch in the cave, got to be careful. Alex does get checked, but not well enough. Twinkie low here, so it doesn't really look doable, and Mopos goes unfounded. Gentlemates will move up to 12. K27, again, just running out of steam here. Despite taking the timeouts, nothing is working. They don't have enough of a game, enough experience to draw from to just see this over the line.
Agreed.
Always doable in the game of Counter-Strike, of course, but yeah, no. When you've been around the block a few times, you start to feel when a game is just not happening. For one of the teams, Gentlemates, though, have really dug deep to find a pretty good CT side, in fact.
Yeah, agreed. I'm impressed with what I see. Time is running out now or never for K27 staying alive in regulation. They're going to go quick towards B. A pasty round, but it doesn't start well as Martineza will open up proceedings, and Alex delivers one in behind. He looks for his second, but can't quite find it. Even still, you take a bit of the side control here by K27, but there's so many bodies here to meet them, one of which is Mopos.
Yeah, bomb goes down here as it's not looking good. The retake in full swing before the bomb even gets planted, and it will be Gentlemates to take it. K27 go missing. Gentlemates will take them down. 2-1 in the series, moving into that 1-1 bracket, and it's K27 who are going to be amongst the first teams to look down the barrel of knockout. Really quite a scary position to be in. A long run back if they are to make it through this Swiss stage as well. So work cut out. And I think they will be kicking themselves. Map 1, map 3, they're in positions that are winnable.
Yeah.
And then it just fades away. It just falls apart. How does it happen? They probably are asking themselves right now on, you know, the micro criticism, but you're going to have to get in those demos quick and try and sort some of these problems if they are to stay alive here in Astana.
Yeah, it's twice within this series where they just peter out at the tail end of the map, and I think, you know, you got to look towards things like your, I guess, like energy reserves and trying to make sure you don't get fatigued, because it really feels like as the map gets longer and later on, they start getting a little sloppier in terms of the mistakes that creep through, you know, over faces, over fights, or maybe even not real kind of proper decision making coming through, maybe a little bit too kind of subconscious in the way they approach a lot of their engagements, and that's costly. It is a bit of a tilt. I think with K27, there's a lot that they can learn from that series before their 0-2 game, especially just taking a look at the demo and seeing what they can kind of bring in towards their next. But Either way, Gentlemen, fantastic work from them, right? Especially what we got to see in these late parts of the game in map 1, map 3, where they're able to really keep things, you know, into especially pressure on the shoulders. Fantastic work, 13-10 to round it out. And we also get a fantastic showing from Mopos, 25-14. He looked excellent. 16 apiece for Davi G and Martinez is great, though. And I think especially because we had asked for a little bit more of Martinez, and we get it. Really, really great to see from him. Alex had his moments too. Flip side, Fame, Cashlid, they looked great, and then it starts to look a little worse for wear.
Yeah, what I will say about the General Mates, though, there's still a lot of inconsistencies, you know, in terms of having, like, a player towards the top end of the score. I don't know, Sassol to go all the way down to 6 in this map after his performance on Overpass, you know? But it just feels very, very messy.
If you look at Sassol as well, right, map 1, worst player in the server, right, despite the win. Then map 2, best player. And then map 3, worst player again.
Yeah,
like, it's
right.
like up, down, up, down. And then you get the flip side where it's like Alex did the same thing. Cash did kind of a similar thing. Martinez was kind of similar in his own weird way. So yeah, it's very strange. Like, I think you're spot on. Like, we're not getting any consistency of like, who is actually like the hero in this team?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Who's your star? Because no one, or even like Davi G, right? You know, map 1, best player in the server. Map 2, non-existent.
Yeah, yeah. You definitely need it when you start punching up a little bit. And you can see even here in a team of K27 that they kind of struggle. General Mates can't necessarily put them to bed. It's hard work. It's dig deep. It's, you know, all this Vamos and everything like going on. A lot of the energy is sort of required, and they need a few clutches to spur them on. So it does make you worry for like the later stages of a tournament like Astana, where you have a mixture of teams and talents and whatnot that you're going to have to be playing against. But ultimately, they do beat K27 here, which, you know, is the goal, of course. They're able to get it done. And we talk about players often. They're bothered about wins over losses, not so much the way that you do it, at least at a stage like this, you know, where they are just looking to get one on the board and not go into the O2 bracket.
Yeah, looking long-term, though, I think for both of these two sides, that is actually going to be the important thing. I think you need to kind of find a way to really actually properly get consistency of, like, you know, we look towards these top teams, like, we know who the stars are, we know who your heroes are, we know who's going to give you 1.4 a map, right? We don't get the same there. I think that's probably maybe even the ceiling that's keeping them where they're at, right? So we'll have to see. For now, though, that was just the first game of the day. We've got plenty more Counter-Strike to bring you. Game number 2 coming up in just a moment. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be a spice one. We'll stick around for it. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
are taking to the stage here in Astana. As always, I've got Majid to talk through things about what's going on, what's happening with the team. 2026 so far, you've had a second place, 4 playoff appearances, but then also 2 early exits.
Yeah.
I want to just get your honest thoughts on Aurora's performance in 2026. Like, where are you guys at?
To be honest, we are in, I think, in the same position that last year. Like, I don't feel that we way step up from last year. I think we are in the same level. It's always the same things that make us lose sometimes. So we work on it every time. But now it's just tournament by tournament, and Astana it's important, then there is the major. So I think we are in the same position. I want to be honest. I don't feel that we are way lower or way higher. I think we are in the middle of somewhere like last year. So now, from my perspective, my point of view, it just depends of how my player individually will put performance. If they all put performance, I think we can be successful. And it just depends of like the individual level right now.
Is it frustrating for you as a leader to say you're in the same place a year later? Like, and when you say you want the players to have this, like the good individual level, right? Do you want more out of them?
Yes.
Do you want them to push harder?
To be honest, yes, I want them more, and also myself include. And and I think we are all capable of doing better. We have the potential to do it, but I think we didn't show yet.
So I can understand your frustrations, but isn't that where like you can try and get some help from, I don't know, coach or management to be like...
I think everyone trying his best, the coach and managing everyone, but I think we came as a team in a position that now, as a team, I think individually, if everyone put 10% more, we will go push harder, you know? We will go higher. I think this is my point of view. Like as a team, tactically, extra, okay, we came somewhere, but now we have to push it individually. To put more quality, you know, individually in our games.
And thank you for all your honesty with this, right? And I can see the passion you have and the frustration you do have with it. I definitely understand you from how you're explaining it. I also want to look at the fact you got Soulfly, and this was the player you said to me is he can make the moves you wanted, and he's the right kind of player for you and what you needed in that role. Have you been happy with his development though? Like, is he the optimal player now to give you all the pieces you want?
When he got to the team, he got a lot of information in his head. When he came first, like he was free in his mind, so he just playing his game, you know.
Doing what he wants to do, the way he does it.
Like it was more free, but now there is more system, like extra, there is a lot of more information, and you know, always playing the same level in this tournament against good teams is not easy also, so he has to be used to that. But I think he can show way better than what he's doing right now. But to answer your question, if I'm 100% okay with his performance, no, I think he can do way better, and I'm waiting that he should do way better,
So, to me, it feels like you know what you're missing, and you know what needs to be done to get there. So, how have you spent the time between Rio and Astana, being ready for this tournament?
I know the strengths of my teams. I think we have to do good execute. Like we don't have to do some mistakes in execute. Individually, the firepower need to be on point. We need our firepower individually to shoot well, because I think from other teams we maybe sometimes not playing a really good team play, you know. So our strength is more firepower, shooting,
brute forcing your way.
Brute force. So we have to focus on that. I think this is what we are focused on. I think we should focus on that, and this is why we talk. I think we do some mistakes that we are not used, and we have to fix that in this tournament. And if we can fix that, I think we can win it. We can be able to win the tournament.
Nice, and that could come at just the right time as well. Well, Majid, thank you for all your honesty and your great information as always. Good luck going into the tournament, and let's see what you can do this time around. Let's see if you can get that extra 10% you need.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Welcome back. Game number 2 of the day here on the B stream. As we've got Aurora taking on the Huns here in the 0-1 bracket again. And this has the potential to be a bit of a weird one, but on paper, it should be pretty clean. You've got an Aurora side of obviously expectations essentially for silverware at these level of tournaments. And you've got the Huns, who are one of the lowest ranked teams at this entire tournament. So all signs point to this being a pretty simple affair for Aurora, but we've caught Aurora quite a lot recently, and it's not always the case.
No, this is true. This is true, and I think that they're a team, you know, similar to the Gentle Mates that can be kind of their own worst enemy. But that being said, they just have, like, much better pieces, you know.
Sure.
Some really great names on this team, of course. As I'm sure we are all aware, this is one of those games that fans of Counter-Strike, you know, they're a team that are very, very hard to miss. Zantares goes way back. Wakadia, I think, coming in as the sort of hero of this team at the moment, to be honest with you, saving them in a lot of different ways. Woxic has those high ceilings, but maybe some inconsistencies when you start looking towards the playoffs. But this kind of matchup, he, you know, rubs his hands with delight. I think he loves absolutely farming on these lower ranked teams. So it's going to be very difficult. I think this is a matchup that immediately for me, regardless of veto, regardless of how we're feeling on the day, etc., I just don't know that the Huns have got enough of a game to them to match off against the Aurora individuals, the Aurora fundamentals even.
Yeah, for sure. The Hun side as well, led by 9, their AWPer as well, AWP IGL rocking with that. But kind of the main guy you look towards in terms of firepower, you saw there by the rating, score, very, very solid guy. He obviously has had a lot of decent experience. Controllers was that initial like replacement for Senzu within the Mongols. He stood in for a little while, but he really couldn't offer up, I think, what they were looking for. But I do think this, for me, feels like at least a decent replacement. Of course, Cobra Zero went towards the Mongols. Controllers took that spot. He was one of the very, very few players that wasn't roster locked, essentially, at the time. So that's why he kind of went towards that Mongols roster. Had a bit of a stint. Didn't do terribly. It's actually his debut map was actually pretty good on that side. But ultimately, it didn't click. Now they got Cobra in there, and he's taken the spot in the Huns, of course, second best team within the region. We have the veto running through as well. We were kind of hypothesizing a few of the vetoes. None of these are really shocking us by any means. We said the nuke feels pretty standard. That feels like a bit of a punish pick just because for Aurora, it's not the greatest map in the pool for them, and it is a bit of a favor for the Huns. That's one they've been leaning into a hell of a lot. That does to, again, to Aurora always go. Doesn't really matter who they play against. They're always going to pick in towards that. You get Overpass and Inferno banned out, and that leaves a Mirage, of course, as the decider. It could have been either of those two at the end. Mirage or Inferno easily could have been at the decider map, but the Huns back themselves a little bit more Mirage, which kind of feels interesting in a way. I feel like their Inferno feels a bit more comfortable, at least on paper. Yeah. But maybe it's just a bit of a feeling thing. That's where they want to head. So as a veto, this one, it's technically set up to go 3 maps because nuke feels like a punish pick, but even despite that, you've got to really take it with a pinch of salt. The wins that the Huns are getting, real grain of salt. It's a lot of domestic teams in there, a lot of the more kind of lower-end opponents. And yes, there's quite a few losses for Aurora, but they're against some of the best teams in the world. So that's definitely where that pinch of salt comes through. I'm still seeing this as an Aurora 2-0.
Yeah, for sure, right? You know, the Mirage, to briefly touch on, maybe just like, you know, the baseline that everyone has on that map might be part of the logic that we like talking about. It seems like it's a sentiment that players share as well. We've sort of brought it up in a few interviews recently, and they seem to share it. But yeah, like I said, going into this, like, I think Aurora, just too good of a team. Maybe even on the permaban of Ancient, they could have, you know, given it a good showing and a good run against the Huns here, just because I don't see the Huns matching off. Look, I can be surprised, and, you know, again, the game of Counter-Strike, it can happen. In the same vein, it's kind of the flip side of that. The game with the round-based structure that the game has also does mean that Aurora can just take a step back and be like, okay, well, we've lost a few rounds, take a timeout. It's not like the game gets away from them as it does in, you know, other titles and whatnot. I think that they can very quickly reset things if they feel like the Huns are actually playing up to their standard, which, you know, would be way above what the Huns are capable of. Honestly, not all that bad on the odds. I expected it to be a little bit worse, but yeah, I just think that this is going to be really quite tough for the Huns. Maybe they've done enough prep. Maybe they can come in to that nuke, which is your obvious pain point, obvious punish, but obvious being the keyword. Aurora, I think, very much will be expectant of it. So I've probably taken a good look at how the Huns approach things here and are ready for this map. So we'll see. We'll see. I think maybe the nuke could be tough. I think that's sort of the prediction that you came in with a little bit while we were off camera, like trying to, you know, really get in there on the the score line, as it were. Great. Yeah, and this is definitely needed for a matchup like this as well, because I think a lot of people are going to be a bit unfamiliar with the Huns. A few legendary names, but how do they actually play? You know, got some names in here that were that first roster with IHC, you know, to make it to the major way back when.
I say rest in peace, but not really. They didn't pay their players, so not really.
Indeed, indeed. Nonetheless, some recognizable names. Not to bring that back up for these guys. And some cool guys as well. Some more characters that we've met I think Nine does a lot of commentating and whatnot.
Yeah, he's very commonly an analyst for in Mongolian broadcast. But he's a lovely dude. Zerol's also a great guy as well. So cool team. We are live though, and this could be a bit of a bloodbath already. Oh, it doesn't paint a great picture. Ladies and gents, strap yourself in. This could really be a rough game. This is one of the highest rated teams this event versus one of the lowest rated teams. This has the makings to be an absolute massacre, and Aurora really want to make sure that not only do they go to the 1-1, but they go there cleanly. I think they need a bit of a statement after dropping their initial series.
Yeah,
and
against Heroic.
Well. Exactly, and that is an upset on paper. Despite Heroic obviously being good, it's still, you know, like a stand-in Heroic. It's obviously been a stand-in for a while now, but it still is fundamentally like an Orpalus Heroic. They'll pick up a win there. So yeah, Aurora, they want to get to the 1-1 with a real statement, and that's a great way to start.
It is indeed. There will be a hard eco out here for the Huns. So money-making opportunities, just that Deagle in play.
One thing, you know, you brought up as well, Woxic loves a little, like, you know, like punching down. I also think Xantares really likes, like, this is where you see, like, Xantares get, like, a 2 rating, these sort of games where he just, like, I'm mechanically the best guy in the server. Like,
I mean, Maja, one of the things about Aurora maybe as a team is about their balance of aggression, their balance of how on the leash you want these players, right? The way that they play, and try and really utilize individual Counter-Strike. A little bit less of a deeper tactic, you know, a lot of this out of spawn calling. I think a matchup like this, you take that proverbial leash off.
Yes, yeah.
Until things, you know, maybe spiral out of control, but the likelihood of that against the Huns is very, very slim. So, yeah, if you let the likes of Wakadia even, but also, Woxic and Xantares off that leash, I think it could become a very bloody affair. The odds are quickly getting away from the Huns. I think it's safe to say.
Went from 3 to 5.8.
Growing, I feel. I don't know if we can do it, but you know, like round by round odds updates could be a little bit of a funny bit. Unfortunately, we gotta be nice to the Huns, though. We'll see what they're able to create. They're quickly into the AKs as this early gun round that they've gone for is going to get kicked off. They go bursting out on towards A, and a 2-for-1 as they make their way out there. Xantares is here to play. Woxic just flies down, not bothered about the damage. He's just looking for all the kills, and he might be able to find them. Leaves it on to Zerol here, who is shaking in his boots, absolutely quivering at what is coming his way. He's being crunched from all sides, and Woxic with the carefree fly down into the site picks up a 3K.
Yeah, that is mental. Woxic just, he just, again, knows he's better, so he dives in towards the fight. He does so unbelievably well. It's so brazen, but nobody accounts for it, especially when that second kill comes through. He needs to be traded immediately, and he's not. And Zerol, he's just stuck in no man's land. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to run away, nowhere to reset. And 3-0 at a rapid pace. The first gun round does absolutely nothing for the Huns as well. I know it's really, really early in towards this map and series, but there's quite a distinct golfing class at the moment. Aurora really want to make sure that there is absolutely zero narrative of, oh, okay, well, they struggled a little bit. You know, even that alone could be something that is slightly damning. They want nothing like that. So far, so good. Break on the smoke, spam through it. As Maggio will open up the seedings, and Wakadia gets one of his own as well onto controllers. So even getting map control, they have to fight tooth and nail, and it costs a lot.
Ooh. Okay, wait. He still gets the kill. I was going to say, maybe Zerol baited in. It's like a 4 damage dink or something through that
Tech 9 through the wall,
Yeah, so he was really... And I was like, oh, damn, he's been baited. He's going to get... But then actually found the kill. So just catches our attention a little. Zerol push forwards, finds Xantares. Bomb going down now. Still looks like a decent retake in the 3 versus 3, but the Huns definitely waking them up a little bit. Woxic will catch score in transition. That feels like a key frag. Just going to take their sweet time on this as they're trying to get players into position. Wakadia being very careful upstairs. Will eventually make his way down, but it's taking a lot of time. You maybe caught that one there, folks. He tried to move down the ladder quick, sharp, but of course not silent anymore. So gave his position away ever so slightly. Zerol going to find another, having a great round here. The bomb starts ticking quite heavily. They have got a player on it, though, and I don't think that's necessarily been heard. A lot of nades going off, a lot of shots and headshots. Did anyone catch it? Doesn't matter in the end because he goes down. Definitely making them work for it.
Yeah.
I think Aurora, it's fun. You know, they're still having fun in the early stages of the game here.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of those as well, for me at the very least, where yes, it's nice that you get yourself into a spot of like a bomb plant and the kills that come behind it, but is that a round that you can really like use to build upon, like information gather of these are the weaknesses, these are things we can take with? No, it's just a bit of a punchy round towards B where they get a couple of fortunate kills and then it allows them space for a plant. It's not one where it's like, you know, we look towards previous, like for example in that previous series where we were saying K27, they kept finding space towards that B site and overpass. They kept going there. That's not that same sort of thing. And I think you're right. You know, for Aurora, they've not been reined in yet by Magic because they don't need to be. They can still play a little loose, a little fast, and get punished for it. 1-for-1 in that engagement. But the numbers do favor the Huns, and Tara's and Soulfly, with them falling, do call upon a hero here. You got Woxic at range. All three of the remaining Aurora players are spread out.
Really could be difficult. The Huns, though, not necessarily made. Madja almost gets himself in position. Does get cut off from the side, so should be a save here. Cardia going to go down. Definitely a save for Woxic's AWP. And with how costly some of the early rounds have been, they will still be able to buy, but it could very quickly become problematic. Aurora have to be careful here. Huns going to get there first on the board. Hard fought, but looking good while doing so. I think the AWP should go overlooked here. He fancies the kill more than he does the save, it would seem.
I respect it.
Yeah, they're still after him, though. Still after him, and I think there could be an AWP in the next round if he goes down, but probably not. So just got to watch himself in that sense. Going to hide in his own smoke. Genius.
Genius. That's it. So our first one on the board there for Huns, and nice work.
Comes early enough.
Exactly, and this is where you can still, I mean, keep pressure on for definite, right? You can still put yourself into a spot where it's, you do got to be a little worried, you know, for Aurora, just ever so slightly. Like, don't get too comfortable. Like, have your fun. Know you're the better side, but like, don't overplay your cards here, right? This is a Huns side who can still obviously do a little bit of something, right? They can still hit a couple of shots. They can still look a little bit sharp. They can still have their pocket moments here and there. Yes, they're not to the same level of Aurora, of course, but some respect got to be shown. Controller's going prior to the smokes is so bold, as Woxic was there, but he wasn't set up for the fight. So Controllers gets down. This is a known quantity. You got Wakadia as well with a bit of a double setup in a sense, but he's just playing back in towards his vent, waiting for a move down. But he might also be a flank a little bit later on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Gonna get checked. I mean, fair play from Controllers to check it. Cardia, of course, caught in a tough spot, does go down. He starts to confirm the fact that it is likely to be a B hit. Soulfly positioned well. Single door open, smoke coming in. They're ready for him. The Huns certainly waking up here, able to shoot back as well. Molly comes in, I don't know if that's necessarily going to find anything. Might even have just been doused by the smoke, to be honest. And another safe situation by the looks of things for Aurora. This one's slightly better, slightly heftier. But the Huns have quickly made themselves known that it is not going to be the plainest of sailing. Still could be very one-sided if Aurora can, you know, recover things back and sort of figure it out. I think the Huns just playing, as we talked about yesterday in some of the series, slightly different timing beats than what Aurora are perhaps used to.
I think it already started as well. Just Controllers getting down so quickly. Like, I feel like in a general setup, and maybe if kind of Aurora are playing a bit more, like, I want to say locked in feels like it's being kind of mean in a sense, right? But I still think they're being a little bit loose at the moment, right, for Aurora. They're not completely playing, you know, to the same level they would against like a Spirit or like a Vitality or whatnot, right? And I think if they were, I think Woxic catches Controllers in the cross there. He goes before the smokes. That's such a risky thing to do. And it's also one of those things you can only really do every now and again, if not only like once or half. It's something that should be sort of considered going forward now. We'll see, but Controller's going to do it once again. He's going to try and go quick here. He should get punished, but again, he catches that timing as Woxic's transitioning from lockers to outside. That is such a fine margin, and both times he gets away with it. There's still that gap.
All right, wait a minute. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Huns all of a sudden. This is really great. Fully catching them off. Aurora's nuke is being abused left, right, and center. Crazy. Absolutely crazy stuff. Wakadia will be left all alone before the round's even really gone going, before we've broken into the minute mark. So I think his idea of a save is going to be reluctant and actually a little challenging. Score should have him, you feel. Yeah, absolutely. That's a couple times now. Wakadia's had his back turned at the wrong time as he's peeking into a different angle. All the same, the Huns stringing three together, breaking the bank. Pulling me somewhat surprised that Aurora have not managed to, you know, figure them out, stop them in their tracks.
Yeah. But again, like, I think this is the thing that we're kind of saying with this Hun side. Like, they are still sharp. Like, they can still really hit a nice couple of shots. I think Score and Controllers are both doing really well. They look pretty decent. Vibes look okay as well on the cams for the Huns. So definitely something's starting to open up here. Actually with the Eagle. Spotted. Controllers on Silo for that first. He did spot a second as well. It's a low buy, though, for Aurora, so it shouldn't really be too much of a problem. This should be a tied game, 4 rounds apiece, which is kind of respectful for the Huns, to be honest. From a poor start, and especially that first gun round, offering up absolutely nothing, to then here where we are now. It's a bit of consistency, a run of form. This is what we want to see.
Yeah, really making Aurora work for it. Maybe even forcing Aurora down to a recovery plan. Going through the motions here, looking good as the Huns will be set to see this one off. Soulfly does get another chance at it, but dealt with. All going to be down to Zuntares. Does have armor, does have the 57. We'll see what he's able to do with it.
Yeah. Constellation kill, probably as good as it gets. Anything else feels unlikely. 9 at the very least is heading in this direction. As with the double doors position too, but that'll be that. Flawless round, and not only flawless, not even a point of damage dealt by Aurora. At least tag him a little bit, maybe give us something, but not to be an Aurora going to call for their first time out, and this is exactly what we're saying. You know, the early portion of this game, players like your Zantares, your Woxic, they can be let off the leash a little bit, do what you want, see what you can find. If it works, and I don't need to. But if things get a little dicey, Maja, Faber, they will kind of, you know, pump the brakes, like, all right, okay, lock in now. Like, now let's go back to our default style of play. Let's start to rein ourselves back in because we need to be. We can't be let to kind of do our own thing and not really play together and just play off the back of individuals because this side are actually hitting back.
Yeah, a lot to talk about, I think, and, you know, like you say, just more of that vibe check rather than anything deeply, deeply tactical. We'll see if there is a different kind of approach into this round. Lacking a kit, that's the only thing that sticks out here, but the buy is pretty good. Curious to see what the move might look like for them, paying a bit more attention to the outside spread and how that looks for the Huns. They've also changed their own game up. Controllers here. Drops down on towards Mini, looking to activate a little bit later on. Score going to lose his fight. Controllers now has to be careful not to also go down, but since that timeout, Aurora have found the first hit and indeed set themselves up in pretty good stead. Soulfly,
you can hear this,
doesn't have support is the only thing that I would watch. Yorp will creep around to try and find him, and I was going to say, I thought there was a flank brewing. They deal pretty well on the Hun side of things, but they are still worse for wear in this 3 versus 3. Nine's got the right idea. And jump scares as Maja lucky to be alive there.
Yeah, very much so. Woxic finds Controllers. Nice work from him outside. Maja's low, but Oh, Bartak's lower, and Nine's not exactly super healthy himself. It's just 3 versus 2. Really difficult to deal with. Nine, a bit of a panic, flustered shot there. 30 seconds, they head down towards B. Imagine not showing his presence. He's playing on the stairs itself. He knows that he's got basically the early warning signs around him. They can't flank him. That's what he's kind of got the guarantee of. But if they go through windows, if they have to make noise, and they go through double doors, same thing. So he has the drop, and same for Antares. They're just going to wait for the signal of the plant. Oh, job done. Magic. Despite being low, that's all he needed to do. 5 seconds. He's not got time.
Close.
Not got time. And that'll be that. That'll go down before the time. But it's Aurora who win out the round. He picks up the bomb at about 4 seconds, and you can't like plant it immediately.
Yeah,
and then it hits like 3.5, and before you know
I think he just dies to the guy running out as well. You know what I mean?
Even with the smoke.
Maybe he gets lucky and actually does get the plan, but the round was over. The round was over. I think that's, you know, the ultimate point. Return timeout now from the Huns. So, you know, some tension in the early game as Aurora like, well, we need to take one. We need to figure it out. What's gone wrong thus far? The Huns, meanwhile, they're like, yo, we got to stay hot on the heels. Really quite a nice touch from Aurora. They feel things are going well. No need to overcompensate. Not their timeout. No one talking. No one really looking to go crazy. So they'll do a little bit here towards the end. Just stay the course. Maybe Zantares has got a little idea that he's cooking up off the back of his spawn, maybe, or something along these lines. But looking towards the Huns now to see, is it a competition? Have they just kind of flustered Aurora with a few of, like I said, these syncopated timing beats and everything for them with the outside rushes, which have kind of been plugged by now? We are going to find out. See how this one looks. Woxic turns away from a flash. He's looking to take the peek.
Ooh.
Comes close, but misses the shot on 9.
9 a little laugh to himself as well. I think he realizes just how fortunate he was to get out of that. Woxic posted. The angle waits. Player Silo, they have to be a little careful of where his controller is. Misses the shot on him. To that whiz on by. And it's still... Cardio will open up proceedings, but either way, there's 2 opportunities there for Woxic that he doesn't capitalize upon. And Molly in towards Credit Card, or just deny the angles that he can fight from. And Controllers is still looking for a head.
Yeah, they do like outside. They do like fighting in the yard. Bit of an eyeballed set of smokes here. Controllers still sticking around, but they are thinning the herd inside. And now going to start joining and trying to finish the round out before it even gets going. Zerol and Controllers, the only ones that are going to be left. The flame's going to be heard. They know about this player moving downstairs. So that will be that. Aurora back to their winning ways and looking pretty damn good. Understanding that outside just needs a few more resources than perhaps they first thought. Fair credit to Zerol. He's left on 1 HP here. Missed AWP shot. In comes an automatic weapon to finish him off, though. 6-4. The Huns' timeout doesn't really work for them. They tried to perhaps change things up with their outside execute.
Yeah.
They do have cash here. They do have a lot of cash, in fact. But Aurora suddenly looking better once again.
Yeah, it also helps as well that we're full buying in here for the Huns, where the loss bonus is pretty good, and of course they still have residual cash in the back of it. So they are going to be able to buy out at the rest of this half, which is generally something to fall back on, but it may not change kind of generally where things are at the moment for them. Couple of sitters missed by Woxic, but not punished for it in the end. All's well that ends well. Arcadia again, that gets another. He's been doing a very good job at these opening kills. This time he's limited to just 1 as the roll will deliver the trade.
An overface for sure. Maybe needed to step back slightly and not give that kill away. But
I think because last round he gets a second, he's like, I'll just give it another look, right?
Yeah. But if you've only got 1 guy doing that as well, it's not the end of the world. That might be something that, you know, Aurora have sort of patched up. That it's like, let's name a piece of aggression, and then the rest of you just play your usual spots or whatever spots we've decided. You know, usual is not really the way that Nuke works. All the same, 4 on 3 as the Huns try a contact walk through the hut. to no avail. Controller's now contacting ramp. Has made a little step or two. So I think Soulfly is quietly ready, gets off the angle at the worst time though.
No.
It works for him because he was just not there it seems, but weird timing. Toxic misses out the shot. Soulfly going to go down to a HE. There's a flank coming round as well. It could get messy here, but it doesn't. Aurora clean up Janitor squad here in the nuclear facility as Aurora will move up to 7.
That timing is so brutal by Controllers. He's cleared every angle. He knows that is potentially that back box a problem he has to keep an eye on for, and he kind of keeps his crosshair trained all the way around just as he's creeping towards hell, and he's like, well, I'll look away for 2 seconds, and that's when the peak comes through. It's Aurora who've guaranteed the lead at the turn of the half, and the way they are playing right now, it's still not the cleanest, but it's clean enough, and that's ultimately all that matters. Toxic outside, will find the first. I love the aggression. Drops the roll. It's an important guy to find as he's looked pretty sharp. But Score will respond on towards Vacadia. This time, doesn't even get his one that he kind of feels like he's being guaranteed for more often than not.
Yeah, kills coming back. Huns definitely keeping this one competitive. 9 is so happy for an AWP as well.
Oh,
there's a big one. Soulfly takes a lot of damage out of Bartak, but going to go down. You see as well, these remaining 2 CTs are split now across the bomb sites. Where is that bomb going? Not even we rightly know. I think just because he's isolated outside, they can't necessarily capitalize and be like, oh, quick, you know, come towards A, come towards B.
I don't think they know either as well. I think they're waiting. You know, they've got plenty of time.
True.
I think the Huns are really trying to figure out, they're sort of like, essentially like freeze and see what their reaction is. Because essentially, in a spot like this, where the numbers favor the Huns, like the onus on Aurora to go information gathering, they've got to try and level the playing field. It's kind of what we're seeing now. Tantara's making his move in towards lobby, but he's a little late in doing it. It does allow the Huns to group up and move down towards B, but it is information in itself. The lack of information is information untoward of where they're trying to head. They're going to group up. Down towards this B site is where the Huns look to finish. MOUZ is already here to meet them.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. It's not a lot of time. Another sacrifice to drop that bomb could be huge. He's hidden away in the corner. They will see him eventually, but not before he finds a kill. And you know, the smoke spam certainly was possible, but he plays it patiently, leaves it down to just 9. Madger is low. Flash going to come round. The Deagle finishes him off. He's landed a dink, surely. And indeed, Centaurus will finish. Aurora made 2 work, but 8-4, and I think they do a very good job. The Huns obviously blindsided them for 1, then managed to convert it, then broke the bank, and it's like, okay, that's maybe your worst case scenario, and we have to like stop it here. Not allow them to string too many together, and they do just that. So runs of 4, as it's a half of 3/3.
Yeah.
They usually say, you know, a game of 2 halves, don't they?
Yeah.
Whatever. But yeah, it went 4-4-4 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, exactly. I get you.
Yeah, no. Neo understands me. That's all I need.
I think as well, you could kind of see as something that we sort of maybe foretold a little bit with Aurora, like have your freedom at the start, then you lose the control of the game, you call attack timeout, you win the rest of the rounds, right? You lock back in. You're like, okay, right, we've had our fun. We've had our loose sort of game style
I think
here.
that was it.
Let's go back into playing the way that we should, because let's just make sure we 2-0 this, essentially. We don't want to drop a map. We don't really even want to make these maps close. First 4 rounds, you had your fun. We weren't really calling. It was very loose. Everyone was just kind of playing for themselves. It was working. Now that we're getting punished for it, though, let's go back to kind of doing what we do best. Let's listen to what MOUZ just got for us and try and actually lock back into these setups. So the Huns have a couple of moments here and there, but I think fundamentally it's still Aurora who are coasting at like 75%, and it's still enough right now.
And I mean, the thing is, Huns, it's their pick. It is their most proficient map. So it's like they have a few ideas. They have a round that they really like doing, which is this like send it outside kind of round. 9 though on the dualies. Looking good. He's got some support as well. The pistol's actually able to find some kills here. Is that going to be enough? You've got Centaurus to still get through. He's moved up onto the dualies. They've faked the drop down. So keeping the CT side on its toes. Score will be down here, but Controllers is not quite convinced. He is kind of correct, but he's still pretty far away from where that bomb is, so it's not like he's necessarily going to be able to do anything about this.
Yeah, they should be able to plant, no issues, to be honest. Looks like Woxic could be sent down to plant. You might even leave Xantares up in towards Heaven. I think that's probably the right way to go about it. Plant for Heaven. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So Woxic is sort of stuck himself on the site, but it's just having that Heaven position for a post plant is so unbelievably strong. They're both going to play in through that vent rotate. Controller's first contact. He's creeping round. They've kind of slipped past each other a little bit, but even still, there's no kit.
Yeah, not loads of time here. I think you needed to draw them out. You needed to have found a kill by now. Molotov going to come in, and that seals the deal for me. Tap onto the bomb.
Perfectly placed.
Give it a little look, and they know that there's nobody on it, so no need to worry. Going to be down to score here. Might take a kill on the Julie's. Not going to happen for him. As in the 2-on-2, they will close it out. Kind of accepting the fate there. Might have been a chance to make it away, but all the same.
Yeah, I don't think they care.
Doesn't really matter, yeah, especially at the end of a pistol, unless you got that cheaper head armor. But as we talk about quite a bit as well with the difference in levels, finishing out those rounds, winning those crunch moments. 2 versus 2 looks good here. They take too much time. Yes. They have to recognize they don't have a lot of time. Your primary thing is to draw them out, get that tap on the bomb, and you just have to win some straight-up fights. Rather than sneaking around, trying to get the positional drop on a guy, you just don't have time for that.
That's that. 9. Trying to make something work of a Steagle, but he's caught by a myriad of MAC-10s outside. But a second nade onto Madja from Score will see him off with damage and the nade. As Xantares taking a fair decent amount of damage himself. There still could be a little bit of a weird round. You got Score on M4, and B7 for Bartak as well. As force buys go, it's still potentially kind of problematic.
Cardio in a pretty deep position. I feel like he might have a lot of info, even just by the fact that there's really been very little noise made. I'll start moving forwards now. Good position to be in. Yeah, they're not ready in towards Mini for those players to be so close to the fight. 4 versus 2, maybe crisis averted here. And it might just be a save for these 2 players to see what they can find in the next round.
Yeah.
I don't think they quite realize how low some of these guys are. Even then, I think 2 players is not quite enough to capitalize on that.
Yeah, it's true.
Double digits for Aurora.
I think you have to save her, unfortunately. I think you're right. It's unconfirmed damage, at least on one case, and I think it's just for them. Like, if they lose their guns, it's double digits, of course, for Aurora, but you're coming in towards this next round with nothing. At the very least, like, an M4 and an MP7 may be able to, like, if they can get a nice opening kill, drop a gun, can be scooped up by one of the pistols, you can sort of try and fathom a loose way back in towards the game, but time's really running out. For the Huns on their map pick, it's just been lackluster so far, not enough to really make Aurora feel uncomfortable. You see a little bit of util invested into for the Huns, but that is essentially as good as it'll get. Due to it being a force buy in their previous round and it falling flat, this one's essentially a throwaway. So Aurora get up to 11, which was all the pressure on this next, or the round to follow, which is going to be a gun round for the Huns. That is it. That's the do or die. You lose that, you lose the map. And is you're losing the map. Your map pick, the punish pick, in pretty poor fashion.
Yeah. I mean, it paints a very bleak picture. And, you know, if they've been able to individually outgun you here on Nuke, how is Dust 2 going to look, right?
Exactly.
That's what that map is all about traditionally. And certainly an element of the Huns going to play it like that. Slow build up. I think Aurora are a bit unsure of what's coming. They heard the ladder in the nick of time. The USP, I mean, could certainly do something. He moves on to the MP7. 9 gets caught.
Nice idea, just unfortunately not nice execution.
But that just also shows like lacking a bit of confidence to take that fight.
Yeah.
Like, what are you really going to do from there? I get playing. If he was like Score here with the M4, then yeah, okay, trying to really multiply the amount of kills.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do with the armorless MP7? You probably just get one and get traded. Like, whatever. It's all about this round. It's all about this round. This is the big opportunity for the Huns to stay alive if they can.
Yeah, that 180 was quick.
It was. I think he just heard him on like the top of the ladder.
Yeah.
A couple of these players on this map, you know, the Vent in particular.
They're forgetting about the
autopilot, yeah.
Yeah. Because it's been ingrained in the game for like.
Well, the thing is on Vent as well, it's got to be a muscle memory thing of like, it's 2 presses and I'm down. You know what I mean? Like if you get the timing on it and everything. Not the case anymore. The Heaven ladder's a bit easier to be like, oh yeah, I got to walk up this because it's so big.
Yeah.
But I think Vent is like, players are used to getting down silently quite fast.
Yeah.
As part of almost like a movement, you know, jumping onto short on Mirage, you know, that kind of thing, like part of a movement package in your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting the better of them. Bit annoying that it's gone. Maybe they revert it. Fingers crossed on that, to be honest, but not
But I
so
guess
sure.
ultimately, like, I think it was like a bug that it just couldn't be bothered to fix for a while, right? And that's the...
It's just skill-based, isn't it? Everybody enjoys that.
Exactly. Shot from Xantares. Gets the first and the second as well. A double headshot from him to open up ramp and get down towards B quickly. And they're flying forward as well. They're taking all of this control. Soulfly is taking a lot of damage. He's still trying to take the stairs position. Oh, there was 2 on offer there, a score. Can't get it the first time I'm asking. Second time delivers as he drops the low man of Soulfly. And a second attempt at the pawn. This time goes down. But even still, incredibly difficult, and score will fall on the ladder. All on the shoulders of Zoro. 1 versus 3. Essentially to keep the dream alive here for the Huns on this map pick. And I think he's already softly conceding.
Yeah, going to look like a save here. Wakadia is the player for me. You know, they run out of space on B. He's able to buy them some breathing room with his kill in the opposite direction, you know, the other side of the B-bomb site. That gives Madja the confidence to go hunting for the kill rather than needing to focus on staying alive. Will go down in the end here, but 12 comes in. Reality for the Huns has never looked so bleak, I would imagine, as a last-ditch effort. You can see there at the top, 8 in a row for the side of Aurora. Really big chunks taken out of that scoreboard, but things looking very, very good for Aurora to just clean things up here and now. The Huns to take a timeout, try and just get one good round, start from there, 1 foot in front of the other, left, right, and see how they get on. But I don't know, man, I think they are certainly going to stumble for quite a while here, and Aurora might just be able to deny them any kind of movement.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as well, the way things are panned out, unfortunately for the Huns, they've probably realized quite quickly just the disparity in terms of like mechanical level here. They've got a couple of guys who are relatively sharp. I think Zerold's looked good, especially that first half. He was, you know, pretty decent. Scores picked up a little bit more towards the second, but outside of that, they just don't have the guys who can compete. We look at the flip side, 14 and 10 for Wakadia, 12 and 10 for Madja as well, 14 and 5 for Woxic, 14 and 9 for Xantares. They're all having a whale of a time. And Soulfly is at the bottom end of the scoreboard. Not even bad. 8 and 10's not exactly terrible. So it's tough. They're just not having the guys who can consistently hit as hard. Controllers does get himself 1, but quickly traded by Soulfly to keep the numbers in favor of Aurora. Woxic is still tagged up, same for Soulfly and Wakadia, but maybe not to the same level. But it's numbers advantage T-side, and Aurora on map point are so close to the finish line now. And again, Wakadia gets down vent and has all this lower control.
Yeah, so many options to work with, and a real pain point, like you say, for the side of the Huns. 9 hunting for him, but making a little noise. Wakadia will be tacitly aware. Gets lucky that he's looking the wrong way in the end. So, you know, well, Wakadia had a lot of that in the first half, to be fair. So, you know, karmic retribution for him. Going to be down to Score and Bartak. Wakadia keeps them sold on B. Score, though, is still trained up top. Surely dealt with, and indeed he can't get anything done as he's turning away from the flash. That has to be that. Bartak was banking on the other side. The underside, I suppose, of the map. So 1 versus 4, delaying the inevitable here, it feels. Some stats is about all we can really hope for this guy.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just no real chance there. And it just really sums up the Huns, unfortunately, on this map. It's meant to be this map for them. There's strength in the pool, but it's been anything but. There is M4 if he wanted an upgrade, but I mean, you're in for a penny, in for a pound with the MP7. We're dead to Maja. 13-4, a dominant display from Aurora to steal away the Huns map pick, which felt like it had the potential, the chance to be a punish. It was anything but. Aurora looked quite clean, quite comfortable. And especially that run of rounds towards the end, that's a real statement for me. This is just as expected at one side of the fair because Aurora are just that much better.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it took them a moment. Don't get us wrong, you know, they found the pistol, they found the first rifle, but then they did start to slip up and they lost control. The money got away from them. There was definitely a world in which the Huns could have kept that going. But as we touched on a few times, Aurora were quite respectful about it, took a pretty early timeout. What's going on? We just need to play a little stricter. We're not going to get away with absolute TDM Counter-Strike. Even then, they still were pretty aggressive and pretty successful. I think a big change up as well from a tactical, maybe strategical standpoint was the outside control. That's like, okay, they clearly have these funky rounds that are catching us off guard with their secret play. Yeah. So we just need to shore up our outside control, perhaps a little too passive out there or a bit too trusting in just one player. Woxic playing from sort of the same spot for a few rounds in a row as well. He was like in at lockers, you know, things like this. Yeah. Were indeed talked about, but towards the end and towards that T side as well, Aurora just able to pull in a China shop and really take control. So that's something that I do worry about. You got Dust 2 coming up next. It's really strong map for Aurora, different kind of gravy against these international competition. They're also going to be starting on the T side. So yeah, I think they could just pick up where they left off and start pummeling you again, pushing in aggressively and taking all that control in their minds for free. The right guy as well towards that top end of the scoreboard.
Yeah, you know, 3 different players on 15 kills. Xantares, Woxic, and Wakadia. I mean, really good to see they have so many different people who can step up. Maj had 13, so it's not exactly like he really kind of shied away from the fights. And Soulfly was playing away from the action a lot, so he's not in those engagements as often. But really well done. I think for Xantares, you could just see he backed himself. He was so strong in a lot of engagements. And on the flip side, there was a couple of moments. I thought Zeralt in the first half looked pretty decent. He was the only role kind of like shining light. And then second half, it was Score who looked okay. But again, like they look okay. And it's so different to being essentially world-class, which 3 out of the 5 players on towards Aurora did, where they don't really make many mistakes. They look so clean. They look so comfortable. It's a bleak position to be in now, the Huns. That was their punish pick. That was the map that they're really the only one we felt like they had a chance. It's now heading in towards this Dust 2. It's Aurora's pick. It's their home ground. It's been through all of their best work. And if they're that much mechanically sharper, you're now going to the Pugger's paradise. All signs point to a 2-0 here. So we're going to have to find out if that is the case. For now, though, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, map number 2.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
remember back when we were getting towards the Budapest Major, a lot of teams were hyped about the Huns, how they were playing in practice, what they were able to show against some teams. We did an interview back then, Nine, when you were still the leader of the team as well, and it was a very heartbreaking loss for you guys because the expectations were higher.
Yep.
So, and especially because you had good practice in Europe as well. So after that, then coming into 2026, what has it been like within the team, the changes, where you guys are at right now? Explain it to me and everyone in the world.
After the disappointing major results, obviously we had to change a bit because MongolZ were going through changes, and obviously they had to pick Cobra, so we had to replace him. And I mean, replacing Cobra, I knew it was going to be hard.
Yeah.
He, not only inside the server, he's like this very bright kid who's like laughing all the time, so that helps with...
His laugh's really funny as well. It's like when he laughs, I laugh.
Yeah. And that helps a lot with the atmosphere and stuff. So I think replacing Cobra, we picked the right guy, but inside the server, I think we're still struggling with how we should play, or how things are supposed to go out. And yeah, I think we're still struggling with the formula, and yeah, and at the moment we're trying to change something, but we don't know how it will turn out. So
yeah, it's a lot of testing and trying, I can imagine.
Yep.
And do you feel like you are still trying to find your identity as this version of the Huns?
Yeah.
Like to know what you want to do? Because when I looked at some of your games, you still can be explosive, you can still be exciting, but it seems to me the ending part is where you can get confused at times. Would you say I'm right or wrong?
We have the general idea, but on like that executing that idea to perfection, or at least somewhat acceptable levels, we're making a lot of mistakes on that part, I think.
Now, not making the major is obviously very sad and hurts the team. They give you some more time to prepare. How important now does this event become for you guys to obviously get some more VRS points, to grow and try and develop?
Or it's like at the moment, this is the biggest chance we got. So, yeah, we're treating it as such.
What do you feel like you guys are aiming for here? Like, what do you want to achieve?
Playoffs.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you have the confidence for that though? Because like when you're talking to me, I'm not seeing the same confidence. Remember when we spoke Budapest, before you got eliminated? I was telling you, other teams told me Huns are practicing really well, they're a really strong team to go against. But now when you're talking to me, I'm a little worried, bro.
Yep. I mean, it's like personally, it's like the goal for the team is okay. Let's try to get 3 wins and go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I mean, personally for me, because it's been a struggle, so I don't have much expectations. But at the same time, I think that feeling, with that feeling, I'm playing a bit less stressed.
Okay.
Or
that can be good.
More calm, I think. Yeah. This is like, it's a new type of feeling, and I'm excited to try and play off of these feelings.
Nice.
Yep.
Nine, thank you very much. It's good to see you again, man. And hopefully you can get that playoff spot. Good luck, and just enjoy it. Enjoy every moment of it. Use the ability of not having that pressure on you.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back in. A tough run for the Huns, of course, as to be expected, unfortunately, given they're playing off against Aurora, who is a team that really could make a run here and could take the whole tournament, in fact. I think they will make a run, potentially like grand final contenders. You know,
Absolutely.
it's pretty safe to say. So the Huns, it was going to be a tough one for them. Honestly, they raised an eyebrow, maybe not both, you know, as they found a few rounds on Nuke in that first half, but then that was all they were able to find.
Yeah.
It stopped there. Once they caught the attention of Aurora, they woke the beast, and they were not really able to deal with that in the end. Now we move on to this Dust 2 of Aurora.
Yeah, all signs point to the 2-0 here, and a very clean, comfortable 2-0 at that as well. It's just a really good map for the likes of Aurora, and you know, you look towards the Huns, and it's a map in which they've played, right? And it's definitely worth bringing up. They're not going to shy away from a Dust 2, but you just got to look at the way Nuke was approached. You got to look at the way these two sides are kind of, you know, put in terms of the overall kind of grand kind of Counter-Strike scene as a whole. This is such a puggy map. It's so mechanically based, and they're so much sharper towards Aurora. We saw that all the way throughout Nuke, that they just backed themselves to take so many fights in. They know that they are kind of better individual players, and they can fall back on their individuals to make a big difference. And I think just with Dust 2, it's such a comfort for Aurora. They're going to look absolutely fine here as well. And I think this should be a pretty simple second map. I'd like to see the Huns, you know, especially because they know this game was going to come through, you know, last night, this morning, whatnot, like, just have a little bit of time to understand, like, what do they like to do on Dust 2? Is there a couple of pocket rounds we can throw in here or there, right? This is a very expected map for Aurora, so I'm hoping they've done a bit of prep into kind of what their defaults are looking like, and can we find gaps here and there? I'd like to see them make it a bit competitive, but judging from what we've just seen on Nuke, it feels unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, Dust 2 is the other map alongside Mirage, I think, that's just synonymous with Counter-Strike. And once in a while, you can find yourself in a good flow, regardless of your opponent, regardless of how map 1 went, if they're hitting long and finding those entry frags, because someone like Score is feeling it, that sometimes can be enough to give you a decent half to like work from and whatnot. It just is a question of maybe finding that. So once in a while, you can have a map that falls into your lap on a map like this. I suppose I should have said a game on a map like this, but ultimately, we'll see. We'll see. I'm trying to give a little bit of something to Huns, but in reality, I just think that Aurora, with the strength of the field, are just going to be able to roll them over, especially given that they've just done that. They've proven to themselves, it's like, okay, there's no funny business here. They've not like done all this research, figured us out, and we're getting blindsided. It's like, nah, our plan is working. We maybe just need to like turn that notch up a little and play slightly cleaner Counter-Strike than maybe we were expecting, but it should be all good. We are straight into it here, though, of course, as the Huns start off on this T side, interestingly. I believe they would have picked into that. So kind of curious that they opt to start on the T end.
And let's see if it works for their betterment. You can get a strong starting towards your pistol. Bonus buy behind it. You can start giving yourself a little bit of runway on the T side, and maybe the Huns could be the ones who, you know, really dictate the pace of this game, right? They like to be in control of the tempo. They never really got to do that on towards Nuke. Let's have a look and see. It's a quad stack long. Really interesting move by Aurora. And it's the right call, but they pull away from it before it really gets to activate. They're just going to leave Woxic here.
Yeah, they're unsure. They're unsure of what to expect on the other side of things. And in all fairness, Aurora playing quite a loose game. The Huns were waiting around for a mistake to come their way. Controllers does find it, but 9 going to go down at the top end of short, that is. They're fighting in towards middle here. They've dropped the bomb, and the shots are landing. They were given a small olive branch, but not able to do anything with it. The long control was there, but the bomb escaped them. As the Huns also abandoned the idea of long, it's worth noting. They really tried to make it up short when they could have had all this long control. So it's unlucky for them. It's Ricardio with 4, and indeed a pistol for Aurora.
Yeah, nice work from him. There was a moment, I think there's, there's two separate moments. That quad stack in towards long on the CT side could have been really interesting. If they committed to long presence with controllers, could have been interesting. But in the end, the fights just go favorably for Aurora. McCarty looks super, super crisp. Apart from this one here, little shaky there. Guess they're in the end, that's all right. Doesn't matter, kills are kills.
That's where you type 1 tap afterwards.
Yeah. Clean, crisp.
Yeah,
good start for Aurora. get that pistol under your belt. Don't really allow the Huns to do anything in terms of getting a real couple of kills or like a bomb plant as well. So you know the buy is going to be minimal to nothing, and that's why Woxic's having a bit of fun. But he'll lose his life. Bartak spam through the door with an eagle. Will deliver one. It should really only be one, potentially worst case scenario, a couple of casualties here. If you can limit it to just the loss of Woxic, it's a really, really nice round.
Oh, you had to speak.
Yeah, I really cursed that a little bit.
All the same. Should still be there around. And not losing an awful lot, making a bit of money for some of these players as well. So Aurora moving up to 2. The Huns are pretty fond of their early rifle buy. On that T side makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
I think would be the main sort of meta without getting the bomb plant. All the same, very early test. Can the Huns actually get their claws into this one? Are we going to have them give us some competition? I think really could be scary. Aurora in a position to just streak ahead. We do have a little tech coming in, it appears.
Yeah. This is technically speaking as well. Technically, it's a loose term, but it's a bonus buy is what we like to call them for Aurora because, of course, they keep those guns up from the previous round. You see Woxic, of course, he's got an MP9 here. Here's a quad rifle, of course. It was double investment coming back in for Centaurus and Woxic. Odds are extremely favorable towards Aurora, and I would say I have to agree.
And so would I. Fisher College was worse.
Yeah, that was like 1.02 to 15, something like that.
I think it's like 12 or something.
Rough.
Yeah.
But...
And you wouldn't have got your money back on that one.
Nah.
If you did go the way of Fisher College.
They got a game later on today. Another rough one for them, to be fair. It's just unfortunate. It's sort of what happens when you're the lowest seed. Like, you do just get... some really tough games, starting off the way that they did, but even, of course, later today, like PARIVISION, granted, they looked a little vulnerable.
What do you reckon? That would be crazy. One map?
Nah, no way.
All right.
No way. I think... Okay, let's run through the O1s, right? So, of course, we got... already had our first, Gentlebase K27, K27 in the O2. Got here, the Huns should go in the O2 as well, just judging by what we've seen so far. Then Fisher College, and then Monte Magic. I think that one's kind of interesting. That honestly could go either way, but I think, let's just say,
I do think a team like Monte, pretty inflated, because we talked about the VRS maxing type stuff.
And Magic are my boys, but then so are Gizmi and Azu. So, you know what I mean? It's tough. That one honestly could go either way. But I think basically by virtue of that, I think... Yeah. Well, actually, I think Fisher College have to pay K27 then. I think if it goes by seeding... That if my mind's right of how that Swiss system works. So tough game. I don't know if they even get a map there. So it could be a difficult run. We'll have to see. I would love for them to challenge PARIVISION, who we know are a bit vulnerable at times, but are they that vulnerable?
Well, you'd hope not.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Especially for what, number 8 ranked in the world right now, something like that.
They probably have their sights set on getting it over the line this time.
Yeah.
In a PGL. All the same, we are back into the action. Pretty slow start. It's actually 40 seconds into the round nearly, and not an awful lot going down. So Aurora have given them a lot of space, not trying to get cheeky, not trying to force the early fights. So lesson learned from map number 1, give them some respect. They can certainly shoot back, and they do also have, I think, a very shallow playbook, but a playbook nonetheless that they are looking to utilize immediately, as soon as they get going. So just waiting and seeing what the plan might be from the Huns. It doesn't look great. They are lacking utility here.
The real thing that I'm worried about is generally when you take this mid control, it's a split, right? It's a mid to B split or a mid to A split. There's no split here. This is just a mid take. They're all in one area, all as like a pack together. I don't love this, but they're diving through, and it should be pretty simple to shut down. The Huns, there's no variation, there's no change-up, there's no flank coming through. So they just have to isolate these angles. Granted, Arcadia does fall, but you've got to have somebody playing through tunnels here to have any sort of chance. The swing through from Magic will lose his life. It's all on Soulfly. Backside 1 and 2. Ooh, sharp shooting for the second as well. And Soulfly sees it off and gets the third. It's made a little bit expensive, but I'll still say it again. For the Huns, it's so textbook. Like, we take mid control, and then that's it. And then we're just like desperately trying to force our way in towards that B site. There's no one coming through tunnels. There's no one changing up the pace or drawing attention towards long, drawing attention towards short, trying to, you know, I guess basically get the eyes off that hit towards B. It's too easy.
That is going to sting for the Huns that they could not convert that. And they also lack the bomb plan. It's little things, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, you maybe have to build around from the ground up at times, not every single time, but at times you have to focus on getting the plant, playing the post plant, and that again is something that the Huns not necessarily looking towards. They're really just trying to get as many fights going as possible so far and hope to win them. So they've not planted the bomb at all, and if that continues to be the case, it's going to be really, really tough to just make Aurora sweat. It's rounds like these where you want a little bit more. Maybe you get an AK in there, you know, or something like that, just to make Aurora worry, always on their toes. But if they're keeping you off the bomb plants, it's going to be tough.
That's a good one.
Yeah. What do you reckon? Like, he sells chickens?
What is it? I reckon it must be a chicken...
Maybe eggs.
Chicken shop. Oh, yeah, egg shop, yeah.
You know.
Like a little mini grocery.
Yeah.
Because what we translated the one on... I got Google Translate out for the one on the A site, which was... Was it wheat or rice, something like that?
Oh, yeah, like rice bags, I think.
Rice bag, yeah.
Or oats? No, I think it was oats.
Oats? I remember rice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You know,
but
it was a long time ago.
It was. It was. 4-0. An easy round to throw away there. I mean, for the Huns, not really expecting a lot. Second chance at the full buy here. And we just need to get, you know, first couple of steps, like clean executing towards the site, step one, get a bomb plant, step two. It's like you can build yourself in towards a round. Right now, it's like they lose the opening kill, numbers don't favor them, and then it all starts to fall apart quite quickly because they don't trade well, and it's the same thing in this one as Woxic gets 3. Their step-by-step program for Aurora is so simple. It's hold the angles, hit the shots, and it's working every single time. The Huns cannot even force them off the angle. Where's the long flashes? Where are the corner flashes? Where's the door flashes? All the smokes to get out in towards long. They peek one by one by one, and it gives Woxic the time to reset and find all 3. It's too easy.
Yeah. Yeah. Just feeding him, man. Just feeding him, and that's exactly what he wants. You have to be on it. You have to be trained before he peaks again. And even then, maybe you just concede, you know, you hear that AWP ring off and you go, it's a 5v4. Let's just back off and reapproach from elsewhere.
Yeah.
And now this becomes kind of a soft saving situation, I guess. They've got,
I think you're right,
bits of utility that are going to be useful in the next round. But it's just little things. Nine's, you know, chest armor and the AWP. So there's signs of desperation in places to really just try and force a round together. And it is not working. You know, if that's the way your round starts, it's the way it will continue, forcing fights, forcing kills that actually don't go their way.
Another hunting, right? They know that this round has no real legs behind it, so they want to make it even more painful. 9 will get a shot, but now they know where he is. They want to go hunting further for him. Perfect flash of Zantares. Wakadia with a swing in the find. Easy, easy work. 5-0. Aurora on fire right now, and they're not really breaking a sweat. And this is a similar thing to what we saw at the start of Nuke, where it's, you know, for the likes of Aurora, it's you can play a little bit loose and back yourself, and if we need to, we'll rein you in at a later date. But, you know, right now, similar to the first 4 rounds of Nuke, they're playing really off the back of how they feel, and it's working, right? Woxic, re-peeking off the re-peeking. This is a top team. Woxic gets one and falls back, right? He falls back to, like, maybe the car angle, or falls back to corner. Yeah. Then he gets another shot there, then he'll fall back, and you'll rotate up through box onto site. And that's how you're playing against, like, a top-level side. But Woxic's like, I'm better. Like, I'm just going to re-pick. And doing it 3 times in a row, and then winning all 3, yes, it's sick to see. It may even kind of, like, slightly, and hopefully not, sort of, put like bad tendencies to be ingrained there. But I think at this level, like, you're just not going to get punished for it, so he knows he's fine. If Huns aren't flashing you on long, like, this is something that we even get at, like, Golden Over level. We need to be getting the flash on the corner. Like, the fact that he's unblinded the whole time is so poor.
Oh man, big damage on the nades. They're ready for this one. They know it's a common contingency, especially after a timeout into the lower buy. They've read it perfectly, just bumping into each other. Everybody blind. Not gotten off the ground here for the Huns. Which again, we see this at all levels. I think the B burst is very hit or miss. Mostly miss, in my eyes.
Yeah.
So it will be 6-0. It's all about this follow-up rifle, though. If the Huns are able to get anything done, you'd imagine most of that tactical timeout talking over the 7th round that's upcoming.
Soulfly might flash him in here. Okay, he has 2 flashes of his own. Pot flash from himself, second flash from Soulfly, potentially. They don't need to push, but, like, they know it's pistols. And I think, as we all would be, sort of giddy for the ecos.
Giddy for the ace.
That too. That too.
You know, there you go. That comes into the conversation. No way, man.
Soulfly stole it away.
Well, I mean, he might have died, to be fair.
He's low.
So, unlucky. 25 seconds. Bartak's got to die here and get that loss bonus. He's looking for a different avenue of attack to hopefully drop somebody, but gotta get a move on here. 20 seconds. Now down to 15.
Yeah, clock's ticking, pal.
A little bit careful, because, they might start to think, actually, let's leave him alive, but I don't think it quite made it to that mark. Madra will just take the kill. And we move up to 6 for this CT side. Can the Huns deliver? And just giving you a little bit of the X-ray in the silhouette vision in the smoke. Does well there.
He restrains himself
good control,
well.
Yeah, good control.
Honestly,
I would have hit the desk.
I've seen plenty of players lose their head there, so he reins himself back in.
I think a game like this that's been very one-sided and, you're trying to get something done.
Yeah, and
I hope they've not put too much chit-chat into that,
idea.
Half by.
Yeah, I hope it's mainly about this gun round.
Otherwise, indeed, frustrations are justified. Has yet to really make a mark on Dust 2. But we'll see. The guns are up. The short control comes free.
Controller's moving up towards short. You got Centaurus on the angle. And at range as well, you got Woxic there too, who drops a molly. This is great early map control though from Aurora. You got like a deep long player with Madja already up towards Longhouse. They can just leave him there. Doesn't need any support, to be completely honest. And then on top of that, you got 2 towards A, 2 towards B. The only thing you really need to be careful of is mid, but at the moment, Woxic can hold that with the AWP at range. So, like, the position they're in for Aurora is kind of perfect at the moment. There's no real gaps. Short's being held by Centaurus. Mid is being held by Woxic, which is at range, technically. This is great. Now, though, that smoke comes down, it will change things a little bit, but the immediate response of the molly to keep them at bay, and that's when Madja activates. He'll find one, make that 2. Soulfly, one of his own as well. He's not been forced off the angle. You got to ask questions of where's the flashes there as well. Score eventually gets the trade, but the round's already done. Like, I don't know why Score's not flashed them out there.
Yeah, I don't know.
2 guys fight dry.
What did we talk? We did a mid to B, late mid to B, and they spent 30 seconds talking about that. It's rough. You don't want to be too harsh on it, but there just is a lot of oomph lacking from the game, and like you say, just a few bits rough around the edges. And now we have another timeout.
Yeah.
It's again, we talked about it a bit earlier. If you caught the first series, fair enough. If you're on the continent, might have been a bit early for you. But ultimately, we talked about it a lot. That it was a really difficult kind of showing. Because those stacked timeouts not working, it is really quite panicky. The house is on fire.
Yeah.
You don't know where the extinguisher is, but you kind of have to stay in the house. It's a really hard situation to be in, and I just think that the Huns are out of ideas already.
Yes,
and,
which is damning.
We're not even past the first half yet.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think you're right. And I just think, like, we're just seeing it too commonly. Like, maybe for the Huns, when they play domestically or, you know, kind of play within the region, you can go for a little bit more of these dry fights.
Oh, yeah, and they get away with it. We've covered a lot of, like, Asian domestic Counter-Strike. And then they have to, like, flip that switch when they play internationally to tighten the game up. But there's little things like... There's tiny little steps to give information away, or you know, not having a flash going out on towards B.
That's it for me. It's
they
like
can get away with that at home.
Kind of basic things, like the amount of like just contact fights we're taking. Like you are playing off against like an Orpo who on his day is very prolific, right? You've got to be flashing off the angles, or a rifling core that's very difficult. Again, and this is the thing, like they're just fighting everything dry. They're not playing with each other. Now, granted, there's no more flashes to work with. 2 smokes, a molly and an HE, but in the grand scheme of things, like every fight is super dry. And also on top of that as well, you look towards the Huns, their spacing is pretty woeful. Their trading is like non-existent at all. No one's being traded ever. Aurora get a kill, and they are given 2 to 3 business days to reposition.
Sure.
And this is the thing, the Huns are getting whittled down.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's 2 moments in this one. Zerol finds an opener and then goes for more. Not quite sure what score's up to, but, round's kind of over. But yeah, and then he goes for more. I think he needed to find that first kill and drop back to at least give them a chance. And then we saw CtrlS, who's probably a bit frustrated, 1-7 at the time, now 1-8. He sees a player, is spotted himself, and just goes chasing.
Yes.
And it's like, it's not really an advantageous scenario you find yourself in. You've been spotted, it's even, you don't want to give that kill away. So it's really quite difficult, but I think some of that frustration, some of that forcing the issue. And I do find, it happens with the Mongols as well. I think certainly like a cultural thing in their Counter-Strike is just that they can be a bit over-compensatory, that they're trying to like take all these fights and I've got to be the hero and how do we get on the board, and, letting those frustrations really, really set in. And I think it does just come from the fact that they lack veterans in the scene, really. Like, even their veterans are still the right side of 30, as it were, you know what I mean? So I think they can be a bit tough for them. And certainly veterans at a super high level. The Mongols team themselves, hopefully into the future, can really build this nation up to be a formidable power. But, yeah, they just lack a bit of... Take a step back, work on the mental, need to play with some discipline. Because last round starts really well for them, but it does immediately, out like a light.
Yeah, it's just like a few, I think they really need to go back to the basics here, the Huns, without getting tilted. But again, it's a kill that gets found, no trade. Spacing's got to be a bit better, and in doing so as well, MOUZ is given the opportunity to fall back on towards the corner. Now, they do have a flash, which he avoids because he was actually doubling back. So, granted, the flash out for long control, that is the right move. Tag on towards MOUZ, needs to be careful. Bot are going to find a nice shot, but they've got to trade him.
Julie's out. The AWP is around to try and hold the line. They have managed to take one. Molotov comes in, and he will go down. Lacadia in behind, though. The smoke is a good idea. Oh, he takes the dink. This could be it, but there's only 10 seconds.
Yeah, look at the time here.
I mean, did they even make it?
Just about, but will they plant a different story?
Yeah, of course. MOUZ nice and close to deny this away. Flash comes over for good measure, and they just get that bomb down. Half a second to a second to spare, but obviously not enough time to get the round going.
Yeah.
So despite some nice moves in the mid-round, it's not enough for the Huns. And it's getting serious now, isn't it? We're really looking at the likelihood of no rounds picked up. I don't want to jinx it by really talking it into existence, but yeah, just I don't know, some pieces coming together, but no complete image for this.
No, agreed.
Nowhere near.
I think you're absolutely spot on. 9-0 right now. Aurora, loving life. No two ways of putting it. And yeah, just for the Huns, just not being the map for them. There could be an opener here, though. 9, expecting that push from Woxic. Does punish. You can't get too sloppy here. I think for Aurora, you still got to keep yourself sort of reined in a little bit.
Yeah. You have to remember, when you've not got a round yet, you're going to take like every little inch you can get.
Oh, 100%.
So the fact that they've brought that a bit close and got the bomb down, it feels like a bit of a victory. So I think it's maybe just spurred them forwards, even that extra 10% to just play slightly more confidently and believe that they can win a round.
Yeah, I agreed. 5v4, a minute on the clock. Is this finally going to be some success for the Huns? 3 towards A. Just Soulfly alone anchoring that B site. Smoke down, a flash behind it, but there's no real movement from the Huns. The bomb's over towards mid, now on the back of 9. Into B smoke for that cross. This looks like the split that is the right call. With just Soulfly being there, this should have legs behind it.
You'd think so. MOUZ are going to be able to find controllers on the other side of the map, though. Soulfly waits patiently. Great angle for him, but only able to get one. 4 being traded. 3 on 3. Again, very low time, so this could all just flip if the kills come in the right places. Zeralt will go down. Wakadia looking sharp. And they do actually play it a bit slower, right? So going to give them time to get the post plant going, get some smokes in the way. Not trying to rush into things. They've got the man advantage gifted to them. Wakadia is incredibly low. He moves on to the AWP. Couple of flashes to get his teammates in. They maybe thought about sending someone in towards the tunnels. Not going to be the case. Xantares goes down. Molly to really slow things up, and it looks good. Unfortunately, Wakadia at the back was never really expected to get going into this retake on the low HP. And indeed, he will go down. So, the Huns are on the board, but I have to be immediately real. We're going to need a few more than that. And even then, the half looks bleak, but they can't be just settling for one. They have to pick up as many as they can before we switch over.
Cheeky little caster curse there as well from you.
Yeah,
Just
the exact round that I was like, didn't even say 13-0.
Yeah,
thinking it is
just
enough.
the mere alluding to the fact of it is enough for the curse. So it is a first on the board. You need to get all 3 at the tail end of this half, and then a really solid start towards the second before we start to have any sort of belief, if we're being honest. Nope. Woxic trying to find the gap on the edge of that smoke. But the molly doesn't touch him. It takes a while, and eventually he'll fall.
Okay.
Not the start that he wants. It's now and again it gets an opener.
Yeah, Woxic being taught some lessons for sure, so maybe going to have to scale him back in, well, just one more for him to play. I just recovered his AWP, though. Finds one, nearly gets a second. It's the M4s that are looking decent, picking players off. A slightly stronger stance than the previous round on some of the aggressive fights. So I think 4 versus 2, despite the early opener against Woxic once again. It still looks pretty good. Bartek with a find of his own. So we keep things alive here, potentially. Mr. 9 on that AWP is the one that we certainly want to watch. But that bomb's been spotted towards short, so they're feeling pretty good. And they do have a guy in a very good position next to the door to hear any dropping and crunching of the trousers, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? So they have to be really, really quiet if they want to go towards B. And it's just not the case. MOUZ peeks around for another 25 seconds here. Bomb hits the deck. That starts to confirm what's going on. It's going to be 9. Big clutch required. Wakadia is in from behind to deny that away. So Aurora immediately back on the board. Pick up where they left off. And yeah, it just doesn't make too much of a difference. One round is not going to be enough to get you back into the game. And from a realistic point of view, it's just no different from 0. Like, it's not as embarrassing, maybe, but in terms of winning the game, it's just not going to happen here at this point.
Yeah, like a 13-1 is a more forgettable scoreline than a 13-0, but, like, you know, it still feels
you won't see it in your nightmares.
Yeah.
Yeah. For us, what difference does it make?
Exactly.
It's still been absolutely flattened.
Yeah, it's, what, the difference is maybe, what, like a minute 15?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, so we'll see. The Huns, they've just not really offered up anything. It just shows just how good Aurora can be on this map. Really sizable gap on that CT smoke as well, and a deep CT smoke from Aurora that makes life awkward for them. We said we needed at least 3, and then to get really started in that second half, but the best you can do being a second, like, it's just not enough. Surely. Early damage is good. And Torres, Maja, bits of tags on towards them you'll take, and a second attempt at that CT smoke, which I feel like might have been blocked again, but it's 9 for the 3rd round in a row, who does get the opener.
Yeah, it certainly looked good in that sense. It's so far 1 for 2 in terms of conversion of that opening kill. But they will look to pivot. They will look to play things a little differently here on the strategy. Another block coming in. I mean, is it though? Doesn't really hinder things. And of course, they're not going that way anyway. They're headed towards B. Soulfly tagged up very, very low here. He will have a bit of support coming in. They're really, really heavily tagged. Maybe he's done a lot of damage, just couldn't quite net the kills. Woxic in from behind, though. He will capitalize. That's a little funky, but they're still able to get it done. 10 seconds and 9 on the other side of the map. They know that. No need to take any liberties here. He will pick up one. Woxic knows to play it a bit safe and make sure not to let this slip away. That would be wild. 11-1 at the turn of the half. I mean, unfortunately, with Nuke, a few rounds here or there for the Huns. That was their pick, their punish. This is expected, to be honest.
Another thing I want to kind of remind people of is the Huns decided to start T-side.
Yes,
That's another thing. They chose to start T-side, and that's the T-side they've put up. That is it's a questionable one. And maybe that's just the sign of the map itself for this side, but Aurora picking towards this map, Huns get their choice. They chose T-side, and they get 1 round on it. So it's not exactly painting that pretty of a picture, for being completely frank.
Yeah, and I don't know that they had, like, really good
ideas.
Yeah, and, you know, the basic run around of working long and then moving towards short. They were just kind of chilling in mid a lot and leaving a lot of their flanks wide open. Yeah,
exactly that. It was very, like, I want to say defaulty, but it wasn't even defaulty, because at least default feels like it has like an idea behind it. Like our default is, for example, a lot of teams, their T-side default is short control. That's like a very common thing. We didn't even see that. It was like, we'll just stop top mid and we'll just see when they fight us. And Aurora are disciplined enough. They're not going to swing and give you that, you know, as the whole team. Yes, Woxic died a couple of times to 9, but as a whole, they're not going to continue fighting as a team and giving you those freebies. So we'll see. This pistol kind of feels it's for all the marbles, really. If there's any life left in the Huns, you've got to get this CT pistol. Start well, and maybe, I'm just trying to be nice there, of like how you snowball, but it's so unrealistic.
Score's pushed up into the tunnels.
Wow.
Finds a crisp headshot.
Nice one-tap.
It is. Xbox Smoke coming in here from the T side as well to just try and get the round going and give them that pivot. There is also
look at this.
9 who's worked his way in behind. He's going to get one. Also able to drop back. Confirms the location of that bomb. So the whole round is just blasted now for Aurora. It becomes a scrap. It becomes about finding kills. I'd say 9 is vulnerable to that player at the bottom of middle. And
there
indeed, Zentaris will take him down. I was going to say he's not really like peaking it at the moment, but it works out nicely for him in the end. They're going to group up together and try and give this B-bomb site a go. P250 in play. Flash in play. Woxic's there in good time as Controllers gets caught off guard. Flash goes round. There is no smoke for the doors. They actually did have a window to just go flying across, but they played it more patiently. That allows the CTs to recover. They've got a couple flashes that look really good, and shots as well to boot. Score gives us a highlight for the Huns, and certainly adding to that score as he gets himself a 4K.
We'll take whatever we can get for the Huns to make this somewhat competitive. Scored us so well. Those shots right at the end, though. I mean, his first shot was absolutely fantastic. That one tap as he pushed tunnels. It's the shot on the guy front tunnels that's so nice. Brilliant work. Nice work. They'll take whatever they can get.
How do you celebrate it, you know? Do you go crazy?
Little soft clap.
I feel like that's what, you know, FaZe might do, or if you were in the halls of Epic Land or something like that, you'd just be screaming at the top of your lungs.
Gentle mates, I can see them doing it.
Yeah,
like getting fired up a little bit. But still a long old road. You got Woxic on his hero scout, and that's really about it. You don't even get upgraded pistols around it. Throwaway round. Should be simple. Woxic is kind of the entry here, and he'll be the first to lose his life. And Torres will then scoop it up, and follows them in towards an early casket. Bartak, laboured, gonna get there at the end. Couple for him, couple for controllers. Nice and easy. Money to be made as well. 4 MP7s. Huns up to a third.
Indeed, they are. A little bit of that looseness when you're in the lead. I think Aurora just, you know, it's rough on the pistol, to be fair. This is where maybe we start to open our eyes a little bit more to the Huns if they're able to, you know, start dominating from the gun rounds. But you would assume Aurora are able to just close things out from here and now. That's crazy. I mean, we don't see it, but hopefully caught on the replays.
We feel it.
With a scout, yeah, you definitely do feel it. The reverberations of a shot like that.
The sheer aura.
And Zerolt feels it. 4 and 13, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just like, okay, CT side, fresh start. Amazing.
Yeah.
And then...
New side, new me.
Yeah. And then bang!
Through the door.
He's dead. Unlucky.
And Warxic likes doing this a lot as well. You know, hero scout, but then the rebuy of the scout in towards the gun round. We've seen this happen a couple of times, especially when we've been casting Aurora recently on this map specifically. Is what he likes to kind of go for, and that's why. And technically what is a bonus buy for the Huns needs to be converted. Statistical anomaly for them. They've got to make it stick.
Oh, God.
So much use. How is he alive?
Who broke open that smoke? Who did that? Someone on the CT side exposed Bartak. I don't know that's going to make too much of a difference. Everybody else has fallen down around him. Wakadia with 3. This moves up to 21 and 5, which for such a one-sided game is quite a solo performance.
Yeah.
Madger as well, not too far behind him. And then Woxic there, I do believe. Yeah, that is just perfect. That is crazy. Knows the angle, or like the spot that you got to aim at. And then a perfect jump into his crosshair. But it's the reaction speed, the timing of it. It's not a straight click. You got to like wait maybe a quarter of a second. That's the talent that not everybody is born with. Flash comes round, forces him off this early pickup opportunity. He takes another chance at it. It's actually Soulfly to get it. Zerolt, meanwhile, push down mid. He's got some support as well. So heavy mid hit coming in here. Aurora just have to be somewhat careful. They've taken some damage.
Yeah, Bogdan's law here, which pays off.
Yeah, and I mean, Zerolt has to be kind of aware.
Yeah.
Pushes in. They know about him, so it's a bit cheeky. The rest of the CT side trying and perhaps succeeding in picking up the pieces of their fallen comrade, Soulfly.
Reloading.
Yeah, just fully gifted one. He had his knife out. Thank goodness Controllers was reloading. I think he was like swapping back to the M4, probably pressing mouse 1. Forgot he had no bullets. Soulfly to close it out, as Aurora will find it 13-3 in the end, 2-0. 13-4 on that first map as well to give you the full rundown. Really quite one-sided stuff. Unfortunately, it was expected here. Against the Huns, they had a nice little run on Nuke, their pick. Unfortunately, it was short-lived, and it's very much one-way traffic throughout the entirety of that series.
No, absolutely. You can really see, you know, 1,000 yards there from 9, but it really sums up this series for them. They just could not get going ever, really. And you know, the Golfing class, this is what we kind of expected from this series. It honestly goes to plan, right? You know, Aurora have expectations in series like this against opponents like that they should be taking it very, very cleanly. You know, for them, that upset yesterday, the loss against Heroic, they wanted to respond to as soon as possible. They wanted to really make sure they get towards the 1-1 bracket without any hiccups, and they do exactly that. And that's what we want to see from them. And now they've got a chance. Yes, it's a poor start to the tournament, but now they can really get the ball rolling. And with a win like that, that's a real momentum builder. That's one that's a massive confidence booster as well for them. For the Huns, that is anything but. That's a kind of a confidence destroyer, a bit of a soul destroyer as well. Like, it just is such a tough series. You never get anything going across 2 maps to play. Only 7 rounds found across both Nuke and Dust 2. It's always really going to hurt the soul a little bit. And a tough one. You know, I don't really even think they can learn loads from it. Like, it's like fundamental issues that I think were really, really costly for them. Wakadia, 22 and 6, just shy of 120 ADR for him. He was absolutely flying. Magic looked pretty sharp as well. Soulfly, Woxic, all involved. Flip side, a bit on a score, a bit on an eye, a bit on a Bartak. You know, we get like kind of like these moments, but fundamentally, just nothing really. At least, to be fair, score got 100 ADR, which is actually kind of impressive in the 13-3 loss.
Sure. Yeah, you know, a silver lining.
I'll give him that.
At least for him individually. You gotta give the flowers where they are indeed due. But what I will say, I think Aurora have, you know, some of the best aimers in the world when they're on their game, and you know, Wakadia, as he started coming more and more into his own and maybe been shifted more of the like responsibility to being the star over Zintares in places, I think that they really are a difficult team. If you're not able to poke holes in them tactically, which is where they maybe get most of their criticism, you are going to struggle, and we see what happens, you know, with the Huns here. It's been a hard run though. They play Spirit yesterday, they play Aurora today. It's like, come on now, you've got some of the hardest shooters in the game, in the tournament for sure, in those two matchups. So we maybe look to them, and hopefully in that O2 bracket, of which there's not going to be loads of teams and whatnot, can be very predictable, work your way through, etc. Hopefully they can deliver a little bit and just kind of show why they're deserving to be here, and you know, maybe take a win, get some VRS, like on a very, very small scale. I think that is an important thing for them, but just not able to match here today against Aurora, which I think even you yourself as a Huns player has to recognize that was probably going to be the fact. If we can take our pick to double digits, we've got a good punish, that would be really great. And then, you know, tooth and nail to get it over the line. That might be the vision that you have in your mind, just to focus one map at a time. It will be a little bit disheartening that their pick that comes through as this punish just never really got off the ground, you know, and they couldn't get back into it. So
that's it.
It's tough. It's very, very tough. But Aurora moving swiftly on to the 1-1 bracket, looking a lot better than they did yesterday.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what the side can do. I think we have expectations for them to be, at the very least, a playoff team, if not actually a real contender for the trophy. You know, at this tournament without Vitality here, it's so open, right? There's so many teams who actually probably have the eyes on the prize here for the silverware. So we'll have to see. Another one of those teams that would love to lift some silverware is PARIVISION, who are up next. They're against Fisher College, the only collegiate team ever to play at a Tier 1 tournament. Maybe the only team ever going on from this. We'll have to see. But they're coming up next. We are done, myself and Scrivs. We're going to be throwing over towards Anders and Vince to round out the day here on the B Stream. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again bright and early tomorrow morning.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
right, this is going to be a very special interview for me personally because I've got Alex with me who comes from Fisher College right now, but I knew this guy back when we were doing a gaming reality TV show of Counter-Strike 8 years ago. That did land yourself on a position to join Fnatic Academy back then. It's been a wild journey for you. So now you're still trying to make it. You've still got a passion and motivation for the game. But just explain to maybe the viewers who haven't seen you before, haven't known you from those times, like a brief overview of the journey you've taken as a player, because it's not a normal one that most players go through.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest way I can explain it is, as you said, it started out in Gamers, and when we won the show, my team, we got an offer to play for Fnatic Academy. Now it's in 2018, I think, and then since then, I've been trying to push to Tier 2 EU.
Yeah.
At the best, I was good at Tier 3, and then I had some years off, and then I had personal issues that came up where I didn't have the motivation anymore. And then now I found the way how I can keep competing with a scholarship in college, which really helped me get back in the game, and I found out that I really like the game, and I'm really dedicated now compared to back then, because I was so young and I had no clue what was happening, basically.
You've played CS for a long time, but this is also your first real big event. This is the first real elite event for you guys. How long have you dreamed of this moment?
Yeah, that's been ever since Gamers, if I'm going to be honest. Before Gamers, it wasn't even in my scope of vision, but then when you get to an org like Fnatic, I realized, like, wow, now I might be able to go all the way. But then in recent years, it's not really been on my mind, because I thought, like, oh, I've already been through the ringer, people have seen me already, and I wasn't good enough. So I thought, maybe I won't make it. But yeah, it's been a dream for so long, and now we're finally here, and it feels amazing, and I'm so happy that I'm here in a spot where we don't need to prove ourselves. We could lose every map, and people would be like, oh yeah, that's expected. Okay, but of course, we know as a team, we want to do our best, but we also understand that there's zero pressure on us. No one's expecting anything. The only ones who are expecting something is us on the team. We know that we can do something. Even though we're not the best at the game, we live with each other on campus, and we've built that team connection now for so long to the point where if we get the right energy in the game, we focus on the game itself, I think we're going to do really good.
And how would you describe right now, as a player, your way of leadership, your way of being an IGL for this team? Because obviously you've got all this European background, but then you're playing out in Americas, where I know it can be hard with practice and like maybe not the best competition. How do you guys manage all of that?
For my sake as a leader, I've been an IGL for a long time. I've also been a team captain for even longer. And I've understood that it's not about doing the best thing always. It's about understanding what you need to do now. What's the thing you need to fix? And that's kind of where that's how we operate. Like if we have an issue, that's the issue we're going to tackle. We don't need to fix everything instantly. We don't need to be the smartest team ever or the most perfect team. Like before the qualifier, we hadn't played a single practice in 1 year. And before this event was when we started practicing again.
I saw a tweet from you, right, that like the team was going to be dead.
I still have a LFT pinned.
Oh, okay.
And it's so funny because I made the tweet after we qualified, and right above it you see I'm still LFT. I'm still LFT now as well. And
so there's
we're
no
open
contract with you guys, right?
No, only for the college games. We
so
technically need to play.
That.
Yeah. But they're also very understanding. If you land a big contract within esports, they're not going to force you to play if you're still at school.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no contracts, there's no buyouts. We're all free agents in that sense.
And lastly with this, what do you and Fisher have as a team that might surprise some of the other teams? What is the special quality that people should look out for in how you're going to come into these games?
I would say we never give up. We've been with each other for 2 years. We're with each other in classes. I even stay in the same apartment as my teammate. We have that synergy, and we're all there together, and we love being with each other. Some of these teams, I don't know them, but I can, as you also know, some people here, they do it for the career path, or they're looking for their own best, and they're already thinking about the next move. All of us, we're all in the moment. No one's going to play for themselves. We've done this journey now for so long, and we all want to finish this as a team. No matter if we place far down in the rankings or not, we're all here together as a family, which I don't think every team here has.
Lovely, man. Well, it's great to see you again after all these years. Good luck going to the tournament, and let's see how this is going to work out for you guys. This, from our conversation, makes me very excited. So
yeah, me too.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready here on the B stream. It's PGL Astana. I'm Anders. With me is Vince, and we're going to take you through this next game, which I think is going to be, if nothing else, an exciting and interesting game. Vince, how are you doing today?
I'm doing so good. I can't wait to get into these games, Anders. I mean, we saw a couple of upsets yesterday in both groups in terms of like the opening matchups with Aurora getting knocked down to lower brackets. We saw PARIVISION, you know, with our own eyes, let's be honest, look pretty woeful in the process. And we get a chance to run it back today, and so do PARIVISION today, to see if they can maybe bounce back and show us why they are one of those dark horse kind of favorite teams.
Yes, I mean, this is going to be, I think, a test of sort of like the bottom of PARIVISION. They should probably blow up this Fisher college team, although I do love the idea that we actually have colleges competing. That's an interesting prospect for the future. I think the final game of the day, Monte and Magic, I think that's got potential here on the B stream to have some more sparks. And again, like we said yesterday, I'd love to be wrong about this, but we know PARIVISION here. The lineup is amazing. Although Shui, that we just saw there, and Belchunok, they need to step it up. We need to see them come in here today and really just lay in the groundwork for some fantastic Counter-Strike. Otherwise, the Stanos in the background, he will be bringing up the belt once again. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and completely fairly so as well, because like what we saw yesterday for PARIVISION was... It was a disaster. Like, let's be completely honest about this. I'm sure Dastan and the rest of the boys would, on PARIVISION that is, also agree with this. It was Inferno T-side in particular that was just an absolute shocker. Luchov dropping 27 kills in the first half, and they kept pushing into Amanders. So let's hope they're going to have a bit more adaptability and versatility today when it comes to playing against Fisher College.
Oh, yes. And then DGT for the second one. I am curious about this team. You know, we don't necessarily know a ton about them, but I think it's going to be an interesting experience, no less, for them. I believe Neelan is playing there, so at least we have some direct experience with him. I believe we heard in the pregame interview there that, you know, that at least one of them made their way through the... Or was it like the reality TV Counter-Strike that we had going on, esports stuff? So that's interesting. But like I said, you know, if there is a way to get colleges into stuff, I know in the UK, there's quite a lot of university-level Counter-Strike, and I believe Fisher College is in Massachusetts, if I'm not wrong, if I Googled the correct one. There could be more than one, but that's I just trust in Google, you know. Here we go.
As many people do. But yes, the veto coming straight in here, and I think, unfortunately, another element of this is that PARIVISION, pretty much whatever maps it comes down to, look, they're going to be the favorites. Like, yes, they played horribly yesterday, but they are still a team that we expect to make it through to the next stage in the playoffs pretty convincingly. The only map that they're realistically going to ban, more often than not, you're looking at them not really playing Nuke. Everything else they play to certain varying degrees. So I think it's a tough one for Fisher College on the vetoes, additionally with everything else.
It feels like it is, but if you go back a little bit, right, they've got victories like a couple of weeks ago, Fisher College against like Passion UA, like so they definitely could do something. They did get crushed against G2, which I guess is kind of fair enough. But yeah, you know, taking a victory with Passion UA, I'm not sure about the context of that game, and how much you meant to Passion UA, but I still think that shows you that hopefully individually they've got some stuff, and they are approaching what seems like one of the weakest versions of this PARIVISION team that we've seen pretty much all year. So I'm excited for this. I hope it's going to be an interesting game. I just want to see them kind of show up individually, and show that they can slow down PARIVISION a little bit. And again, if Sway and Belchenok aren't going to be playing well at the start of it, then this could turn into a really weird game in the best possible way. Shout out to you guys in the chat as well. I'll try and keep my eyes on what you're saying, and hopefully we'll have an entertaining time with this one. Mirage, Ancient, and then Inferno as the deciding map. So hard to say, you know, how that's going to be playing out. Again, the level of competition the Fisher College are normally playing, it's going to be hard to kind of match up against the history of PARIVISION. So I don't even want to make any really big proclamations here about the map. Well, I don't know if you've got any strong opinions here.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is fair. I mean, realistically, yes, PARIVISION are pretty rough on Mirage. They actually have a 25% win rate after 16 maps played in the last 3 months, which is far from ideal, but they are typically playing against like the top one echelon teams, as you kind of touched on there. Like, the disparity between teams that these two guys are playing against is significant. It's massive, and so I can't look too much into that. Ancient as a second map, we said this yesterday as well, like, this realistically should be like home ground for this PARIVISION team, but they were shocking yesterday as well. So I have to think that Dastan, you know, belt memes aside, has had a proper stern talking to everyone on this team to try and pick things up, because if they play anything remotely like yesterday, I'm just looking at this as a disaster if they drop a map, to be honest with you, Anders. And I mean, no disrespect to Fisher College. What they've achieved to get to this point is remarkable. It's incredible. First ever collegiate team to make an event of this stature is an amazing accomplishment, and they should all be extremely proud of themselves. I mean, when you look at a player like Thor, for example, he's from Iceland. In CS2, we've not seen Icelandic players play at tier 1, tier 2 events. It just doesn't happen. It's a population of 400,000 people. So he and his family must be so proud that he's even here in Kazakhstan in the first place, representing his country on the biggest stage. And there's so many cool stories for Fisher College. But with all that being said, and all the respect and all the fairy tale kind of Cinderella stuff going on, PARIVISION should crush them. Like, let's be honest, they should win this game very comfortably 2-0.
Well, let's find out how this one plays out then. We are going to be going into it now. So once again, welcome. It's PARIVISION starting on the CT side. Fisher College, they will be on the T side. And Mirage, the opening map here. Third game of the day on the B stream. There's also an A stream happening at the very same time. So keep multiple tabs open if you want to kind of keep an eye on both things. It's going to be fairly limited on the utility. I don't hate it. Thor has got the one smoke, so presumably going to be trying to smoke the window if they really want to go for it here. Or it could be, I suppose, a little bit of a more elaborate setup if they want to save it out. Okay, so he's going to be flashing or smoking all the way over So towards jungle instead. That will create a bit of a pathway. I don't hate it. Flashbang going over. They keep it simple, but I really respect that. And they've only got 2 people to deal with here on the PARIVISION side, so nobody's been contesting it at the moment. Means they're going to get what looks like a free bomb plant. They will lose Alex right before they get the bomb planted, but this is still pretty decent on the T side.
Yeah, solid, all things considered. I mean, they can still hold on to this as well. Post-plant position's looking pretty good. The one concern for me is that Thor is still in middle, but because all 4 of the 5 remaining CTs, pardon me, are pushing through on the CT boxes, it does make this a little bit more of a one-dimensional retake. The problem, though, for Fisher College is they are hemorrhaging players so quickly. The aim's not really living up to the mark either, and the defuse will be coming through with a clean retake with all 5 players surviving, and that's the kind of levels that we're expecting to see in this game. At least there's a bomb plant, though, Anders, so they have some options, they have some opportunities to maybe force buy into this one, but, I mean, that was such a slick retake, and it didn't look like they were ever in any kind of control.
I love the smoke kit combination almost on all maps, but I especially love it on Mirage on the CT side for those pistol rounds. But what I love even more is the fact that PARIVISION actually played around that idea. So that's why they were so empty on the A bomb side. It's not because they forgot that the bomb site was there, although that was a thing yesterday on Inferno, if you guys were watching that game when they were on the T side. Pretty much just went B all throughout the game and kept losing to it. But yeah, this time very intentional not defending the A bomb site because they knew there's a very good chance that once you get the smoke up on the bomb, you can do a lot of damage and you can defuse that very quickly. So I love everything about it. They actually don't invest into this round, Fisher College, which is a bit out of the meta. Obviously, like you pointed out, normally when you get the bomb planted, you try and see if you can do some real damage following it up. But they got another bomb plant in this one. Even if they get no kills, I mean, it's the extra bonus cash that's going to make a difference here. So yeah, interesting stuff. I don't really hate it. If they feel more confident with all the AKs out on everybody, then this is the way to go. Maybe even the AWP early on Thor, I believe.
Yeah, honestly, it's a W. I mean, like you say, they invested nothing into the round. They get a bomb plant. You could maybe have a couple of question marks about PARIVISION's positioning, but yes, Thor will be getting the AWP, as you highlighted, and we'll see how the Icelandic player can utilize that weapon. Obviously, the odds heavily in favor of PARIVISION, as you'd expect. And you did touch on him before. He is actually substituting in as Neelan, but he is a player that has actually quite a bit of tenure in Counter-Strike. You'll remember back in CSGO, he played for Gamer Legion, Evil Geniuses, K27, so he is by far the most experienced player on this roster.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Was it Refuser that was normally playing on the team, I believe? So, not sure why the substitution happened, but good to see Neelan back in the seat again. Nota gets blown up. It's a great start. Krepau and Neelan combining to get that kill in the middle. So not going to be seeing anything of him here. Now, they did skip a round by buying here in the 3rd round instead. If they can make it work, though, it's totally respectable and we'll be all right with it. Money is not so bad on PARIVISION, so it'll be a competitive opening to the game. Another grenade around the corner. Cello's here, and Krepau doesn't look like he's... Oh, he wasn't going to check it, I think. The gun barrel was showing, and Cello thought, that's it, that's my time to jump, and he still goes down. Very fast reactions coming out here, the Belgian player. It's going to be a 3 versus 5 now, and the bomb is picked up at the top of mid. So everything about this one I'm seeing on the minimap, I really like. They've got some opening kills, but the discipline is there. Now they're going to leave Neelan lurking around in the palace, while the rest of them working as a squad. They are walking into the more heavily defended side, but the basic Counter-Strike here is looking really good.
Yeah, Protocol's looking on point. Also heard in Banks' interview that it's a group of players that just love playing together, obviously live on campus together. It's very much about the collective rather than the individuals. Jamin, meanwhile, though, is going to lay down Alex, and it's looking, although this round was falling into place nicely, it's just being ripped apart at the seams, and it's Jamin with his AWP that's put down so many bodies. Switching to his Deagle, keeping the dream alive is Korn, but he's on low HP. Molotov will be good to force out Jane, but be careful what you wish for, because Jane is not missing in this round, at least.
Yeah, he's always dangerous, and that there was, you know, the double stack going on the B bomb side there. But honestly, I think that the fundamental idea there for Fisher College was not bad at all. It's a bit of a shame that Neelan died before they got to activate anything, and then, you know, maybe it felt a little bit flat after that, because it feels very telegraphed when you lose that one player who's lurking around. But regardless, I like the idea. Didn't end up with the result that we were looking for. Now we're going into a double scout on the T side situation. So that's kind of interesting. James, though, he looks really fired up today. Hitting a shot almost still in motion there against Alex. And it'll be a 4 versus 5 to start the round with. Don't expect too much out of Fisher College in this particular round. Just the weaponry probably doesn't really allow for it here. But yeah, PARIVISION coming out on top of that last round, I think are going to be they're going to be quite happy.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense if you see James or some of the other troops on PARIVISION fired up, because I think they have a point to raise, a point to prove after yesterday's performance. It was so flat, and across the board it was flat. Like, I remember us clearly saying a couple of times, like, where's Belchenok, where's Way? These are players that we look at to have massive amounts of impact on PARIVISION. They just didn't appear on the server at any point at all. And although 9Z played fantastically, and I'm going to be really curious to see how they play later on, I think they're against the Falcons, it's still a PARIVISION performance that you look at and you scratch your head at. So if they're not up for this game, then for me, that in itself paints a very, very bleak picture for how this roster's looking. So I'm glad to see them come out the gate strong.
Yeah, that game with the Falcons is going to be very interesting, isn't it? Ooh, the lineup was there for the double. Doesn't matter that you just get the one. I mean, the fact that he spots everyone in the middle is even more valuable, potentially. It's another triple for James. He is up to a 7-0 scoreline here, and Neelan can't do much about it. So, unfortunately, what that means for Fisher College here is the early potential to snipe away the CT side economy has kind of disappeared. They've had a couple of rounds now where nobody died on the PARIVISION side, and that means the CT economy is going to be exploding. So, early timeout, though. Don't hate that idea at all. Let's see if they can come up with something cool early on for the T side here. It's still, obviously, we're so early that it's not too late at all for them to get a couple of rounds on the board here, but it would be nice to win some earlier rather than trying to claw like a couple back towards the end of the half when there's an infinite amount of money. So, yeah, do it now.
Yeah, just get on the same page. Make sure that you don't allow this half to get away from you. I mean, how often do we say, like, why is no timeout been called? Suddenly it's 5-6-0, staring down the barrel of a horrendous first half. This, if you have to feel like this is the opportunity for Fisher College to maybe get the upset map, because Ancient is up next. This is their choice of map. It's a map that PARIVISION have had troubles with in recent memory.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you get into the game. I think one of the more concerning elements to me, though, and is 3 kills collectively for Fisher College in 4 rounds. That's got to change right now. They need to start putting some pressure on the economy.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point. Well, Korn's going to give us an opening, but James, the smoke as well. I'm probably right on top of it, spotting out Thor there. So we're going to get shut down early on. But I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this is an interesting experience for them, no doubt. So trying to juggle the teamwork and the individual performances and playing against G2 yesterday and then PARIVISION today. That is one hell of a welcome to a tournament of this magnitude. So I don't really envy them the position here, but if you can at all, you've got to shake up and just like forget about where you are and forget about who you're playing against and try and remember some of the individual stuff, because that's at some level you do need to win some of those just straight up fights.
Oh, for sure. Like, I mean, we heard in the interview that they don't have like these crazy expectations to like win the tournament or anything. It's all about the experience. They know they can do some damage. I do agree, though. Like, it's a hell of an opening couple of games. It's kind of the same as the Huns as well. Like playing against Aurora today, after getting hammered yesterday as well. Rough times, but even after the timeout has come to its conclusion, it's business as usual for PARIVISION as they lay down the oncoming tees, and it's only a couple of kills in return. Neelan and Korn both picking up them. Korn did have a good game yesterday, individually speaking. Krapow is going to get neutralized before he can pull the trigger. And Fisher College maybe can run the bomb over.
Yeah. I think that's locked in for the bomb plant side. I doubt it's going to make a big difference. It's just, this is a hard, 3 people to be up against. James realized just about now the bomb is going to be planted here. So, for Alex, it's pretty good. Like, what else is he expected to do in that situation? Unfortunately, I don't know how you make it out of a round like that one. If you can snipe off a player really early on, but PARIVISION were already in position. So they're going to win the round. Bomb plant will help out with, an extra AWP or something if they wanted to. They can purchase one, I believe. But, yeah, this is somewhat expectedly a tough beginning for Fisher College, and it's probably going to get worse. I hate to say it, but
yeah.
What are we supposed to say,
I mean, I think it's just a really awesome story. Like the Fisher College are here. They've made history. They've really gone above and beyond. I think just being here in the first place is a remarkable achievement within itself. I would love to see them play, like, assuming they lose this series today, which is very likely. I'd like to see them at least get like a fair shot at like a team that's closer up to their level. Maybe like going against the Huns or something like that. I think that could be a really interesting match. But unfortunately, they are kind of just outclassed at every turn so far.
Oh, yes. Shui, that's the spray is one thing, but kind of the confusion there about whether or not you're taking a fight, trying to throw down the smoke at the same time, like didn't look that well coordinated. Belchenok trying to find a bit of an angle through, and the spray again, just that for both players. That's some of the stuff where you're thinking, man, if PARIVISION want to make the playoffs here, or if they want a chance to compete for the title somehow, which I think, you know, the best level of PARIVISION up against a team like Spirit, like I still think that could be a very interesting game, but not the way that they're playing right now. What's happening?
I think it's honestly a fair assessment, you know, like the eye test has not been good. We've seen Zwei have a couple of horrible sprays yesterday as well, and although they are going to get a couple of kills on the exit here, it is going to be Fisher College picking up their first round. Great to see, but it is at the cost of a fair few lives and a couple of moments where realistically PARIVISION will be looking at this round and thinking, we kind of let them in here, to be honest. Like we made quite a few mistakes.
Yeah, I think if you're that B player, if you're Sway early on, you do need like a protocol in your mind for what happens if, you know, they run through and I don't get the first headshot. Like, what's the immediate follow-up? Like, am I trying to throw down an incendiary towards the truck, or am I trying to smoke myself off of the bench, or like whatever the plan is? Like, it has to. You can't make it up on the spot really, because there's no time in those moments, and it just felt very, very chaotic. So, don't love it, but Fisher College, it means they get around on the board. Double AWP setup on the PARIVISION side of things. So Shui's been able to pick that up, and that could be very interesting. It will allow them much more mid-control and leaning towards the A-bomb side a little bit more. It's always a luxury when you get those double orbs.
It does mean, though, that you have to make sure that you stick the landing when it comes to defending the bombs. Double up setup on retakes is horrendous. So Zwei landing the first pick, very important. Propel put down. And now Belchenok and Zwei will be activated once more. Belchenok losing out on that trade puts way more pressure on Zwei, but so far so good for the youngster. He up to 5 kills, going to be coming around the side of the bench. That's another beautiful shot, showing that he is no mug when it comes to the AWP. He could even be on for the ace here as it stands, as Thor trying to tickle his way around the side. He's going to be walking out to the open, but second guesses himself, and that's going to keep himself alive just for a few more seconds. Still 50 seconds on the clock, though, so he doesn't have to rush in just yet. But James will scumbag away the ace, denies it from Zwei, and PARIVISION move to the 6-1.
Okay, that's a really cool look for Shui. I mean, it's cool to have someone who can do the secondary AWPing. I don't think it changes my criticism of how he's been playing all that much, but this is a really, really good look. Super fun to see, and obviously disappointing for Fisher College. They probably thought, okay, we're you know, even if the AWP gets the first kill, if you can run them down, and that's how you always feel when you're pushing those B-bomb sites early on like that on the T side, is, yeah, fine, he gets a shot, but still, we can just keep it going and we'll hunt him down. Didn't really work out for them, so that puts the economy at risk once again. Fisher College back to the 1 AK on Nealon, some upgraded pistols on the rest of it, and PARIVISION 6-1 lead in their favor at the moment. Ooh, but a little bit of an overextension potentially. Alex will find his first kill of the map here, taking down Belchenok in the middle with the deagle. Unfortunately, they lose Krapout. James will find a grenade on him, but they are in the middle and they need to make a fast decision here. I think it's one of those moments where you can't be too slow with it. You're all stacked up on the same part of the map, so eventually you've got to make a push through here, and they're going to be walking through their smoke. I think that's their own smoke that they are slowly simmering through. That's very interesting.
Here's another one of those situations, though, that goes back to a point I raised earlier about running double AWPs. Like, it's so difficult to retake when you have 2 AWPs in play. I don't know if they're going to be able to get their hands on either of those rifles that have dropped either, because that was over on middle. So if Fisher College can dial in these digits, which they have, yeah, they have the inferior weaponry for sure, but this is not an easy retake for PARIVISION. There is every chance they could concede this, and it's a hefty investment alongside it.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Again, this is a round where they had upgraded pistols and an AK, and PARIVISION just overextend in the middle, way too confident in some of these fights, and not winning the early battles either. And then it blows up in their heads. Celo's here. I think more than anything to try and see if he can. You know, I feel like this is a mad idea. If he wanted to get exit kills, if the plan was really to try and get the bomb there, that needed to be a lot quicker. So I'm assuming it was just for the exits. That's pretty good. They do more damage, but Fisher College will win another round here. So 6-2.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. It was exit fragging at best, try and deny some of those weapons across from Fisher College, but conceding the bomb, conceding the round against pistols and a couple of AKs is going to be a sting in the tail of this round. And so PARIVISION started well, but there is every chance they could start to crumble here because that was a big investment. That's why they went for the save. They still have a ton of cash, but that can quickly change in the next couple of rounds. I'm just glad from the neutral's perspective, Randers, that Fisher College are making a go of this and they're actually getting into a couple of these rounds because after 4 rounds played with 3 kills, I was fearing the worst. This was going to be a bloodbath.
Oh yeah, like I mean, it still could be, but I agree with you. We would much rather have them gain a little bit of confidence. You know, they have some kills on the board now. They've won some individual fights. I think that's just a good start to build some confidence in themselves on the T side. So, fully agree. Looks like a bit of an excursion towards the middle. The bomb is at the bottom of the A ramp, which is a big indication of what's going to happen. Krapau gets Nota in return. That's actually way worth it for them. They'll take that kind of a trade every single time. And now they're trying to move up. Krapau looking to get a little bit closer. Incendiary or MOLOZ would have been actually good against Belgianot to force him out, but he kind of second guesses it. Goes for the straight up fight, and Belgianot will take him down. Jame in the middle drops Neelan at the same time. And the rest of them technically stepping a foot on the bomb site. Never, it looks like, with a chance to actually plant the bomb here. And Jame even takes his time to get that line up. So Alex going to be going down, and it's a 7-2. So they're right back in action here, PARIVISION.
Yeah, you can see a couple of the downsides of a team that is playing at a caliber way above their level. Like, you're looking at a full-on investment coming into this round. Everyone had around $5,000 to $6,000. They had a full surplus of grenades. 50 seconds left. They're trying to move on to A. There's no smokes, no flashes, no Molotovs left. They utilize all of it early on the round just to get these little pieces of the map. And that also plays into some of PARIVISION's excellence as well. Give them some credit for that, being able to stall and choke out Fisher College on the approach. But in like a 2v3, 2v4, you're pushing on that site. You need to get some smokes down for that plant. Like, Mirage A site is so many angles to try and contend with at the best of times, even if it's like a 4v4, let alone when you're at a deficit. And so you just saw that really coming to the forefront there as they get picked off left and right and can't do anything.
Well, we do have you know, a quick comment from one chatter, Wolfies, who's saying that, man, this guy talks way too much. Now, I will reveal to you, that is in fact what they pay us for.
We should do a Mimecast, Anders. Let's go.
Yeah, stream chat is one of the best things. Much forgotten aspect of esports, in my opinion. We'll try and talk less, but there's, you know, it's a balancing act. I've got to be honest. If you do it too little, it becomes an awkward kind of situation too. So, but you know, appreciate the feedback nonetheless. We've got a couple of AKs on the Fisher College side of things. This is kind of what they made work earlier. And they intentionally smoke up the window before Krapau walks in. It's a great mind game. Nota, though, he's wise to it. He read that so well. Doesn't mean it's a bad idea for Fisher College. It's actually really cool to see someone try this, but they do get completely called out on it.
Yeah, they're being just pushed to the side once again, running into a brick wall. Smoke's now beginning to fade, but there's HEs and Molotovs behind it to keep underpass, underground for the time being. Thor is going on a bit of a fact-finding mission with 55 seconds. Needs to try and find somebody to execute onto, but yeah, this is a bit of deja vu. Fisher College can't really get a stranglehold into this game, trying to boost up into the window, peering into cap. There's no reason for PARIVISION to move out of their positions. They have a really powerful just default angle across the map as it stands. There's no reason for them to get overzealous here, get too aggressive. Like Fisher College, all the pressure is on them. Sure, Neelan gets a kill, but it's traded out instantly. And with only 20 seconds left and low health bars, I mean, what can they do realistically apart from die?
Yeah, well, that is always an option, I suppose, to get out of the round. Neelan, it's a bit of a shame, but again, Shui looks to be very fast with the AWP, and yeah, there is no way. I think you painted the picture pretty nicely. You just can't really find another exit for the round. So 8-2 is going to be the scoreline here. It's PARIVISION, again, somewhat predictably running through the early stages here. I don't think many people thought differently. I think you've highlighted it quite nicely in just the idea that it is a cool story to see, you know, a college team kind of, you know, qualifying for a big LAN. I think that's awesome, and it would be really nice if it could inspire more stuff. If people don't know, the American sort of college sports economy is enormous. Like if esports could ever tap into that and try to build out that infrastructure like it exists in regular sports, it would be totally revolutionary to our space, which still compared to regular sports is tiny, in case people don't know. So yeah, maybe this could be, and they're quite competitive as well. It's one of the big things that happens in American college sports, right? Is that you know, you want to have like the best football school or the best lacrosse or whatever the other American sports are, but you know, yeah, those things.
Yeah, sort of like baseball, hockey,
the other one.
basketball, yeah, all of those. Indeed, the US is light years ahead of most other countries in that regard, and this could also act as a catalyst. Like this could act as an inspiration. Could have some young kids out there looking on, thinking, "Hold on a second, like if I get into a college team and I really try my best, maybe I could one day be playing against players like Donk." Because keep in mind, like they're at the same tournament as Spirit, the same tournament as the Falcons. Yeah, that's an incredible achievement within itself. Even if they don't end up playing against them individually speaking, they're in the same building. They're meeting these guys.
And I think Thor was saying, right, it's part of his scholarship for the school, right? So it's part of what's sort of like helping to pay his, you know, his study. So I think that's really cool. Like what a great achievement. More of this. We're in the 12th round, and you get another pause coming in here just to kind of, I don't know if it's tech or a tactical timeout, but regardless, it looks like it could be some tech stuff being figured out. That's fair enough. But yeah, a couple of rounds so far. Would be nice to see them win a third round here on the T side, especially if they can then follow that up with a pistol round victory on the CT side. But at least individually, they've got some players that are starting to kind of win some of these fights against the PARIVISION side. And I think that has to be the groundwork. Like a lot of the conversation about strategy and how do you play this and what do you do in these 2v2s. It's like it's hard if you can't make it into those positions because you just get shut down early.
Man, I think the kids call it mogging, right? Korn is just mogging us with that luscious hair. I am envious. I am jealous.
That's a really good point. Yeah, he's got a lot going on there.
Only 2 kills though, so
maybe that's what the timeout was for, just to show off his hair a little bit.
Sure, why not? I mean, it's not as if anyone, you know, the rest of his teammates are necessarily leapfrogging over him either. It's been a bit of a rough day at the office here on this T side of Mirage. Maybe they can pick up a third round to end things off as a decoy has been tossed in middle there. Don't think that PARIVISION are going to be falling for that anytime soon. And now Krapau will be leading the charge with his Mach 10. The last opportunity to get some success on this T side. Fisher College going to be going for the good old A-Rush execute. They haven't smoked off CT boxes, and that could be a real problem. Zello is here, laid in wait.
Oh, a lot of pressure though. Flash going over. Oh, it's a counter flash as well. You're right. It is a problem. 3 headshots and the early spray down. Again, James stealing away an ace, but it's still PARIVISION coming up with a 10-2 lead in the opening half here against Fisher College. So, yeah, big shutdown. I suppose if you don't smoke it off, you have to flash over and fight like that, but I think there was a counter flash that came out as well, or it was their own flashbang. I'm not really sure, but regardless, it just didn't work out. So, great spray down, and overall, great first half of PARIVISION. There's no way around it, really.
Yeah, you'd have to say business as usual, and this is really what they needed. They needed this shot in the arm. They needed this sort of declaration of we're back. We had a horrible first day. It happens. We'll just throw that out the window. Didn't get enough sleep. Travel day was bad. Whatever excuse you want to use for it, the important thing is that you bounce back and you secure that 1-1 position, and so far they're on track.
That's exactly what they should be doing. Speaking of which, there's a rumor that I'm starting right now that JimFat was gonna want to join this Fisher College team just because he misheard the player named Korn. He said we got Korn on the team. I'm definitely joining. But obviously, just misunderstanding it happens. So he's not here, but otherwise he would have been. What do you want, Vince?
Yep. Oh, you nailed it. I heard the same thing.
Yeah.
It's been confirmed.
That's how rumors start. Somebody just has to begin one. should do it more often, in fact, to be honest. We've got Korn, actually, at the A-bomb site, and he is going to be tested. His teammates are checking out the middle, and they're not finding anybody. They do have a kit, but no smoke. Missing out on that side. It's a bit of a shame, really, because otherwise, still a very winnable round. Ooh, big smoke landing on top. Interesting to see. They're going to be rushing down towards connector and jungle. They're clearing out all of this part of the map while the bomb is being planted. So yeah, full-on retake coming in for Fisher College.
The smoke wasn't necessarily ideally placed, as far as I'm aware. I don't know if that was intentional, because there's a massive gap on the CT box, but no one was home anyway, so it didn't end up mattering. James, 15-1 in the first half, by the way. In fact, 16-1 has now jumped up to 17. He was inspired by being slapped by Luchov and DGT yesterday and says, I'll go ahead and have some of that, thank you very much. And although they've tickled the bomb, there's still 3 players in very good positions to fend off this post plant. This is going to go the way of PARIVISION. Some nice shots connecting from Neelan, but it's ultimately just a bridge too far. 11-2 for PARIVISION, and James rockets up to 18 kills.
Wow. Yeah, nice attempt, honestly, at going for that retake, but PARIVISION's post-plant positions there towards the jungle and the connector, there's always going to be very, very hard to try and defuse that bomb. And obviously, James dancing around back here, getting headshots, buying more time. You could see that was always going to be very, very tricky. So that was one of the lifelines, I think, here for Fisher College to try and get some more rounds, make it more of a cosmetic kind of appearance for themselves. We do have a taser on Kripal, so quite interested to see if he can find one, you know, at least. Oh, no, he's going to get burned out. He's hearing it, Belchinok. That's ice cold. He knew that he was at that corner. Doesn't even give him the opportunity. Oh, they're slaughtering them right now. PARIVISION, yeah, they should be leagues ahead, and they're playing like a team that is at the moment.
Not cool, Belchinok. Let the man have his fun. But yes, you I mean, we kind of... There's only so much you can say. It has been that one-sided. We expected PARIVISION to come through and kind of steamroll this 2-0. So far, it has very much played out that way. Ancient up next as well. I don't think he's going to fare any better. And PARIVISION are just laying down the hammer. And to be fair, they are a team that typically does beat up on other squads that are below their level. I think Dastan said it yesterday, that they typically don't scrim against the tier 1 teams. They find it's better to scrim the tier 2 teams instead, because they don't want any of their strategies or any of their kind of like formulas being read by the top teams, so they can play them for the first time when it comes to these big events, which is quite an interesting take on it. But it does mean that Fisher College have been basically just stripped bare. I mean, you've got 2 players, 1 for 13, 2 for 13. Like, no one's really popped off in this game. It has been very, very much a demolition job.
Yeah, blown up. I think that's a reasonable take here. Thor is going to get a kill. You said also a historic moment with an Icelandic player representing the country at a tier 1 LAN. You really have to appreciate that. Korn trying to defend this bomb site. Oh, the flash was so good. And Cello wanted to run it down, kept on fighting against Neelan, who was in the market. He can't quite win that one. Sway's very low on health with the bomb on his back there. Almost surprised that doesn't kill him outright. But he goes for the bomb plant, and it looks like he's going to be successful. Belchinok spotting out a couple of players towards that short position, and he'll spray down Kripal. A little bit of a mismanagement here at the timing with the push. I feel like if they're going to go for that short push, they need to go for the market as well at the same time. Count to 3 and make a bit of a jump for it here. No one found through the smoke, but James has gone down. It's Thor once again, and Shui and Belchinok trying to hold on to the rest of the round here. PARIVISION now down to a single man, and it's Belchinok. The bomb is already being defused, a long old defuse as well, so he's got a second, but shut down. USP straight to the face. Alex will get that one. It's a good round for Thor.
Some really good kills there on the approach, retaking the site. Thor landed a couple really, really big headshots. Got to give credit to them. So down but not out. Still fighting, still alive, still breathing. And it really is playing for pride at this point. I mean, it's just an amazing opportunity. It's an amazing experience for the Fisher College boys. So the more rounds they can get against a team of PARIVISION stature, the more times they can go back and watch these demos and figure out what went wrong. It really is a great way for them to level up collectively as an outfit. So Yeah, I mean, from their perspective, they're going to be ecstatic about the fact they've picked up a third and they have prolonged this map for just a little bit longer. And PARIVISION, forever the professionals, not taking anything for granted, call the timeout and make sure they get this map done as fast as possible. They don't want to overstay any welcome here.
Yeah, I think that's pretty important. This is actually, we never talked about this, but it's a kind of a weird position for PARIVISION too, because if they win now, if it's a 13-3 scoreline, no one's going to give them a lot of props for it. It's going to be like, yeah, well, that's what we expect. But if it goes to a 13-8 or 9, people will immediately criticize them. Even if they win the game, people are going to say, wow, look at this, unbelievable that PARIVISION, they should be able to shut this down much quicker. So there's almost no real victory here for PARIVISION. So, yeah, take the timeout, make it as fast as you can, although they run into Thor again. Not with the hammer in the middle, but an AWP to take down Nota. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, straight away, just kind of repels the push. Any aggression that PARIVISION were thinking of going for has been slowed down significantly. And it's not as if they have a ton of utility either. I mean, they've got 3 smokes, it's enough for the execute, but there is no way they can fake this. Once they pull the trigger, they have to commit to this play. And although there was a fast rotation over onto middle, they have course corrected, starting to move 2 plays back over onto the A side. From the CT's perspective, Krapau will be receiving the first point of call up on the stairs. And they've allowed Alex the chance now to get through onto CT side. Now, these are going to get smoked off. 3 smokes, ideally, stairs, jungle, and CT. Now being thrown in.
Yeah, they're going straight for it. A lot of Molotovs on the side. I mean, I think they've burned out like 3 different positions already, but they haven't found anyone there, so it's kind of all for nothing right now. Yes, they got the bomb site, but they probably wanted a kill behind at least one of those Molotovs, and that wasn't available. Krapau jumping straight in. That is action-packed, but followed up. Thor gets another shot, takes down Jamin. It's a triple kill for Thor, as he has brought PARIVISION to an early end to that round. They really wanted that bomb plant, and I think they were hoping that someone was going to be anchoring the site either in that sandwich position next to the stairs and Tetris, or in the shadows close to the palace, and they just didn't find anything with it. Really good AWPing from Thor here. You got to appreciate that.
Yeah, nice AWPing, but I actually want to give a lot of credit to Krapau there, because he's on the stairs in the smoke, and we switched to his perspective as his foot hit the ground and he died while flashed. It looked a bit foolish, but what you didn't see is that on CT side there was no smoke, and Alex was waiting to push. Krapau basically was the bait to take all that attention away from the CT boxes, and that allowed Alex and then Thor to come in and clean up the rest. So fair play to you, Krapau. You sacrificed yourself for the great, the good. Often goes under the radar, but I got to give you a shout out for that play.
Yeah, very, very important stuff. And suddenly, again, up to 4 rounds. It's pistols on the PARIVISION side. They're running in now to the AWP, the Icelandic AWP on the CT side. You could say he's a bit of a thorn in their side. Vince?
Boo. Boo.
All right.
I need those sound effects from production, like a boo or an applause.
Oh. Yeah, now we need the yays instead. Cello. There's a sick shot coming out. Nealon, though. Oh, he's being pressured. He knows it as well. They're coming in on all sides. Where's the backup coming? Alex is a little bit further away, so he can't really help out. Nealon, you could see, was a bit of an island there. Very uncomfortable spot. That's where you'd love for Alex to have an incendiary, which he does have, to throw it in there, try and create like a little bit of a different scenario for them. Nota's gone down, and Belchanok on his own. It's a good recovery of Fisher College. There was a moment where you could sense the desperation as Nealon was on the stairs, but it's Thor back in the saddle, picking up another kill.
Gotta say, man, I'm impressed with Thor's AWPing. From the eye test, the very few rounds that we've seen him in a position where he hasn't just been smothered with the AWP, he's actually been landing a lot of shots. He seems pretty snappy with it, with the flicks. Very solid stuff from him. And I think you honestly raised a really interesting point, Anders, about how it's like for PARIVISION, it's like heads you win, tails I lose mentality. Even if they win, they don't really win, because everyone's like, well, yeah, of course, you had to win this game anyway. And if they even get close, like if Fisher College bring this back to, and it ends up being like a 39-13-10, people are even then going to pick apart PARIVISION and say like, well, your T-side sucked. What's going on here? Like, you're going to get wrecked against the Falcons or an Aurora or a team like that. So I totally agree with you. Like, all the pressure is firmly on PARIVISION's shoulders.
It really is. And the good news is they're just one step away. One good opening kill, it'll look different. Shuffling around on the boost there. Once you fall off if there is someone near enough by to listen to it, it's just a bit awkward. And for sure, Alex is going to be calling it in on the other side, saying there's a lot of movement happening on that ramp. Once again, we're back to the A-bomb side, but this time without losing Nota in the middle. That's what happened last round. This time they're going straight for it. Thor flashed out and smoked off, and Alex goes down early. And the blind shot there coming out from the Icelandic AWP, not able to connect, unfortunately. So now it's a full bomb site control here. I say that Ashway very nearly gets sprayed down, but he did get the bomb plant.
He did, and that's the important part. And he's also able to relocate now and get those crossfires set up. It's going to be a really difficult one to retake. James just hiding on Tetris, allowing the rest of the troops a moment in the sun, a moment to get their hands dirty. As a spray is good, and that is going to be a game over for Mirage. PARIVISION take it 13-5. A couple of last-ditch heroics, but it ultimately was just not good enough for Fisher College.
Yeah, it would have been so much fun to see them win the pistol round on that second half, because you can kind of tell that they had a little bit of momentum in some of these rounds. Maybe they could have got the AWP out a little bit earlier on Thor. I think he looked very good with it, looked very serviceable. So that was cool to see. But as somewhat expected, it is going to be PARIVISION coming out with a map win. And again, this is a map that they don't play all that well. They do play it a lot, like you pointed out, but their win rate on it is fairly low. And even then, they do look like the much better team. Ancient is where they're doing some of their best work. We didn't get to see that yesterday. They actually robbed us of that experience, PARIVISION. Or maybe they were robbed by 9C. But either way, we fully expect that they're going to be coming into that second map, PARIVISION, looking perhaps even better than they did on this one. So Fisher College, again, enjoy the experience. Just kind of, shake up some of the nerves and just kind of, get the AWP out early on Thor and keep doing this. I don't think we can expect much more out of them at this stage.
Yeah, and like the other thing as well is, although they're definitely expected to lose, they've lost their choice of map. The map you just touched on is maybe a bit of a rough one statistically for PARIVISION. Keep in mind that PARIVISION, by the way, are only losing against like tier 1 opposition on this. They have losses to Vitality, Falcons a couple of times, Foot, who have been looking very good recently, MongolZ as well. So it's like, fair enough, like they got a bad kind of statistical line on it, but does that really paint the full picture? But they're not out. Like, even if Fisher College lose today, which is the expected result, they go in the 0-2 bracket, and then maybe they do get to play a team that they have a chance against. If they play against like a Huns, a team of that kind of caliber, I'm really curious to see how they can perform against those guys. But they have just had a really rough run of it, ultimately. And we saw flashes. Thor had a couple of really cool rounds. Neelan, we know what he's capable of doing. Korn was great yesterday, maybe a little bit quiet today. So I'm not counting them out just yet that they can't get a win. And I think, ultimately, the way that you try and funnel this in for Fisher College to get some positives out of this, because it's so often we say, teams go 0-3, they're trash, etc., which of course isn't fair at all. If Fisher College can get one win, if they can go out like 1-3, I think that's an amazing achievement for this team, and one they'll genuinely be really proud of.
Yeah, fully agree. Yeah, we'll see what the draw is like for them for their match later on in the tournament. But yeah, it would be really cool if they could have a team like the Huns or something similar to fight up against. But so far, it is going according to the schedule here. PARIVISION, they are the stronger team, and they're playing like it for the most part, and that's good news. We are going to go to a break. When we come back, we have the second map on Ancient coming up, so stay tuned, and we'll return shortly.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
We are here in Astana, in Kazakhstan. Dastan, you're home for an event.
Yes.
This is a great feeling. Are you from Astana or are you from Almaty or somewhere else?
I'm originally born from Kızılar'da. It's a city from south of Kazakhstan, but most of my life I lived in Almaty.
So tell me, obviously you're not playing, you're coaching, right? But you still get a more special feeling. Like what is going through your mind where you're on billboards, you're on big billboards outside in the city, your face, you're like, that's crazy.
Yes, I didn't see from my eyes.
Okay.
I don't know, my feelings, it's, first of all, the people around in hotel are same. Like Nico walking, everyone same, but when I go outside, when I see the young school boys walking and asking Dastan, come, sign, it makes the feeling different. 10 years ago, when Gambit won major, it was fun meeting. It was in Astana.
Oh wow!
It was crazy, and security can't hold the people, and it was, it wasn't.
Okay, we're gonna need to get extra security if Hobbits come in, but I also need to talk a bit about PARIVISION and where you guys are at, because beginning of the year, champions, last Monte finals, right? Krakow, an early exit, but we understand you guys were tired. It had been the grind going on. Cluj-Napoca, second place. Rotterdam, top 4. We can take that as a positive, right? But then Bucharest, where I think many people expected you guys to do better, probably win that tournament. You were favorites. It didn't come together. What is happening in your eyes with the difference between the team of this up and down, like the inconsistencies you have?
I think when distance is increasing, you find your original level. It's like, as I said in Bucharest, I hope Xielo, Nota, Belchonok, they should play better because they have more experience, but their level is increasing right now. That's what I'm worrying. Even before this tournament, I don't know what to expect. For me, it will be nice if I go to playoff and win at least one game. Semi-final, okay. Maybe it's not the worst which coach can say. I can say, oh, we will win, it's important.
No, but you're always honest.
I'm honest. Semi-final will be nice. Of course, it will be, if the opponent will be not like, I don't know, Spirit or FURIA, I think we should win. But there is like 4 or 5 teams here are good. And I want to be in arena. I want to win. But I don't want to have like extra pressure. First of all, let's go to playoffs. It will be already nice, because if I don't qualify, I will be sad. But even if I lose, I don't want to show like bad emotions. Yes.
So I understand you want to make playoffs. You'd love to win the tournament. You have a deep run. You've been there in practice. You've been seeing what the team's been doing. How confident are you that the team's form is better than what we saw in Bucharest right now?
I think we are better than in Bucharest, but right now I don't feel like, in practice it was not good. We lost a lot of practice. When we play practice, for example, we don't play against a lot with tier 1 teams. It's always, I don't know, because maybe for us it's better, because they can learn us maybe.
You're trying to hide,
and when we play against tier 2 teams, it's good, because we're playing like official one. And sometimes we're training, but we didn't play for win. We play for practice rounds more than, maybe if I win here, it will be unbelievable. The feelings will be like major.
That for you, this could be a major, that's for sure. Well, good luck. Thank you for all of your explanations, all of your deep diving. I always appreciate talking to you. Lastly, I'll just let you, is there anything you want to say in Kazakh, if you can, to all the Kazakhstani fans that are watching and supporting?
Assalamu alaikum, Kazakhstan. Бүгін ертең PGL Astana басталады. Сендер келгеніңе өте қуаныштымын. PARIVISIONға болейте. Забыл я қазақша сөздерді. Все, рахмет.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready with another map here. It's the B stream, and it's day 2 of PGL Astana. What a beautiful city it is indeed. Saw a great interview there with Dastan and Banks, talking about where he grew up and kind of like we've already known that it's going to be an emotional thing for them if they can make the big stage, especially if they can have a good result there. We are coming into this one with Ancient on the menu. Vince, I mean, what could we say? I mean, we've gone through so much of this here. For Fisher College, surely the experience and maybe getting off to a good start, like win a pistol round, try and get some more rounds on the board. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, I think the pressure is definitely off them. You know, we talked before about how there isn't really any winning in this for PARIVISION other than like just a one in the column, so to speak. I think, like, if Fisher College have done their homework, which I'm assuming they would have, and they watched back the game yesterday, that PARIVISION really struggled against 9 Xeon. They struggled really badly against aggression on both sides, CT aggression and T aggression early on for mid control. And so I think there's maybe a few small chinks in the armor that they can try and exploit on that. So I'm going to be curious to see if they try and take the fight to PARIVISION in that regard or not. But, you know, you're talking about Dastan. Obviously, we got MongolZ as well for Kazakhstan, but so is Neelan. Neelan is also from Kazakhstan. So we have plenty of players here that are hoping and praying they can make the playoffs to play in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, that would be spectacular. The road there for Neelan probably quite a bit different, but I think it must be a cool experience playing in your home country this way. And yeah, MongolZ out there. Near forgot. I'm glad you reminded me. Second map here is going to be picked by PARIVISION, and unlike the first map of Mirage, this is a map that PARIVISION should feel a lot more comfortable on. So we expect that it's going to be more impressive for them. But let's see. I mean, once the AWP came out, Thor was starting to look very good. The Icelandic AWP there just looking strong at the moment. And maybe we could see Korn activated. We did highlight his hair. Coach has some amazing hair as well. What is happening with this team? How are they so blessed?
They're all blessed. Man. just sad now. Thanks, Anders.
Just it's fine. You know, we all just have to accept that, you know, everyone has a different experience in life, you know. Here we go. We're going to get into it. Shout out to you guys in the chat for keeping us entertained as well at the same time. PARIVISION going to be starting on the T side, Fisher College on the CT side. And they are, I think they're set up for a bit of a potential A hit, whereas, or at least Fisher College are expecting that there was going to be an A hit is what I meant. PARIVISION, I think, are much more into a default setup. They can do whatever they want from here on out. And they're probably wondering, how come we've not seen anyone middle? Like, this is so far on the map that James managed to walk in here and without spotting anybody. So that must be a curious experience for him. Now finally seeing that there's somebody deep on that A bomb side. The bomb is outside of B though still, so this investigation could still end with them falling back and just going for the B bomb side.
Yeah, that is true. Molotov's being tossed in, really trying to sell this fake though. The issue here is that Sway has the bomb. So even if they do end up hitting A, it's going to take ages before he can get close enough. And that's a big if, because Thor's going to be laying down with the USP with 2 huge kills, and they're going to hear the Julies rattling off at the same time. So you would think that maybe they'll rotate back to B, but they're fully committing behind this A hit.
So confusing for what's happening in this round here for PARIVISION. I really don't know what the plan was. Belchinok's going to get cornered at the end. And Sway making the jump on over. It's great movement. The bomb is now finally made its way here, but Neelan, what a shot with the dualies coming out close range, drops Belchinok, and now Sway is going to have to back on out. He's got 12 seconds on the clock. Don't fight him now. Let him be forced to plant the bomb. He goes in for it with the dualies, takes the head off Neelan. Now he's hunting for Krapow on the other side, and he'll get it right at the end. A triple kill for Sway saves the round, but I really feel like PARIVISION had no business winning this round. This is a mess beyond belief.
Bro, you have just been bailed out by just straight up mechanical superiority. Everything tactically about that round stunk. Like, I'm complete agreement with you, Anders. I'm watching that, just shaking my head, scratching my head, just wondering what's happening. Like, at any point, they could have pulled the plug and gone back to B. They initially fake it, but as I said, Zway had the bomb, and then you just walk in one by one into the lines then. It's so strange, but still, take nothing away from Zway. It's a beautiful clutch, a 3K on top of it, but it doesn't give you much confidence, does it?
No, it doesn't. Like, I feel like there were so many better options in that moment, especially once they realized there was a bit of a stack at the A bomb site. I'm so confused about why they wanted to turn it into... I feel like you're never going to be successful faking B, just throwing in a couple of utility and not having anyone show up. Like, the CT side will always say, yeah, they've got grenades, but nobody's actually pushing. So, very strange stuff. It worked out nonetheless, so there's a limit to how much we can criticize it, but Fisher College... They did have some success on Mirage with, you know, the odd AK and some pistols, and they're hoping to replicate that with a bit of an earlier buy here, which again is not that uncommon. They've lost the first couple of fights, unfortunately, though, so Belgium's going to be able to get a free kill there on Nealon. It'll be a 3 versus 5, which they should probably stack everyone in a bomb site at this rate and either save the guns or try to fight as 3.
But therein lies the issue, because Zello is already on the prowl, and he's seen at least one player. So he's got a good read of the situation. James now going to be coming in. He had a phenomenal first half of Mirage, if he did miss it. Ended the half, I think, with 16 or 17 kills. So yeah, it is a case of some of those players that we highlighted, Anders, having a bit of a shocker yesterday, have certainly rose to the occasion in this game, at least. Nice shot there from the bow.
Pretty good kill for Thor as well. Gonna steal the AK away. If he could get more kills with the SMGs, then he's going to be closer to picking up an AWP later on in the game, which is nice. I do see a lot of support in the chat as well for Fisher College. I think that's really nice. Hope you guys will continue to show them some support. Again, it's kind of a first in many ways. We've got, you know, an Icelandic player. We've got a college that's made its way to a tier 1 LAN, American college in, again, Boston, Massachusetts, I believe. Very, very cool stuff. And yeah, keep it going. Keep it going. Alex and Thor will save the SMG and the AK. PARIVISION going to win the round nonetheless.
Yeah, I think people just love an underdog story, you know, and there's no doubts that Fisher College coming into this event, they were the lowest seed for a reason. Yeah. Definitely on most people's radars to realistically 0-3. And that, I'm not even being like an ass when I'm saying that. I just think, you know, at the end of the day, they'll be in that expectations themselves, and sure, fighting as hard as they can and expecting they can get W's, but knowing that they're the massive underdogs, knowing that they have the least amount of experience, and especially at this caliber of Counter-Strike. So it makes perfect sense that they have a lot of people behind them cheering them on. It's great to see. Nealon, though, has walked straight into the crosshair of James, and so will Korn. 1 by 1 down ramp is lunacy.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting choice. I kind of like the attitude of saying, let's take the fight to them and try to see if they can battle it out, but they've got shot down very hard. James back hitting the shot with the AWP. You pointed it out. He was lethal on Mirage. It was a lot of fun to watch, in fact, so more of that. I mean, more than anything, we want not so much James to step it up. I want Belchenok and Shui. I'm keeping the spotlight on them. Not so much for this match, but just in general. They just have to, you know, 10x their performances in some of these games. If they're going to be playing later on against some of the heavier hitting opponents, then it just has to be better for them individually. So I think James overall is always going to be an interesting and difficult player to be up against, but yeah, you want some of those riflers to be out there doing the work. Unfortunately, there's not a lot they could do here on the CT side. They've got 2 AKs. If they can save both of them, that's a small victory in a round that you're not going to be winning if you try and retake this one.
Thing is, too, just to give Fisher College some props, not just for obviously making it to this event, which in itself is an amazing accomplishment, as we touched on Mirage, but they have got some legit wins recently as well. Like you mentioned Passion UA, they beat Passion UA 2-0. That was with Senzu, by the way, before he went off to BC Game, of course. And they also beat Marsborn, which is one of those NA teams that's been doing decent work over the last like 6 months. They got players like Grizz in there. They have been like a consistent factor of that tier 2, tier 1 bracket over on the NA side of things. So 2 pretty convincing, very impressive wins over opposition that you might expect them to struggle against. But obviously it's a different ball game to what we have at Astana, unfortunately.
It is, like in terms of the quality of the teams, but also in terms of what are the experiences, like traveling to somewhere, setting up, or, you know, on a LAN on a big stage, all the sort of, you know, the potential interviews that you're going to be doing. Like, there's just so many different moving parts that when you haven't been in it a lot before, I mean, Nealon's had a taste of it for sure, but for the most part, these guys won't have been through that experience, and it is going to be different. It is going to be, you know, it'll affect how you can turn up mentally. So yeah, in that sense, the I think the trip is worth it alone to have that experience and maybe bring it home to the college. Like if they have some sort of an esports department, there's a lot to bring home and talk about and all the rest of it. So yeah, overall, I think it's a big positive. PARIVISION, they're cruising along right now. Like we said, if they win this 2-0 with comfortable scorelines, people will shrug and say, yeah, we expect that. So that's pretty much all they can do right now is just live up to that expectation, and people aren't going to be celebrating it all that much. Flashbang going out to try and counter it. Do they want to swing back at Belchon? So blind. That's a very good setup, but more flashes coming over from T-Spawn. Shui, the one who's throwing them in, and that was set up for a couple of kills in return. Those T-Spawn flashes are so deadly, and if not for Alex getting the wallbang headshot against CeeLo there, it would have been a big lead for the PARIVISION side once again. They will steal another kill, though. So otherwise, Fisher College had that 3-on-3 at least.
Let's make it the benefit of the surprise, but now that his teammates died, it's gonna more than realistically have at least one set of eyes peering him down, and that's why he decides to take the fight. Completely understand the decision making, but unfortunately he was walking on shaky ground. I do appreciate that Fisher College though did try and take mid control. It's a point that we raised kind of coming into this map. They struggled against it a lot. PARIVISION against 9Z yesterday, and they nearly did manage to win out those trades. As you highlighted, if one of those kills goes slightly different, then Fisher College can take mid-control, they can propel themselves into heaven and close down that ramp push. Things could work out very differently, so very close, but yet so far able to force their way back in with a buy. This time it's only the one player that's in mid, and that's Krapal, but he's not going to be pressured. Jaden eats that grenade though. Shrapnel for breakfast down to 42.
No AWP on Thor is a bit of a shame. You really wanted to see that. They've got some kills early on, even if they don't have the rounds yet. That was a problem on Mirage, where I think in the first 4 or 5 rounds, there was like 3 kills across the board for Fisher College. A bit different here. Still not spectacular. Oh, that new tech Molotov is so incredibly cool. Clearing out that boost spot, that's really worth being able to do. You throw it off the stairs there on the left-hand side, coming in from the T side. Belchonok, that's an opening, and then an HG onto Thor will lay him low. So 3 versus 5. And Korn is a million miles away at the moment. Unlikely they could do anything more than save the guns, which you'd love to be able to fight at least a little bit for a round like this one.
Yeah, there is a counterplay to that Molotov sometimes, depending on where it lands. You sometimes see teams will actually boost up just after the molly has kind of dissipated. But that Molotov was perfect because a part of it was also on the ground level. So there was never a chance for them to get that boost in play. So I completely agree. It's a really cool molly to watch. Clears out an angle. No one was playing in it, but it didn't really make much difference. And if nothing else, like once you have that boosted position cleared and you know no one is present, it allows you to focus on the box, the temple, and then just systematically take control of the site. So just seeing the cogs turning for PARIVISION here, that's a real clean take. You've got a couple of head-scratching moments, but that is very clean indeed.
That Molotov does also trigger me quite a bit because I spent so much time on this map trying to figure out how to throw a Molotov through the ceiling outside in the A hallways. There's like a very tiny gap in the ceiling when you push those A hallways, and you can actually, if you double boost, you can throw Molotovs through that on the T side, and they kind of land in the same direction, but my method is infinitely more complicated. Like this solution is so smooth, and it's no joke. Like the day after I made some video about it, like how I'd finally figured it out, somebody put the, threw this on Reddit, and it's such a cooler method, and it really annoys me that I didn't think of it. So shout out to whoever that was, but yeah. It also kind of, sometimes I end up spending way too much time looking for these kind of things. So it's very painful when somebody does a better job.
Mate, I remember when Nubis came out and you went on stream and you were practicing nades for hours. Like, you are committed to the cause. I can say firsthand, I know you are a nerd for that stuff in the best possible way.
I'll do it sometimes off stream, like it'll be 2 a.m. and I'm just like throwing Molotovs around on cache trying to figure something out. It's, yeah, a lot of time wasted like that. But it is fun. Here we go in the middle. That is a meaty grenade that lands on Belchonok and Nota. Oh, counter flash coming out. Krapal, I don't think he was ready. It actually looked a little bit funny, like he was moonwalking backwards into the fight. I appreciate the style put into that, but that's not the time for it. Moonwalking's for when you've won the map.
Yeah, that's a celebration, It reminded me of one of those clips where you get someone really drunk and they're like falling over, but they can't stabilize and they end up like face planting into a lamppost or something. That was like Krapal's experience. Good kill from Thor though, showing he's not just a one-trick pony with the AWP, can get it done with the FAMAS. Downside is they've lost control over Donut, and they're not sure if this push has come through. Neelan is watching it, though. But the timing's slightly off here, and the bomb is trickling its way over onto B. I love this play from Thor. You have a lack of manpower, lack of utility. You have to go and search for some intel. It's the only way you get into this round.
Yeah. Big play. Good catch from our observer as well. Really appreciate that camera angle as he's sneaking out there. The timing nearly eludes him, but you know what? He can still find the kill here. Oh, Silo, though, I think he's looking for... Yeah, he is. Thor goes down. It's not really his fault. I think, you know, you have to try and make a play like this one to try and get the info. Unfortunately, as they're trying to get even more information now, it's a classic way to lose rounds on the CT side when you feel uncomfortable because the Ts aren't giving you any indication. They're not making noise. They're not throwing any grenades. So you feel like, okay, we're gonna keep pushing and get a little bit of information so that we can make rational rotations. And the more you push, the more you die, and the round slips out of your hands. It's been done before. Unfortunately for Fisher College, there's a big chance here for them to win the round, and now that's kind of gone.
Yeah, I think it's safe territory, isn't it? It sucks to be 6-0 down, but the alternative is pretty bleak. There is an AK down. Thank you very much for the observing there. And I don't know if the Ts are necessarily going to be able to deny this because they're mainly focused on the potential of a retake right now. Of course, we have all the benefits of all the information. Fisher College are not privy to that intel, so they are going to hold and look for those exit fracks. They are both going to be decapitated by Zway's M4, however, who will go down with the ship, but no big deal as far as PARIVISION are concerned. On the other side, though, that is painful for Fisher College. Sure, they have max round loss bonus coming up. They can maybe squeak together a buy, but they would have maybe had an AWP for Thor here. They had way more utility as well on top of it, so there's going to be a couple of big pieces that are missing as a result, and I think they're actually going to go for a half buy instead, just to make sure that they have a good buy into the next one. It's really grim, though, to be 6-0 down and be, you know, penny pinching and checking for every single cent that you have.
Yeah, not the most fun position to be in. Grenade remarkably did only 2 damage. I feel like Krapau jumped straight into that. Okay, oh, what a shot from Cello. He is fired up. That was a very quick burst to take down Thor, who's otherwise getting boosted up on top of the box there, which is actually a really cool way of doing it. People, I think, have started to figure out that if you flash that corner, you can almost sort of run boost the CT up on the box, and you can really catch the Ts off guard. So it's a nice idea, but it just didn't work out this time. Neelan and Krapau with very limited chances here. The bomb is over at the A side, so if the game just freezes in this state, the bomb is going to be planted, and there's not much they could do. 7-0 seems locked in. And again, this is kind of the baseline expectation for a team like PARIVISION to be doing this. And Sway, you know, to his credit, hitting good shots, seems more active. I want to see him play like this, but against, you know, stronger opposition. That's why. Right. That's what I'm looking for.
We were looking for this yesterday against 9Z, right? And it never really arrived. So yeah, I definitely agree with you. Assuming that they do convert this and go into that 1-on-1 bracket, there's going to be some very good teams already in there as well. Aurora winning earlier today, securing their first victory after a disappointing result yesterday. So plenty of interesting games coming up. Obviously, this is only day 2 of many for the Astana tournament, and tons of cash, tons of VRS, bragging rights, playing in front of a Kazakhstani crowd, which is going to be amazing. They're incredibly passionate fandom. This 7-0
they really are.
Highlighted.
They're outside of the hotels. They are, you know, looking for the players to get autographs. They're definitely a very, very dedicated Counter-Strike community, which I guess makes a lot of sense. Like the sort of the legend of some of these Kazakhstani players goes really, really far back, which I think is interesting. You know, all the way back into 1.6 even. But a lot of the early adapters when Go came out, like Adren and Mo and some of those people were, you know, they were representing the country quite far ahead of sort of like the modern day Kazakhstani scenes. It's really cool. I did actually see Adren last time we were in Kazakhstan as well. So really cool to catch up with an old friend like that. He's still out there doing stuff. I think he was coaching at that point in time. So yeah, I don't know how many people remember, but we had 2 different. We had, you know, Adren and Adren. I don't know. We tried to pronounce it differently. We had like one American, one Kazakhstani. It's very confusing.
Yeah, NA player. Yeah, that's right. And I think he did coach. I'm not sure if he still is right now. The US one I'm talking about here.
Yes.
But yes.
Yeah, he went on for, Eric was coaching for a long time,
Yeah.
For sure. Anyway, just to say that the country has a lot of history with the game, which is kind of cool. We are getting into round number 8. Thor is back on the AWP again. He seems to have been their best player today so far. See if he can find a way to out-snipe Jame on the other side. Not an easy task, even for a top-level AWPer. Korn with a good early headshot, but Jame is there as he just slightly overpeaks the angle. And now that leaves the B-bomb side kind of open here. Neelan way in the back. Nice shot. Way goes down. And now that's the bomb on Beltranok here. Neelan pushing through the Molotov to be in a better angle, and that's worked out for him. What a great move from Neelan.
They needed a hero, and he's answered the call. Krapow, in the meanwhile, I think Jame was trying to play anti-flash, or Nota was. Either way, it was a bit of an awkward incursion. So this flawless run is going to come to an abrupt end, and it's Neelan who will seal the deal with his triple. Third in the round, huge kills on ramp. Those opening 2 pretty much just broke PARIVISION's resolve immediately. And one player as well, seeing as we've just seen one of the Kazakhstani players here at the event perform, Hobbit is maybe the most popular / famous, I guess, from Kazakhstan. He's done an amazing amount for the region. Obviously won majors as well. There's always a bonus. Yeah. Oh, James mad. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, never, I would say. That's very interesting. But yeah, you're right, Hobbit. How could I forget? It's a good shout out as well. Goes to show you that there are quite a few more people to bring up. 7-1. People in the chat are saying OT incoming, and 7 is all they get. So the support for Fisher College is truly there. People love them right now. I think you're right, though. People love it. I love an underdog story. I think it's always more fun to kind of try and view the game from that side. I think we've made our expectations for PARIVISION clear, and that's kind of out of respect for the kind of counter that we've seen them play in the past. I feel like they haven't been doing it for a minute, but we know that they can. So it's less fun, I think, celebrating that, and it's a little bit more fun, you know, hoping and kind of looking for the ways that Fisher College could get something more in there. So I appreciate that. Molodoy, we mentioned earlier, for those of you asking. Don't worry, we didn't forget about him. Nota will be taking down Neelan early on. And again, that's the flashes in the middle there. So incredibly hard to dodge when you're coming in on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking more legendary players. Molodoy definitely will be legendary, I think, in the future, but he's not quite earned that mark just yet. Still very early into his career, of course, but all the signs looking good. Krapow, the timing, as he throws down the smoke, but the same could be said for Zello. So at least Fisher College don't hemorrhage too hard. Not ideal, still a player down, and PARIVISION knocking on the door of the A site. Now going to be looking to go ahead and get that bomb planted. And although Korn has snuck his way into Temple, he is waiting for the utility to come in before he goes for that peak realistically. Also waiting additionally for Alex to show up in position before they do fully pull the trigger and go all in on this. But they have to go all in. They've run out of time, run out of rounds. You have to go for this one. Molotov's tossed in. Good HE, but the molly keeps them at bay, and Jame rips off the shoulder of Thor. He's going to be limping his way through Temple. Already more than half of that timer ticking away off the fuse of the bomb. And Fisher College yet to really push out and get themselves interested. But Jane turns his back. Gets nailed as a result of it. But Fisher College being picked apart. Korn may get a couple kills, but he has no time. And so PARIVISION pick up an 8th.
That smoke that was blocking Alex from getting into the fight, and Jane was holding it for a long time. I feel like that smoke lasted so much longer than even I expected. I didn't actually clock when it got put down, but you could tell that it was a long time. And by the time that Alex decided to go for it, you're right, Jane had his back turned, but at the same time, there was almost nothing left on the bomb timer. So just I like the idea of waiting that long, and I appreciate Fisher College trying to set up that retake, waiting for Alex, but they needed like 3 or 5 more seconds to really make that a realistic go of it. So tough break for them, 8-1. And moving into round number 10 here, it is PARIVISION looking to close this out rather quickly if they can, although Alex has something to say about it. A good double spray down brings the round back in contention. It's all up to Sway. He's got the bomb at least, and he has been playing a pretty good map. He's 9-2 right now. See if he can find a way to clutch this one.
He has 100 health. He's also playing well, as you highlighted. The Molotov stops the push from the short side. Now he's going to be able to peer into long. If they line up, this could get messy real quick for Fisher College. But they do have the intel. They know he can't be back on ramp as it stands, and Alex gets him for his 4th kill in the round. And this is going to sound like a mental statement out of context, but I would just love for him having a round like that just to stroke his tash. He reminds me like of a character, and I mean this the best possible way, from Top Gun. He's got the perfect hair for the perfect mustache. I need to see that in my life.
That's I'm glad that you're thinking about these details, Vince, you know, when nobody else is. But, you know, that's a good thing to bring up.
I'm not quite right in the head, Anders, but, you know, it's fine.
Well, you know what? Maybe it could brighten the mood on the team a little bit if they can get some of that acting in there. Whatever it takes, really, to get them back in. But this is a great round for Alex. Finally, I feel like that's the first time that we've seen something really good out of him. So more of that, please. Round number 11 is coming up. So far, he's keeping it cool. He's not trying to flirt with anyone on the camera. They're really focused here.
I do admire that as well, though. Maybe they could... Look at that. It's just perfection for Top Gun, I'm telling you. Tom Cruise, if you're watching this, I'm sure you are at home. Get him involved for the next one.
We do have some unlikely Counter-Strike crossovers, especially I feel like with, you know, some of the football players out there that you know, suddenly also like playing Counter-Strike. Don't know if Tom Cruise is in it. I haven't heard about that, but it could be. As long as we can't deny it, it's probably true.
Starting another rumor here. Oh, the spray, it's so messy. There's so much damage off that Molotov, but they still get the 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, that is a very nice spray as he was catching the first CT mid-air, but unfortunately, they still come out a man down here, Fisher College. They do get Nota. And now the question is, what is the plan? Are you going to try and push forward? They've kind of lost a couple of rounds like that already. Korn's got to be careful here as he's hanging around that cave position. Molotov going to be landing straight on him. And it does even burn him a tiny bit. So now he's going to be doubling up with Alex. Playing towards that front of cave position. But they're walking up right behind them in to plant the bomb here. Korn looking to get around the corner. A little bit of a wallbang coming out. That actually isn't a bad idea because it might set up Korn to really get the kill as they're looking on the other side of it. Nobody, yeah, I think he's trying to hide intentionally, hoping that someone's going to be peeking it, but PARIVISION are very, very structured here. They're not really wanting to fight the cave at all. Flash comes in. Alex trying to see if he can clear out the corner. Now a grenade towards the ramp. They will get one. Thor has gone down in the meantime. And James hiding all along in the corner. Smoke is up. And Korn actually does get the headshot. Tries to tap the bomb. He's got the kit as well. And no one's coming for him just yet. Now he's out of it, so they know. Oh, please defuse the bomb. That would be the funniest way to lose the round, but they won't. Oh, I love everything about that.
Get the clown music playing. Oh, man. Nice try from Korn, though. I love that he tickled the bomb and then got back out again. I honestly think that's the correct play. The problem was he had no bullets left in the magazine. And then Zello did the work for him, and Belchanot gets blown up. Oh, man.
Yeah. Instead of hold my beer, it's hold my grenade while I try and clutch it.
Oh, I do love that as well in chat. Someone called Maverick just said, hi, Tom. Love that.
Nice. Very nice. Okay, well, we're going into round number 12, and they're done playing around here, PARIVISION. They make it a quick round, bursting onto the B bomb site. Cow about to get shot. Not a necessarily a straight headshot, but Jim will get the job done. Don't think it's really important. Nealon in a 1 versus 4, and yeah, real big change of pace here coming out as Nealon is looking to try and see if he can work his magic. Oh, they smoke him off, so that feels almost unfair. Give him at least a chance to go for the retake, but he's been blocked off, and normally you would say, oh, he's giving away his position. I don't think it matters at all. You're in this kind of position like you're good. You already know. Oh, through the smoke as well. James will get the headshot. PARIVISION with an expected big first half. 10-2 in their favor.
I gotta say, Anders, and I might be looking too much into this, right? But let's be honest, there's not too much to do in this game. It's been pretty one-sided. The vibes for PARIVISION are absolute trash right now. Like, you saw the cameras after that grenade into the defuse. You're leading 9-2 at that point. It was like a graveyard. No one's laughing about it. Any other team, I feel like, would be laughing their ass off about that because you just got a defuse, you're winning 9-2, you're in cruise control, you smashed the first map. We saw James getting angry earlier when they were 7-1 in the lead. We've seen that a couple times they go to Belchanok or Zello and they look incredibly unhappy. Like, I've got to say, the vibe check is not passing right now. It just isn't. They do not look happy at all.
Yes, and I think, you know, we've had definitely teams in the past, and I think especially teams that are coming out of sort of more of a, you know, the CIS region who you know, it seems like there's just a lot more stern, and there's less fun and less excitement in that sense. But you have to remember how much Counter-Strike these guys play together. If you show up for work every day and the mood is like this, that's a brutal way to look forward to. Like, it's fine to have a serious conversation, and it's fine to have, high expectations, all the rest of it. I kind of agree with you, though. We saw the frustration from James earlier, and you think about how much they're winning. Like, how frustrated can you really be? Fisher College now with a Molotov and a couple of smokes. We already know what's going to happen here. Molotov presumably going to go towards the cave, and it will indeed land right behind that pillar as they jump on. I like this. It's straightforward. An execute almost everyone can do here, but that doesn't mean it's a bad idea. Flashbangs around the corner. Alex goes down. The bomb has been planted, though, so they've got that much going on for them, but they're bleeding players very rapidly. Nice headshots from James. Will pretty much secure the round here as Krapow's got nothing left to fight with. A Glock, and they're pushing him away. James will land another headshot, make it 3 in the round and 4 kills total, and PARIVISION get up to 11.
It's on a great series individually, is James, that's for sure. As you say, 11-2, and first map was very one-sided over on Mirage. Yeah, some crispy headshots as well, to be fair to James. Like, it was a bit of a shooting gallery, but he's nailed back and forth headshots there, and then Krapow tries to go for a quick peek up on ramp and gets dispatched very quickly. And I understand as well, like, yeah, the vibes for PARIVISION, they're never the loudest team, they're never the most joyous team or jubilant team, but you would think, like, try and enjoy these moments. Yeah, sure, you should be beating Fisher College, but you had a stinker yesterday. Try and just build up some kind of energy. I know it's a disappointment, but you got to take your wins where you can. Maybe that's a problem with this team going forward. Like, we often talk about, it's a balancing act, right? You can't have everyone screaming and shouting, because then it gets really ominous when everyone's quiet. But maybe PARIVISION do need like a cheerleader type person to get loud.
I think it would be nice, although it does, even from the interviews and everything else, it feels like the vibes are just permanently in a weird state. But I mean, and the fact that the star went on, camera and said we're probably going to be, kicking players after the major. Even if you are one of those players who feel like you're going to get kicked, like, obviously that can be very depressing to think about. It could also be a huge motivation to say, I have to show, like, to future employers, like, I have to show that I'm going to be someone they need to pick up. So you can kind of take it both ways, in my opinion. And you'd hope that they would be insanely motivated to really put themselves in the shop window, so to speak, here. Early AWP out from James as he is looking to close out this game as fast as possible and send Fisher College packing a little bit early. I'd love for them to pick up some more rounds, but it isn't looking likely at the moment.
No, especially not in this round. They already have barely any utility, no smokes left. You're looking at executing with a molly and a couple of flashes, and you're going to be walking down the bottleneck of Donut, where James and Nota are both waiting for you, eagle-eyed. James gets caught again in a weird transitional spot, but it doesn't really matter because the rest of PARIVISION will be there to clean it up. It's looking like this very well could go to a 13-2, especially considering with no bomb plant. The money for Fisher College is garbage again. They're not going to have many rifles, if any, in this. Thor's got a Glil, but that's basically all they're playing with.
Unfortunate state of affairs when it comes to the economy, but that is kind of what happens when you are losing the pistol round and you can't really get any kind of a real working economy on the T side. You might not get a chance before it is too late here. Rifles are looking great on the PARIVISION side. Nice grenade as well onto Neelan. Not the normal incendiary that you're expecting, but he still wins the fight against Stello, to be honest, so not bad. Thor goes down to Nota, and 4 people left here for Fisher College, trying to make their way onto the B-bomb site. Flashes around the corner, but Shui's making quick work of it. A double spray down. James will take down Alex, and Krapow, the last man alive, and only for a second as well. Belchanok takes him out, and it is PARIVISION with a victory. Some quick high fives. All right, a couple of smiles even. That's what we were requesting. That's all we really asked for. Fisher College, I think somewhat to be expected here. Representing the Bay State, I believe is what they say, Vince. But this time, just obviously playing one of the harder teams in the tournament. So kind of an expected outcome, I would say.
I think even more difficult when you consider that PARIVISION are like such a difficult team to crack, even if they're not playing at their sort of A game. So yeah, I mean, Fisher College were always going to be the underdogs in this game, and we saw a couple of smiles, like you said. It was very subdued in terms of the celebrations. I don't think they're getting too carried away. It was the expected result at the end of the day, but it was good to see Zwei with a smile on his face and also playing well in this series. Him and Jane were probably the standouts, and very good to see Zwei at least having a big performance for his confidence levels, because yesterday he was absent. So that may bode well for PARIVISION going through into their next matchup, which of course will be a 1-1 scoreline. We obviously don't know what the next matchups yet are, because we still have plenty more Counter-Strike to play, Anders. But at least PARIVISION, they've ticked the box they needed to. They got the W, and that's ultimately all that really matters.
Yeah, that's the good TLDR on this one. On the channel here for the B stream, we do still have Magic playing Monte later on. I think it's going to be a much closer game. I think Monte are a really fun team to watch, and Magic, they have been performing better than I expected. So that is going to be coming up. But yeah, the scoreline, I mean, it kind of, like, we've already talked this point to death as much as we can. Still, I do think it's a cool story. I guess if someone's out there and they're thinking about, headed off to college, not sure how to fit it in, maybe you're not going to be into the basketball or the football or whatever else. Like maybe there's a scholarship for you playing Counter-Strike instead. That could, if that future exists out there, and Fisher College are one of the early adopters, that is really cool. So yeah, for anyone that's in the area, I don't know where they take applications from and all the rest of it, but if I was 5 or maybe 20 years younger, Vince, what a great idea. I would totally do that.
Well, we talked about this in that show match we did recently. You'd be a professional player if you got 6 months under. So
yes, I still, maybe it's not too late. Maybe you could go to college as 40. I don't know if that's possible, but but in the meantime, you guys unfortunately are stuck with me here on the camera. So that's what it is. And I'm even going to be back after the break with Vince. So stay tuned, and we'll resume the broadcast shortly.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Well, it is the final series of the day here on the B stream at the very least. It's PGL Astana, and it's day 2. We've recapped all of it now. This time we've got Monte up against Magic for what could be, honestly, a bit of a banger of a game. Vince, do you have a favorite right out of the gate here? Like, if you had to pick one, who's going to win?
Well, if I was being insufferable Brit, I would say Monte, right? Because they have 2 English people on their team, Azuwu and Gizmi, of course. But realistically, I think this is going to be a very close game. Like, if I put away the bias aside for a few moments, Magic had a fantastic performance against MongolZ and MOUZ yesterday. We'll obviously talk a bit more about that when we get to the veto later on. But they should have won that map, and that's the MongolZ. The MongolZ who have looked pretty sharp as of late. Yes, they've had their problems, of course, ever since Senzu's departure. But Magic should have won that game, and so I think, honestly, a lot of people kind of just wrote Magic off as onliners, like the classic online team that will do nothing at LAN. They showed me glimpses that they could legitimately take some wins here. So I think this is actually very, very close, maybe a 50-50.
It seems that way when you're looking at the maps as well. Like they kind of share like a map pool almost entirely. So I don't think we're going to see a map here where someone's not going to know how to play. Certainly on the Monte side, we know Afro is a bit of a monster. I quite have a lot of respect for Gizmi and his IGLing. Rainwaker is having a bit of a resurgence as well. Bulgarian player that had an early stint in Tier 1 Counter-Strike with Liquid, and then now kind of, I think, making a bit of a comeback. And Azuwu seems to be all over the place, but certainly in moments he's had really good games, and he's also had games where he's kind of disappeared. So I don't know what to make of it. And Bimas, I mean, he's like a young veteran, weirdly enough, who is, you know, again, in certain moments he glimpses, but I want more out of Bimas as well, that's for sure.
Yeah, we got a chance to cast these guys at the CCT Global Finals, where Monte did actually take the W. They won the whole thing, and Azuwu, as you said, he's a bit all over the place. He had a phenomenal Grand Finals performance. So I'm going to be very curious to see how he does come into Astana, if he can keep that up. But on the other side of the equation, you have Magic, a team with a ton of talent, a ton of abilities. Of course, AW, previously at PARIVISION, got replaced by Zwei, and now he finds himself on this Magic roster, where you're typically looking at Tenzi, I would say, and Masval are the 2 players, for me, that are the most consistently solid. Moon is their AWPer, but he is very, very up and down. So he can have massive maps, but he can also kind of disappear as well. And he also joins the same as a lot of the other players we talk about. He's also from Kazakhstan. Yes. So there's actually a lot of Kazakhstani nationals here playing on home soil, which is awesome.
That is, yeah, something more to play for, something more to add to the storyline. I think it's really interesting for sure. Hope that he can turn up today. It's going to be a very tough game for him if he has to fight Afro straight up, although it's worth recognizing that very often when we talk about 2 AWPers in a game, they're not necessarily straight up fighting each other all the time. I think it's a popular misunderstanding that I know in myself in the past, like, and I'm talking like back in CSGO, we used to sort of draw the storyline out a lot, and I can't remember who it was, but at one point some player on LAN kind of went and told me, hey, listen, like a lot of the time the AWP isn't necessarily going to be straight up fighting the other AWP, which I guess is, we could have figured that out ourselves, but it's worth remembering a lot of the times the AWP is there to try and dissuade riflers and peeking corners and all the rest of it. The maps, Ancient, Dust 2, and Inferno, like I said, they were never going to play a map here that none of them knew how to play, so I expect this is going to be quite close. A bit of a coin flip for me as well. Maybe it's just because we casted Monte recently at the CCT finals, but I kind of like this team. I feel like if I had to really give one team an edge, I think Monte have got it.
Yeah, I think based off the veto as well, I would agree with that. I said before 50-50. I think the veto, though, actually does favor Monte quite significantly. And we were talking about this just before we went live about Mirage, because it is a map that Monte do play a lot. They've actually played it 9 times, 56% win rate, not too shabby at all. And we were curious, will they float Mirage or will they outright ban it? After yesterday, Magic ended up losing like 25-23 against the MongolZ, and they should have won that. So it's interesting to see them get rid of it first up straight away and not even bother to float it. I do like the call, though. If they think there's any potential problems on Mirage, get rid of it. There's no need to play it against a team that is actually really, really strong on it.
Well, that is encouraging. I hope that we could see something really good out of them. I feel like you know, Gizmi from an IGL point of view has proven that he's got lots of really cool ideas and stuff that he could bring to it. So I want to see more out of him as a leader. And for the Magic side of things, we'll find out if Moon is going to be showing up, and if Tenzi and Masval are going to be playing their best game. Then I think they'll still be in a strong position to steal it away. AW early on, if you remember, when he sort of like, you know, made his way into the tier 1 space, he really had some tough games, and I think a lot of people wrote him off immediately. But I feel like slowly since then he started a bit of a personal recovery. Maybe people judged him a little bit too early. We'll find out right now. Monte going to be starting on the CT side, Magic on the T side. So once again, big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's S-Fade to get the early kill on BMAS. Starts the pistol round nicely for Magic.
They do. Able to also back away because it was just so lightning quick. They're not fully committing just yet. They have conceded Tenzi, though. And meanwhile, Azubu's going to try and lay down a little bit of pressure and presence on Cave alongside his compadre. But they are low, they are weak, and they can't fully commit to getting back out into the site. And the plant has come through. A bit of damage to Masval, though, and Molotov forces them away.
Yeah, it would have been cool if they could have landed at even deeper to really put the pressure on, but yeah, the damage is one thing, but where is this retake going to be coming from? There's no kit at the moment, so I don't think they'll have one at all. Afro gets a kill. We'll pick up a quick other one, and now Moon alone. He's on the wrong side, shuffling to find another gun. Surely someone's going to be on that defuse. Yes, they are indeed, and nothing Moon could do about it. Even if he wins both those fights, I don't think he can make the full wraparound and actually stop that defuse, so that's a wild retake. I really thought that was over and done for. No kit and no more utility, and they had to find a bunch of Ts that were outside of the bomb site, but it just worked out somehow. That's very odd.
A point that I really like that you raised as well about AW, about him kind of being wrote off too early, you could honestly take that narrative and put it to most players on Monte. You know, we talked about this multiple times, like Rainwaker at Liquid had a horrible go of it. People wrote him off. He's washed, basically. BMAS, going back to his MOUZ days, he was stand-in with FaZe as well, etc. And then Afro, a guy that's been around the kind of French scene for a long time, went to Fnatic. It didn't work out for him. Everyone thought this guy's done. So it's just a really cool kind of narrative about Monte, this team that's been wrote off, and yet here they are at an S-tier tournament.
Yeah, especially someone like Afro, often I think left out of the conversation when people sort of talk about, you know, impressive AWPers, and I guess it makes sense because there's some point you have to cap the list, and maybe Afro just often doesn't make the list. But I feel like whenever somebody that smoke looked like it was disappearing. Whenever somebody brings up Afro as an interesting AWP for them, it tells me that they kind of know something about Counter-Strike, or they watch enough Counter-Strike to really be into it, because he is like one of those rare picks. In this one, we are seeing a bit of a buy-up in this round. They did get the bomb planted, so it makes sense. But so far, they have not found an entry. It's the one Galil, the rest of them are upgraded pistols here. Nice counter flash coming out and slows down everything. We're at close to 40 seconds, and they haven't really made a lot of entries onto the map here, Magic.
No, they still maintain a lot of their grenades, though, in terms of, like, smoke. They got 3 Molotovs, plenty of flashbangs, but time is of the essence. That Molotov is going to cordon off the area of getting wide swung from Cave. It did just tickle Azuu as well. I think it spread up the box, and so it gave his position away, but he wasn't anticipating a double stack. It's all a ruse, though. It's all smoke and mirrors, drawing away the fire from A, and it has successfully got BMAS out of position. So bare minimum, this will be a plant coming down for Magic.
Yeah, BMAS, I think, making a very intentional choice to fall back and just play for the retake, which you've got to respect that. Masval here. Oh, it's a good shot. Another one, and he's escaping. How's he got away with so much? 5 bullets left for us, we've got to reload that gun somehow, but this is a bit of a disaster, honestly. Monte, they should have been able to trade out that close Tech 9 of Masval. Now they're still going for the retake here, but it is running the clock down low. Afro's got a kit this time. Let's see if they can be quick with it before the rest of Magic start to show up. They've tapped the bomb, but they're not actually defusing it. Now they don't have a choice anymore, and he's shot in the back of the head. Moon with a headshot. They're still on that defuse, but it's going to get taken away from them. AW is the one to pick it up there, and Magic steal the round away. Oh, that double Tech 9 kill for Masval totally changed the round.
Yeah, it was critical. Moon with a couple of very important kills at the end as well. But a little bit of indecision towards the end. If Afro stuck the defuse the first time around, I think he would have had it. He came off it for a couple of seconds, and then it allowed the T's to go for those repeaks. A bit of a mess, a bit of a disaster. The disaster spreads through into this round as well for Monte. They feel the reverberating consequences as they're down into a 4 spy. with just the one primary weapon of the MP9 and a ton of pistols alongside it. So Magic was kind of like one of the best possible starts you could ask for. You lose the pistol, bounce straight back in the second round, and now really the map is yours. You win this, you're on a hot streak, on a fast track to potentially a 3-1 score, and they're going to line up for Spade, and he puts them both down with authority.
Yeah, nicely handled, not letting anything get out of control here. A great victory for them. Honestly, they probably should have won the pistol round Magic the way that they were set up. But the fact that they get back to it early on here, pick up that round, Tech 9s and all, and then into this one, they've pretty much won it already. It's just about clearing out this B bomb site. But again, they're being very careful, which it always looks a bit funny when you see people executing into an empty bomb site. But from their point of view, they've got no idea, and they might as well be safe. So I appreciate that. MOUZ, really not the spray you're looking for there, and that will get him killed. Give over the Galil. I don't think it puts the round in jeopardy all that much. I'd be shocked if they end up losing anybody else, or at least get close to losing the round here. So overall, good stuff. Wow. People are announcing their watch streaks in the chat as we've got people returning day after day. We appreciate that here. Some loyal viewers. Shout out to you guys, keeping us company. There is an A stream happening at the same time, in case you're wondering. I think that's the Falcons and 9C game, isn't it? That's happening over on that side.
I believe so. Yeah, 9C were very impressive yesterday, I have to say again. Luchov and DGT with some sublime individual performances. BMAS, in the meanwhile, though, is going to be keeping Monte's prospects looking a bit brighter into the next round, but they have lost Afro. He didn't have one of the rifle or SMG, though, but I don't think BMAS is going to live to tell the tale here. He was very concerned about that mid-elbow push, and in doing so, it gets him caught blindside from Spade. But they do hold on to the one weapon, so it could have been worse. But we do also have a timeout here and some headsets coming off, so hopefully nothing too serious.
Well, we got Fark, I believe, is one of the viewers, and Logue, and another viewer that's been watching for a couple of streams is Retired Femboy, OWO. So we got some solid people in the chat, and I appreciate that. Thoughts, Vince?
I feel like that Jose Mourinho. I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. I don't know why he sounds Russian. He's Portuguese, but whatever. We'll just run with it.
Yeah, you've upset multiple people all at the same time. I think it's a great nickname. Fantastic work. We are, paused for a minute. It's not going to be a tactical timeout here. So headsets off, and they're shuffling around, figuring things out. But, yeah, in the meantime, Magic kind of getting back in the swing of things really early on. That's what you're hoping for here. Did see a couple of people in the chat as well that were heavily on the Magic side of things. They thought there was going to be a 2-0 in their favor. So yeah, they've got some fans out there, which is kind of cool. Also, I guess a more rare instance of a Belarusian player in MOUZ playing. Don't get to see too many people from the country either.
That's true. That is true. Yeah. Interesting, isn't it, though? Like, a lot of Kazakhstan talent, as we were discussing before, like Adren, Mo, Hobbit, etc., and not too many Belarusians out there that we've had a chance to watch at this level of Counter-Strike. So Masval leading the charge in that regard, and in this round, the money is pretty dire for Monte early doors. Going to be clearing out Cave. No one's home just yet, so Magic can kind of pump the brakes just a little bit. Still tons of time on the clock.
Again, very careful work for Magic. I think this is really respectable. It shows you kind of how serious they are about trying to win a game like this one. The structure of it's not really giving anything away. They're using all the utility. They know they're up against most of the USPs. So in that sense, you could say, well, just rush it down. Surely, run in with a Mac 10 first. You're probably going to win no matter what. But yeah, the careful planning here. Smokes are going up. The Molotov to burn out the front of that cave. Looking to get the bomb planted. Masval going to get more than he could bite off there, unfortunately. BMAS will run him down, and they actually get an M4 back, I would say. Run that into the next round. You're not going to be retaking this bomb site, so just try and pick it up and run away with it if you can at all. Not going to be possible from the looks of it. Afro the one to walk away. But yeah, I would have said just that M4 alone that's going to be more utility. Maybe if you give it over to BMAS, you could drop an AWP for Afro. It'll be a little bit different, but that doesn't happen. Magic instead with a 3-1 lead. And they do lose a couple of players, which I guess is more than I was expecting, but still good work.
Yeah, I think Afro will be able to get an AWP regardless, but I definitely agree with you. It will even up some of that economy. It will take some of the pressure off. But it's much easier said than done, of course. And Afro will not be able to get out of the round. He wanted to try and pick up one of those fallen weapons. Actually, maybe not. If Afro were to get the AWP here, it would be a glass cannon. Or BMAS could have dropped one. He was on like 5,500. So they actually don't have an AWP. And that is significant for Monte because it's not as if Afro can't use M4s. He's a very accomplished rifler. But where he really hits his power curve is when he has the AWP. So that's a really good point that you've raised there, Anders. I think that could be a potential issue for the CT side if he can't get an AWP in his hand soon.
Well, and even more true, talking about the power curve, is the fact that he is tremendous AWPing on CT side, right? His patience level holding angles is godlike. So, yeah, it's a real shame that we're missing out on that early on, and that could be the beginning of a bit of a storyline here for Monte, delaying that by a round. And obviously, if you start losing, if you lose this one, you're not just delaying it by a round. Now you're halfway through the half before he can even have the AWP, which I think it's got to be a big goal for Monte to pick that up. Not that he's the only player on the team, but he does have a big impact. So round number 5, if Monte can win this one, then we can start that conversation a bit earlier. But if not, then it will be a departure from what we'd want to see out of the Monte squad. Gizmi is up here. We saw the earlier Molotov that can be bounced off the stairs. We'll see if Magic have the same kind of tech in their back pocket, or if they have to peek. Because the problem is, if you don't throw that Molotov, then the floodlights will your shadow is, just 10 meters long here. So everyone is going to be able to see that you're coming very easily. And that's why you want the early grenades instead. There might be a pop flash instead to set it up. I suppose that could work. Gizmi, he's straight turned around for it. Doesn't matter. Masval takes him down. That's a very clean entry. And they're actually in trouble already here, Monte. What do you do at this stage?
Save. You have to save. It blows my mind Rainmaker's actually pushing in here. Like, you are going to be retaking with no grenades and 1 kit. You have to save. Your economy's in the bin.
Unfortunately, I wish I could disagree. I wish I could say that there was a way, but they're so far away from it. I suppose if you've got like a spray kill through the smoke or something, that would be different. They're also all retaking from the same position, so there are no linked flanks. No one's coming through the donut or anything else like that. That's a surprisingly easy round to win. You throw 1 pop flash, and even if Gizmi was turned, it was just the cleanest entry you could imagine for Masval.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd decision as well from Gizmi to post himself up holding A completely alone, and they had a second player that was rotating through in red room, so they had no one donut, they had no one else on A, so that flash was fine by itself. Typically, if you have 2 players on A or 1 player on donut, you can get a bit of a crossfire set up there, and you can't just instantly wide swing and check the boosted up position, because you're nervous about Temple, you're nervous about the box, you're nervous about the bomb site itself. So really just making the most out of those weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And credit to Magic as well, like just having the wherewithal to have an idea and execute it without second-guessing themselves. And it has just stomped them to a 4-1 lead. Like, let's be honest, Monte haven't really been a factor in any of the rifle rounds that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but they should have lost the pistol as well, the way that they were playing it. So for the minute now, it looks like a way more one-sided game. And this is something that's always interesting, right? Like, even if you have teams that on paper look similar and maybe even historically should be on a similar level, there's another factor that people sometimes forget about, which is sometimes when you show up on a day, you're just locked in. The team as a whole is looking focused. You've got individuals that are getting those openings, and that could put you way over the edge. And especially for Monte, that look maybe a little bit more flat right now, and delaying that AWP, it kind of all shapes into a much sharper looking Magic at the moment. Monte will need to change this around. Like, I would love for them to get a timeout in here and have a bit of a conversation about how to get back into this one. What a flick from Moon there. It's not necessarily far across the screen, but very snappy. Takes down Gizmi. Asubu is going to find one on Spade, but it's still a 4-on-4, and the bomb is being planted with lightning speed here. Another very tough retake. At least they got more grenades this time, so they could give it a go, but it's not going to be easy.
There's some great calling from Spade, I have to say. Like, he's had Gizmi and Monte's number at every single turn. And as you say, this could easily be a 5-0. Like, the pistol probably shouldn't have gone in their way. Tenzi, meanwhile, though, is going to decapitate Rainwaker, and that basically is the round done. And Monte in familiar territory, with not playing to win rounds, just playing to hold on to as many weapons as they possibly can. it has been incredibly grim on the CT side so far. And, you know, I was talking before about how Moon, I mean, it even shows in his stat line, like he's third or fourth highest stats as the AWP. He's very feast or famine, very hit or miss, but so far it's been nothing but net for him. He's 6-1, landing some really important kills. He cracked open the site, which allowed Magic to take this round so convincingly.
They actually could drop an AWP with the Suvu's money, but they're not going to do that. I'm so disappointed in that. Mr. Shoot is asking, Mr. Caster's opinions on Magic's jerseys. Now, Vince, you're famous for your sense of fashion. Do you have any words for the Magic jerseys?
That's cap, Anders. I think it looks like a basketball jersey, right? I quite like it. I'm a big fan of purple and black together.
Okay,
so
nice.
yeah, W for me.
Okay, it's got thumbs up. Yeah, it stands out. It looks a bit different. I like that. So many of these jerseys just end up looking like all kind of more or less all the same. So I can appreciate that. 5-1 is the scoreline. We're talking about jerseys because Monte are not giving us enough to work with here on the CT side. Oh, that is such a long spray. He sprayed for days until eventually Moon showed up and took him down. Afro does have the AWP, so they found a way to put it together. That's very nice to see, but unfortunately, it's only for the one kill. Trades are going back and forth. This is an all-around chaotic, if I've ever seen one round. It's almost an uncastable round. They're just all the time getting shot in the back somehow. Gizmy gonna get surprised as well. AW, if he can steal this round away, it'd be gut-wrenching for Monte, who just desperately need another round.
I can pretty much guarantee you Afro just got the jump scare of his life. Because Rainwaker was in mid. There's going to be some serious questions like, how the hell is he up close and shoot me in the side of the head, point-blank range when you were there? The time, though, is going to work in favor of Rainwaker, and the weapon switch was so dire. AW put down. I don't think Rainwaker can get his hands on the OP. Can he juggled it to top middle? Nicely done, man. And that is a big, big piece of the puzzle that goes with it. They just hang on by the narrowest of threads, though, Anders. And again, a couple of very, I don't want to say bad sprays necessarily, but labored. Azuu should be getting that kill way cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, in a high-level game, and the higher you get, right, the longer it takes to finish some of those kills that are right there for the taking, the more you're exposed, the more you're out in the open, and the more dangerous it's going to get. 5-2-2, though. And Monte, it's not too late to turn this around. I mean, it's very doom and gloom at the moment, but Monte can still make this a 7-5 half, right? So let's just all take a deep breath right now and see if they can start to pick it up. Afro's got the AWP, like you pointed out, just saved at the end of the round. And it's not like the Magic economy is forever here. They've invested most of the rest of their cash into this round. So there is definitely a way to get back here for the CT side. They've got some mid-control, though, Magic. I feel like they've been having that fairly consistently, and now they're turning that control into a potential B hit. They're going to smoke off that red room position, but as long as no one's pushing back Bimas in Donut, I don't think anyone's going to rotate out of B. If they get rid of Bimas here, it's going to be different. If they cross, okay, that's actually really good fundamentals for Magic. They know that the smoke in red room's not enough. Now there's a chance that someone from B has to rotate back. We'll see if they do, though.
Replenishing that smoke on red room as well, just as it starts to fade away. Lining up the Molotov into cave. Good shot from Afro. Starts to just dial himself back. An important kill. If he missed that, the floodgates would have opened with the Molotov that was tossed down onto the cave entrance. But they're now going to be trying to brute force their way onto the site. The flash is so good. Fully blinded up on the approach, but Spade still nails his opposite number of Gizmy. IGL and IGL crime, but it will see Magic behind by 2 players. Time just dwindling away, and Afro showing us why we've been waiting for this AWP to get into play, watching to see him get activated. He's up to 8 kills now, and you said before, like, it could very well go like a 7-5 half. Off what we saw at the CCT Global Finals, where they were crowned champions, they so often, we were casting them, they were in massive deficits, it looked like they were cooked, and they had this crazy, like, resolve and iron will to just claw their way back into games. So I'm not going to believe that Monte are done until 13 rounds hit for Magic.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Bit of a slow start, not really what we're expecting. I think Magic catching a great pace at the beginning and just look more focused, but Monte definitely, I think last time we talked about Monte, we said they're also a resilient team. That was the catchphrase that we kept bringing up, and they can be a really hard team to put away. So I don't want to count them out just yet. Magic They have the orb on Moon, and they're trying to get whatever they can for the rest of it on the T side. But again, the money is dropping low already. So, yeah, there is a way back in here for the Monte side of things. 8-4 on Afro. Well. It's good work.
Yeah, 8-4 very solid for him. You saw that VRS forecast here. Like, actually, if Monte were to lose, they get wrecked compared to Magic. There is a significant discrepancy between the two teams and their global ratings right now. Monte 19th, Magic 46th. So it's not just about this event. It's going into that next major cycle after Cologne towards Singapore, which of course is also for PGL. So, yeah, true. Very important game for multiple reasons. BMAS, though, through the smoke, takes down Moon.
Look at the forward positioning for Rainwaker. He had Afro follow him up into the hallway, but now that he's here, Afro can go back and keep his eye on Donut. And these forward positions, they've always been a thing on Ancient, but I feel like they become more popular now. And it does allow for, potential flanks, and it's also an early warning system. If Magic want to go back into the A-bomb site now, you're going to find out way earlier than you normally would. So I think it has some great benefits. Sometimes the flanks can be very hard to time, though. So Rainwaker, internal clock in his brain saying, when am I going to be turning the corner and trying to move forward? Now would probably be cool, but he just doesn't know what we know. 48 seconds on the clock, and the entire Magic team is now in the middle of the map, looking to make Red Room control happen for them. Afro is going to be here. Like we said, he's incredibly patient. So, yeah, see if he can find a good position and just hold it. I don't think he's going to miss these shots.
Neither do I, but there is a big gap in this defense, and that is Donut. Afro missing his shot. Incendiary down is going to stop them from pushing through onto him. They also have Gizmi, who's watching to help with that crossfire. And Magic are just stuck. Sardines in a can, waiting to get plucked off one by one as they've baited out another shot from Afro, and he gets punished. 12 seconds on the clock now, doing a bit of damage, but there's BMAS. He gets his third in the round and a fourth on top of it to seal the deal. But, man, that was a bit sweaty for a few moments. Afro missing one too many shots, cost him his life.
Yes, I did curse him a little bit there, didn't I? But I think the real trouble that you brought up as well is that the clock was running down so low and they were kind of stuck in there in a weird way. They did have one player sneak their way through Donut, and it's a bit of a shame that they couldn't activate that player. But then again, the late flank coming in from another benefit, I suppose, from Rainwaker being that far forward is even if they push their way through Donut, you're now stuck with a CT that's kind of on the wrong side of the map and could be shooting you in the back. So it is very interesting. Unfortunately, no bomb plant for Magic, which means Monte are up against just pistols in this round. Some of them upgraded, but regardless, it should be a little bit easier for them to tie up the game. Make it a 5-5. And again, that would really change the kind of the atmosphere, I think, of the Monte team. Ooh, okay. All right. Gives me a little bit of a scary moment, but he survives.
We've all been there with a Deagle, brother. We've all been there. It's a very frustrating weapon. Gives me down to 1, but will live to tell it. I will say that as he dies. Sorry, I've just cursed you in real time. My bad.
Yeah. Casting curse is a real phenomenon. No one studied it yet. That's actually been masked with another quad kill. That means he's up to 13-5. 8 of those kills are in the last 2 rounds. This one we care a little bit less about, but it's still good. Like, for him individually, we know that he could do it, right? He had that early, adventure in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Then I think he's been doing a lot of streaming and different things, and now he's kind of back playing again. And he's still only, was it like 21 or 22 or something? He's still like a young player. So he's got time. It's time to make it back.
Yeah, BMAS streams a lot of Face It. He's actually pretty fun to watch. Very talented player.
True.
Got an interesting, like, Kirby-esque shaky aim sometimes. Meanwhile, though, aggression, and Tenzi's bypassed all the players through on smoke. He's in Donut, they have no idea.
I think they heard the footsteps right at the end. I swear BMAS is looking at it.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, you can see.
Ooh.
Crisis averted, perhaps.
Oh, that's so critical, though, because I think you're right, though. Right at the start, they didn't know. Now there's another crisis, though, and this time it's for Magic as Rainwaker is walking up behind him. He knows there's 2 people here, so he doesn't want to pull the trigger too early. Oh, he's turning the corner. Oh, they turn around for him. He's still there to pick up the kill. Gizmi actually get that one on Moon, but what a great move for Rainwaker. Tenzi and Spade now in a 2 versus 9, then a 1 versus 4 as Asu is going to be able to find the kill. And not much you could do, unfortunately, with 55 seconds. The bomb is miles away here. It's a good, really good work. Rainwaker is 9-3. representing Bulgaria once again. No, we always got some Bulgarians out there watching. They're always excited.
Yeah, we've had some very tantalizing prospects. I would say, like, and do correct me if I'm wrong here, Anders, because my memory's not what it used to be, but we've never had a Bulgarian player that I think has lived up to the hype that he was given. Like, I'm thinking of Cirque here. At one point, he was like, oh, he's going to be the next big thing. Went to NA, didn't really happen for him. So maybe Rainwaker is that guy.
Yes, I think you're right. Like we've always had like interesting prospects, in my opinion, that come out, but there's always something else that kind of like goes away. Victor Ships was out there as well. Like we definitely had different prospects. Rainwaker might be one of the more interesting ones at the moment. Now we've even got analysts on that side. We got Ted from Bulgaria as well, who makes great content and also I think is a really great analyst. So yeah. Country is starting to represent more, which is, I think, is really cool. We need more of that. I got to spend a little bit of time in Sofia last year. It's a beautiful city. Worth going out there if you're in the neighborhood. Bimas with another opening. He's not just getting the kills in the eco rounds here. He's doing great work. 15 and 6. And the early rifle round here for Magic, or the early start of the round, not looking too good. Tenzi's the one to go down. I said it could be a 7-5, and that was when it was 5-2 in favor of Magic. If they actually do run it back and win and get this 7-5 lead here, Monte, that is quite the recovery.
Oh, it would be phenomenal. Nothing short of it. And it's great to see as well, BMAS is performing here at such a high level, because the tournament that I was discussing earlier, the fact that they won that, BMAS did have a few maps where he was really struggling with his spray. It felt like he just wasn't really feeling it. He hadn't quite arrived to the server. So the fact that he's performing here at Astana is so huge for Monte's prospects. Svade's waiting on either side of that smoke. He's a dead man the second he gets through that. Perforated with a hail of bullets. And now AW takes the charge, but gets isolated from his teammate because of a well-placed molly and smoke. They're just being dissected one by one, put to the blade. And it's Afro with that precision once again with the AWP. And it looks like it's going to happen, Anders. You called it. You said it was possible. And Monte again bounced back when all hope looks lost.
Yeah. Hey, the word Rustili to be brought up again. Such a flashbang. Bimas, the last one to get it. A triple. He is 17 and 6 at the end of the half here. They do make the 7-5, or the 7-5 comeback from that 5-2 scoreline. Teacups was in the chat. If you remember, he was the guy we got unbanned on the mainstream yesterday so that he could hate on Nico, which I'm sure he's going to be doing later on once again. He says, insane trick. They made a 4-round advantage disappear. I guess that's a good point.
Not bad.
Yeah. Not the kind of Magic they're hoping for, but it fulfilled one of the rules of Magic, right? Like, it's unexpected, you don't see it coming, that kind of thing. So I guess they're onto something here. But Monte, back in the lead, 2-round lead. Remember, just to recap, they won the pistol, then they lost the follow-up round, and they, at one point they were down 5-2, and it was looking very miserable. They weren't getting a lot of kills either. So great comeback, impressive stuff. More of this.
So where this gets a little bit more dicey now for Magic is I've looked into the stats. Both teams have a very mediocre / poor CT side. Both teams have an under 50% win rate. In Monte's case, 45.8% on their CT side that they just won 7-5. T rounds, 58.3. So Magic are going to their worst half now, and Monte are going to their best half after just winning 5 rounds on the bounce. This is very grim scenes. Magic need this pistol, I think.
Oh, that's very interesting to think about, yeah. Maybe Magic actually do need this. They got the double dualies, they do not have a kit, and they have no real utility to speak of either. Rich Rainwaker back in action, look out. Tenzi, so pressured. I'm surprised that he got 2 kills out of that. I feel like they should have been on him as soon as Rainwaker made contact, but it took a little bit longer. An easy kill for Sfade, and it's going to be just down to Gizmi and Afro. The bomb has been picked up as well, but a difficult round to win. Unless Magic keep pushing, which I would advise against it. Just, fall back now. You've pretty much done the work that you need to. Don't keep peeking into the Glocks here.
Yeah, that's a good way to play yourself out of this round. I think maybe one of the things they're concerned about is that there's so much time left on the clock and Sfade is low. But you do run the risk of overthinking this. They would have heard that flash exploding, though. And they know roughly where at least one of the T's are. but they're not over-rotating just yet. They're keeping AW over on A, assuming this could be a fake, assuming that with 40 seconds they can still change their decision. But if they were to push onto B right now, this would be Masval versus Gizmi and Afro single-handedly, and that's where things could start to get a little bit sketchy.
That's true, but you can also tell that Masval has already made the choice, or they as a team has made the choice that we don't care about the bomb plant. They can plant the bomb and we'll be okay with it. Oh, Gizmi pushing in to find the kill. That's so brave. That's suggesting they're not just settling for a bomb plant on the Monte side. They actually wanted to get the kills and try to win the round. I don't think that's going to be possible any longer. There's 10 seconds left. Pretty interesting work here for Afro. 7 seconds on the clock as he's backing off just around the corner, but he has to commit to the bomb plant. So S-Fade's going to be running him straight down, and unfortunately, Afro, he could not escape. But they really tried to optimize. Like, I like this from both teams. Not just settling for a bomb plant and a loss. In Magic saying, we must have this pissed around because we're a little bit further behind. And that's what they were set up for. So very good work overall. Magic, I think we needed this from them. We promised a close game. We've had way too many one-sided games here on the B stream. So far, it's living up to that.
Yeah, I do like the decision from Afro at the end to just try and get the bomb down. He knew he didn't have any time to be messing around with fakes. Especially considering that, like, keep in mind, if he doesn't plant the bomb and then dies after time, it absolutely ruins his economy straight off the bat. And he, of course, is their AWPer. So it's so horrible in so many different ways. With this plant in, though, they can force through with 4 Galils. That's a very powerful buy. Going and prioritizing firepower over utility for the most part. So Magic, kind of ironically, you could even make a case in terms of just raw weaponry. Like, Monte actually have the better weapons across the board.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true here. Masval, scary stuff, flash going over. He did actually turn for it. That's such a quick reaction. Wow. And as Suba walks into it, what is this guy's sensitivity? Oh, and a grenade right to the forehead of Afro. He goes down. Masval, you couldn't have asked for more than that. Fade got to be careful he doesn't get sprayed down. He is low on health, but yeah, I would love to see like a slow-mo replay of that turn from the flashbang. That is very quick.
Yeah, I think it goes to show the importance as well of having a good read of the game. It's like, I'm not downplaying his reaction speed, but if you're anticipating that flash can come up because you've seen the smoke, you've seen this execute before, it does give you that extra little oomph, you know, behind the reaction speed. Good kill from Masval again. And that should be the round kind of falling into place. If they don't concede a single life here, that's huge. 1 death is perfectly fine. Then they've stopped a bomb plant. I mean, this is the perfect start for Magic on their CT side.
Yeah, it really is. Ties up the game, and like we pointed out, both teams have their struggles on the CT side of this map. I went to check as well. Both teams, weirdly enough, have the same sort of win rate when they lose. So their 4-5 win rate on the CT side of this map is about 21%. So losing the opening kill here for Magic, and it would have been the same for Monte on their CT side, is a really, really bad omen going into the rest of the rounds. So yeah, Masval doing a good job in making sure that he didn't lose that opening kill, and he got even more behind it. This time, it's going to be limited for the Monte side. I think a bomb plant here would be nice. Like a kill on the bomb plant, you'll definitely take that. Moon jiggling back and forth and throws down an early incendiary, which they might as well run through. I don't think there's much to lose if you do it. Maybe you get a kill, and they will. Bomb plant looking very unlikely now. Backup is starting to get there, and they're going to get sprayed down. 10Z with the triple. Magic now in the lead. It's going to be an 8-7 here, but yeah, at least they did a little bit of damage.
Another perfect round for Magic. Yeah, they lose Moon, but he wants to upgrade to the AWP anyway. He only had an MP9. He maintained all other rifles in play. Tons of cash now across the entirety of the team. So the pressure has quickly pivoted back onto Monte. But again, they do have a very good T side on Ancient. So I am not willing to get too carried away here. It's still incredibly close, hanging by a thread. Moon's going to blow open the smoke, have a quick peek, and find out that no one is home. Monte are playing a lot more passively through on middle. 2 Molotovs down, drawing out a lot of utility early doors.
Mid control is there for the taking if you're on the Monte side here. They smoke off Donut. They've already smoked off the red room, or they were. That smoke just faded. Does Moon want to walk forward? It must be a tantalizing prospect because you don't have any more information on what's happening in middle, but so far he's just patiently waiting, and they're going to go through their own smoke, flashed in towards Donut. Gizmi and Bimas, that's a really good 2-for-1 trade. You'll take that every single time, and Moon's relocated right into another smoke that lands on top of it, maybe even a double smoke. Suwu holding the line on the other side, and I think it's time to save what you've got here. It's a 2-on-4. Oh, Suwu's out hunting. Masval goes down. And Moon is the last one left. That's an incredibly neat trick from Monte, flashing their way into Donut through their own smoke.
I love that. Changing the pace up, conditioning Magic to expect everything and assume nothing. It's such an important part of your T side, and kind of establishing that too early in the half. It's something that we called Jame out on yesterday when PARIVISION were playing Inferno, and it was like just hit B over and over and over and over again. It was like, where's the change up? Where are the fakes? Even just basic stuff they weren't doing. So conditioning Magic this early to think at any given time a smoke down on Donut means absolutely nothing is honestly huge. I love that call from Gizmi. And they are right back to an even keel once again. And the money was looking so good just a couple of moments ago. Still good enough to purchase a very strong buy, but there's not much money in reserve anymore.
Yeah, they're under a little bit of pressure here. And being on the worst side of the map for themselves, if that money disappears for Magic, you gotta expect that the game will become a lot more complicated from that moment forward. We got the flashes ready. You can see two people throwing flashes over the wall. They don't actually go on the first set of it. That's a bit interesting. They reposition. Afro has got more flashes, but they give up on that mid fight. I don't know what happened there for them to do that. They had everything that they kind of wanted to get the mid control. Maybe there was some tiny bit of info that dissuaded them, but now they're going to go back and look for a B execute. Honestly, if they went B straight right now, it would be a genius call out of Gizmi.
I think that maybe factors into why they pulled the plug. Expecting there to be heavy presence on middle and then trying to hit A quickly. It's kind of you're throwing the jab to hide the haymaker, but that smoke is really well timed and well placed, and it is going to slow down the T's a little bit. Now you're seeing the rotation from Moon going back onto A. Tenzi finds Gizmi and puts him down.
Yeah, but then Suwu still got a W. They're starting to realize what's coming up. There could be a quick flank coming in as well. Do they know? Nice little grenade going down. Asval has to relocate. He still lands the headshot, but he's burned alive. Suwu still got the kill that he was looking for initially. And Rainwaker with a good shot. Now, here comes this flank that we were talking about. Sfade, he's here quick. Is it quick enough that they won't notice is the question. It might just be that the T's are not going to be ready. I don't think anyone's been looking for it, but he gave the game away early. Tried to take that shot through as he spotted just the shadow of someone on the other side. I don't think they actually realized on the Monte side that he was already going to be in the cave because he was just there so fast. But nonetheless, it is going to be a bomb going up here as Magic will try and fail to escape. Rainwaker gets the kill there. Moon as the AWP. I think he's going to make it out at the very least, it looks like, but wow, Monte, they even lost the opening fight in this one and still just walked onto the site and made it theirs.
Yeah, it looks a bit foolish from Sfade, from his perspective, but I think what he's assuming there is he's basically alone, and he has no idea as to where the T's are at that point. He's expecting he could get peeked from long, on short side from CT, and so he snatches at the only opportunity that he gets. It feels like that position has an expiry date on it. You know, you can't stay there forever and keep yourself kind of just hanging out. So I understand it is unfortunate. I think he got wrecked by E as well, trying to pick up the weapon 2 or 3 times. And then Rainwaker was able, as you just saw there, to punish him for that. So, yeah, Magic saved the AWP, but there's really nothing else to play with. How fickle the CT economy is once again. Monte take the lead and starting to find their stride. We expected this to happen on the T side, but I was hoping from kind of a neutral's perspective watching this that Magic would be able to establish more of a CT side before this comeback started from Monte. I am just concerned that Magic may get left in the dust at this point.
Yeah, it started to feel that way too, unfortunately. See the quick spins around there in spawn. I think there was Masval and some of Richard's minions over on his Discord have found out that he is playing like a 214 sensitivity at 800 DPI. So he is a higher sense player, I think I would say, which is definitely interesting. Seems to be working out for him though, landing some good shots. Unfortunately, they're lacking the weaponry on the CT side. They've got the AWP on Moon, and Not much more than that. He's trying to relocate himself towards the B bomb site, which is exactly where he needs to be. That's where Monte are started to show up. Is one orb and a couple of pistols going to be enough, though?
Well, Gizmi is kind of the sacrificial lamb here. I think he does as much damage as possible. If he gets killed quick, maybe they just go ahead for the rotation, but none of those things end up mattering ultimately. He's done a great job. Jumps into the throat of Moon, who lands the point-blank range shot, but it will be at the cost of all their lives. Monte denying the AWP from traveling into the next round, and they don't have enough to buy another one. They were just off $4,700 for Moon, so he has to go in for the M4 instead. That is significant.
Yeah, you're right about that. Oh, this, you know, thinking back to that 5-2 lead that Magic had at the beginning of the game, where Monte just weren't showing up. The fact that we're now at a 10-8 lead the other way is kind of devastating. Rainwaker with 15, but Mask with 18 kills. Some individuals are starting to show up here for the Monte side of things. Nice grenade to blow that open for Afro. A bit more aggressive than we normally see him in these situations, but nobody was there to receive on the other side, so they're not going to catch anyone here. Magic very, very far back on the map, conceding the early map control, which makes sense when they have limited utility on the CT side. You typically need a lot of incendiaries to hold the T's back a long time in the middle here.
BMAS had an incredible first half, has slowed down a little bit, but it doesn't matter because everyone else has picked up the pace. Rainwaker, 15-6. As BMAS going to get hot and heavy, and Donut, but Tenzi sends him packing. Great crosshair placement. And BMAS dealt swiftly death. And there is no real surge to try and push onto the site here. They're going for a triple stack. Looking to try and peek. Afro up, looking down, but the timing from heaven is so brutal.
Oh, that's fantastic, isn't it? There's some kind of a big biblical reference there, building the tower and then, I guess not God in this case, knocking it down, but S-Fade instead, playing the role of God in this little biblical reenactment that we are going on. Great work. 10-9. And I did want to see the triple boost working out. That's so much fun to imagine. But look at this, just crumbling. What a find! You're coming in with the M4, and they're just all with their backs turned. That's funny.
I have to say, though, it is funny, and the timing could not have been worse, but it is an amazing adjustment for Magic, because what's one thing that we've said constantly? Monte aren't really playing mid. It's typically a hotbed of contestation on Ancient, and they normally do play a lot of mid. So I think that's S-Fade in real time deciding, right, hold on, they're not playing mid most often. I need to go for this quick peek. I'm going to catch them off guard, and that's exactly what comes up. And look at the recovery, look at the retort, the retaliation from Monte is, right, we're taking mid next round. Let's keep this open. Let's keep this available for us going forward.
1 round difference. That could really be significant here. Oh, they're trying another trick. It's not a triple boost. The double will have to do this time, but it gets the opening. Afro finds Moon right on top, and that is... It's got to be devastating. You don't think you're going to be peaked from that angle now. Spade has shown up. He's picked up the AWP, and he will take down BMAS. So just kind of gets them right back into the round. Very interesting. 4 versus 4 and 55 seconds on the clock, and still a wide open map for Monte. They can go anywhere with this bomb. They've got the mid control. They're holding outside of the A hallways and outside of B, so they can swap this into any kind of attack that they want right now.
What I love about that boost as well, it was premeditated from spawn. They sent a player with a smoke from spawn onto heaven, and then it was a Zuru watching the cave push, making sure the same didn't happen in reverse from the previous round. So cool from Gizmi. Let's see if Monte can make the most of it. There's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, but there's only one defender at the site. They've Molotoved him off from the cave. They've smoked off CT spawn. Monte looking to be in a very good position here. The bomb, I don't think anyone can really interrupt it, unfortunately. So Magic will have to go for the retake. Double kit. But they're getting grenaded out of here. Out of utility nearly on the Monte side. So when this final smoke disappears, let's see if Magic can find their way through. This needs to be pretty quick. Gizmi gets traded out by Masval. And yeah, they realize there's somebody in that main position here, but nobody's looking for a Suwu. Out in the open, AW goes down, and now Rainwaker still alive with plenty of health, and Afro lands the shot. They are going to hunt him down, but I think it's too late now. It's Fade. He's going to tap the bomb. He's got maybe one chance at doing this. Had to hit that shot as he was jumping on the other side. That was the only ticket to try and do this. Rainwaker will stick around long enough to get the kill, and Monte clear out the round, surviving with one person at the end.
That was such a nice, like, 1v1 duel, like, both players just thinking so clearly in the moment. The fact he jump peeks, knowing there's an AWP down, expecting that Spade may have picked it up, and then Spade is, like, ahead of him. It's like that scene from Sherlock Holmes with Moriarty, where it's like, you know, he goes into his own head and, like, figures out what's going to happen next. But unfortunately, this time, Spade, he's no Moriarty.
No, he wanted to be, and you know what? If he would have hit that shot, it would have been there would have been something there. He would have been cooking. I think he had just enough time for the defuse as well, but it was all hinging on that one moment. 11-9. Yeah. Oh, you've reminded me of Sherlock Holmes. The one remake that they did, because there's 100 million Sherlock Holmes remakes now.
Sure.
The one with, is it called Benedict Cumberbatch or whatever, is awful. I can't.
Oh, the TV series.
It's unwatchable.
Yeah,
like it's so over the line of what's reasonable. Anyway,
I was thinking of the Robert Downey Jr. movies.
Yeah.
This mustn't register an emotional level.
I appreciate that one more myself. Masval hiding in the corner with the FAMAS. He was great last time with the FAMAS, but this time there's a lot more pressure. They know that he's here as well, and everyone's just shooting at the bricks in front of him. I don't know how they've got some kills in return here, but it just took a long time to find Masval. Unfortunately, Tenzi peeking that angle with his temples straight into the AK of Asuru. He's gone down, and it will be a swift round, this one. 12-9. Monte from starting this game with a big deficit, and now they're back into a bit of a lead here, and the money is dreadful. I was going to say for Magic, at least if they get by in this one, it'd be interesting, but they're with their backs to the wall at the moment.
They are. You might be too, Anders, because I know there's a huge fandom for that Sherlock that you just bashed, by the way. Let's go! I know there's a lot of Benedict Cumberbatch enjoyers and enthusiasts.
Well, I like him as an actor. I just think the show is ridiculous. I could make a 2-hour podcast complaining about that show, probably more than that. Trust me, sometimes I'll bring it up in conversation, and people just kind of walk away. Anyway, I'll spare you guys that. We're here for the Counter-Strike. But it's your fault, Vince. You reminded me of my passionate hatred for that show.
I apologize, Anders. Think of Andor. I know you love that.
I do love Andor. Yeah, thank you. All right, I'm back. Yeah, that's it. We're back in the zone now. We got MP9s. I like this aggressive push. Look at this for Magic. 3 people on the other side. Let's see if there's a good flash to go around the corner, or they just walk in with nothing at all. And AW's there to follow it up. The bomb is dropped in front here. 10 bullets left in the MP9. Counter grenades are coming out from the CT side as they're trying to limit the exposure here. Masval takes down Bimas, and a grenade doesn't go far enough through, but Monte trying to get around this corner with no utility is very greedy, and it does backfire on them.
Yeah, try to crowbar that and force it just a little bit too much, and it ends up snapping off. So do you still have 2 more cracks at this, though? Assuming that Afro doesn't pull off the... Well, I was going to say the impossible, but the way he's been playing, maybe not. Would have to take some big, massive errors and flubs for Magic to allow this to happen, but it's a nice headshot. It is going to put a bit more strain on the economy of Magic, but it does mean we go to 12-10, and Magic maybe have a resurgence of their own up their sleeve.
Yeah, I agree. For Afro to win that one, probably required some kind of mistake there, but we didn't get one. Good work. Magic bringing it back. And Monte, I suppose the big argument you can make for them not throwing too many grenades to get around the corner is that if you throw those grenades and they're not immediately there, you're also giving up the fact that you are going to be attacking the B bomb site. But that's just, there's never going to be like a 100% solution. And this one left them pretty exposed. 2 rounds separating them. Let's see if we can get overtime in this one. We promised it would be a close game and a perfect flashbang. Moon setting up Spade to take down Afro in the middle. They could walk away from this mid control, but they don't want to do that. And as a result, Spade goes down. I'm bit curious that they want to stick around. I feel like you've already done what you wanted to do there in that round. If they win this one, though, overtime is almost locked in, Vince. That Monte have no cash at all.
Yeah, that is true. A 2-for-1 round, perhaps. Expecting maybe Tech 9 so he can scrape together like a Galil or something like that, but it won't be much, that's for sure. A plant would definitely make things a little bit sweeter regardless, and Rainwaker is the man that's carrying the bomb on his back for the time being. Currently in Donut, rotation comes through from Moon. Oh, this is leaving A just a little bit too delicate and fragile. There's not that Monte has that intel just yet, but now they're about to find out firsthand.
And the fact that Tenzi's walked around here would normally be amazing, but the problem is that's also being held by Gizmi. So if Gizmi stays in this position, I think Tenzi's going to die. I don't think you're checking this corner easily. He must be wondering, what on earth is going on? He actually goes back the same way. He never goes to Donut. I'm so confused about this. Double HE as well. So there's no smoke on the other side either. I was going to say they could blow open the smoke for the potential defuse, but yeah, the double grenades here on the T side could be very interesting. It's all or nothing right now for Magic. If they want a chance to win this opening map, now this retake has to be perfect. Moon gets the headshot on Bimas. That's at least a great start for them, but they can't block off this position towards the Donut, and there's a flank coming in from Gizmi. It's a Suwu with the AWP. Rainwaker with a headshot. They're trying to defuse right in front, and nobody's looking. 3 people, and nobody wanted to take the move forward. I am shocked by that. And so is the rest of Monte, I'm sure. Magic, they bring it around closer, in spite of that probably should have been an automatic loss there.
Well, that is a discombobulation for Monte, without any doubt. Like you say, I mean, they got so many kills. I think they assumed that there was no one had passed at that stage, but I don't know how it's possible. Like you said, they have no smoke, they have an incendiary, that's it. There was still tons of utility for Monte. They had the perfect positionings this round. 99 out of 100 times. I genuinely think that goes in their favor. But we have hit that 1 in a million. Or 1 in 100, as the case may be. It does mean that Monte, though, do have a decent buy, to be fair. Like, we were a bit concerned about them having complete trash coming through into this. They do still have a chance.
Yeah, you mentioned it early on, and that is absolutely true. The bomb plant, they're making a huge difference to the outcome for Monte. I can't believe they're giving this opportunity away. Spade taking down Bimas. And Rainwaker waiting for AW or Masral or both to come through. It starts well enough, and yeah, they had a Suwu on the other side. So the attempted aggression coming out of the cave doesn't really work out. They know where Moon is. And I think they know where his fate was, at least early on in the round here. So the bomb is in the middle, lost for the moment, but still 50 seconds left. So assuming that they can get the bomb before the flank comes in from Spade, it's going to be okay.
Flanks on flanks once again. Gizmi wrapping around into red. Spade is taking the initiative and loses out on that trade. Azu able to get the better of him, courtesy of having just more health. Down to 20, but deals fatal damage to Spade. 25 seconds, and he's living on borrowed time as Gizmi nails the headshot onto Moon. And Monte make a reality. 13-11.
Wow. Some very sketchy rounds, I would say, towards the end, where I think both teams at moments maybe looked a bit lost. The 3v1 defuse was probably where the game should have ended, but it took a while longer. That does mean they denied the overtime, which I think has got to be a good feeling for Monte. They were making a comeback of their own from a dreadful start of the half, but back into it now. Okay, Magic kind of looking a little bit frustrated. You could see some hands were being shown there, a little bit of frustration perhaps discussing the game already. Always dangerous if that starts to creep in early on, but that's only map number 1. And as we said, we do have a delicious sort of lineup of maps. This is the map pick of Magic, but it could have just as well been the map pick of Monte, to be honest. The second one is going to be on Dust 2. So yeah, this game is still on. Let's see if Magic can bounce back after the loss, though. I'm curious if it's going to affect them too much.
Yeah, the only map that was maybe a little bit in contention was Mirage, and that got banned out instantly from Monte, so the rest is kind of a handshake. Dust 2 is very similar in terms of percentages on win rates, similar kind of stature and caliber of teams that they're typically playing as well. So I'm really happy to see that we got a super close, I should say, first map after so many one-sided maps today and yesterday as well. But I think Dust 2 could very well go in a similar fashion. I am very curious to see if Magic are going to keep their resolve, though I agree. It looked a bit tilted at the end. I think they realized they had every chance to win this match. They had a great start and they let it slip. They were 5-2 in the lead if you just joined us, then ended up conceding that first half 7-5. They got the second pistol round, they got a solid CT side, and everything started to crumble around them. So you can understand a bit of tilt here, Anders, but they've just got to dust it off and then basically just shake it out for the next map, because they can win. It's not as if they've been completely outclassed here. It wasn't a stomp by any stretch.
Definitely not. But maybe that's also where the tilt kind of comes from. The feeling that you could have won it. And I think that that's a fair interpretation. There was a world here where Magic win, you know, one more round, and then the economy completely disappears for the side of Monte. And it's their game, or at a minimum, it's overtime, right? So typically, I think those close games is where the frustration starts to overflow just a little bit. But yeah, good entertainment for us nonetheless. We had boosts, we had great ideas. Then Gizmi pulling out, you know, that smoke towards Donut that they flashed their way through early on in the half on the T side. That was really cool, a really cool idea. And also, I guess individually, right? Like everyone kind of showing up in this game. I feel like nobody was disappearing and just contributing nothing. So that's always a lot more fun to watch as well when you got 10 players on a server that are all, you know, doing the best that they can. So gotta appreciate that. Dust 2 is going to be coming up. And yeah, if you're here for the breaks, then your time has come. We'll be back after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
PGL Astana 2026, and we've got probably one of the most exciting teams coming out of Europe right now, which is Monte, who have been building and growing and developing, working with the players you have. We've got Gizmi, the in-game leader.
What's up?
A British in-game leader as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Finally getting some more British talent coming through the door and making it work.
Yeah, happy to be repping the country. Yeah, there's not many, so it's good stuff.
Looking at just you guys and your consistency, this is what impresses me the most, because lots of teams are fighting in these tier 2, tier 3 level events, and they can get a win or they can get a deep run, but they then fall off a little bit. What is making things so different when it comes to Monte? Like, We were just talking about it, right? It's like you had some earlier exits, but I mean, you didn't have bad performances like losing to some of the random teams, for example.
Yeah.
You've been able to stay steady and keep growing.
Yeah, we've been doing pretty well. Think that it's a mix of, you know, good preparation, like in the sense that we've also learned a lot from past events in the past seasons. And, you know, the conclusions we made from them, we actually took to heart, and we, you know, worked forward to fix certain things that needed to be fixed, and that it's like because of that we've improved a lot, I would say. And then so it's a mix of that, and that also combines with the preparation, because sometimes for these lands we weren't properly prepared, not just in like countering the enemy, it's just of how we want to play.
Okay.
Like coming into the game kicking basically, and you know, sometimes we'd come into the game without a game plan, for example, and people would be quiet or whatever it is.
What makes this Monte so special? Why is it working?
Everyone's doing something basically for a team to work, as we all know. So, you know, of course, I would say I'm having a good impact, but to speak more about my teammates, like we've got Afro and Rain, both like doing extremely well at the moment, and everyone coming together has made the team work.
Who is the like other voice in the team to help you out? Right? Who is the one being able to give you the extra information or give you some support when you need it as well? Because you're still young for outgoing in all of this, and you do have a couple of players with this experience. Like even BMAS, he may be young, but he's been through some big events in his career. He's been through the experience part of it.
Yeah, he's legend, FaZe BMAS, man.
Yeah.
They always crack jokes about that. But
I'm glad you do that.
Yeah. Well, outside of the server, or generally
more
be the
in
coach.
server, yeah.
Yeah, but in the server it will be Afro. He's the second voice for sure. Yeah, he obviously he's the AWP, so he finds himself in a lot of active positions, and he will have a lot to say. And it's also good as well because of my role on city side. Some maps I'm in the, you know, map control areas, and some I'm on like the small bomb sites. It just varies between the maps, but it's good because I always know that Afro will step up on the CT sides as well. If maybe people go quiet or something like this, he's one not to, and he will continue, you know, having a voice and making ideas on the spot and stuff like this.
So I already asked you, would you consider this event for Astana to be like the biggest test for you guys now as a team before you move up into the major?
For sure, yeah. I think the competition here is pretty good as well, at least with the top 8 teams. So we're really looking to challenge some names this tournament. It'll be a great test to see how we're doing. Also before the major, you know, if anything, hopefully not, but if anything does go wrong, we'll have a bit of breathing room, right, before the major, which obviously is also an extremely prestigious tournament.
What would you see as the leader when you go, okay, we just had a little bit better of this, maybe something team play or something on the communication, or this would be the thing that could unlock us to the next level?
Yeah, okay. Well, to go then into like the details, it would probably be regarding like pre-planning things in the game and essentially like ping-ponging off teammates. This is currently what we're putting the most attention to, and like we think by doing this it should make us a lot better. But I think it's really important to, you know, have a good flow of communication in the rounds with your teammates, and when there are those like buffer periods of 20 seconds whilst the smoke's still up or something like this, we need to be communicating about how the setup will look. If the enemies do this, we do this, etc., etc. And when we do that, especially in officials, our games flow so well, and that shows to us like what our, you know, essentially peak can be, and we need to continue to replicate this, and that's what we're trying to do as often as possible.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it, man, and I'm excited to see what damage you can do at Astana. Like I said, very exciting team for the rise you've had and being able to challenge some of the bigger names. So let's see what happens in Astana, and good luck throughout the journey.
Thank you.
We are back once again. It's PGL Astana here, day number 2. You're on the B stream, and we're watching Monte versus Magic. With kind of a very, very close game there. It could have been overtime. It could have been Magic walking away with it, but it was Monte making a bit of a comeback on Ancient, and now we're going on to the second map here. So what do you think? Magic, do they have a chance to bring it back on Dust 2 now, Vince?
I think so, yeah. I don't see why they can't. In terms of Dust 2, it's a good map for Magic. It's also a good map for Monte. So I think, if anything, we could be in for another banger. We could be in for another very close game, potentially like an OT 13-11, 13-10 type scoreline. But what I will say is that I was impressed with actually both AWPers on Ancient. Moon and Afro both had big moments, both had a lot of impact. And I think that bodes very well for a Dust 2, a real back and forth encounter. So I'm looking forward to this.
I hope we get to see more of it. There was a little bit of frustration showing in the Magic camp at the end of that game, which perhaps is understandable, but you still want to see them come in. They were swinging at the beginning of Ancient. It looked like they were catching Monte kind of off balance a bit, and it seemed like now, Monte have woken up more, so it's going to be a tough battle here going into map number 2. I remain somewhat agnostic about who's going to be walking away with this. I feel like there's every chance we could go to a third map. I kind of hope that we will. I want to see, again, a closer game, especially now that everyone seems to be warmed up. But yeah, individually on the Monte side, the whole team was really there. Like Asubu had good rounds, Afro, Rainwaker as well. Bimas at one point was getting, just multi-kill after multi-kill. So it feels like on an individual basis, the whole Monte squad has started to show up here. Would love to see Magic kind of, shake off any kind of nerves or anything else like that and just come back in and get on the grind early on here.
Yeah, Bimas was incredible on the CT side of Ancient. He posted up 15+ kills. And then on the T side, he slowed down a little bit. Not that he was playing bad, but it was that Rainwaker really stood up to the plate and delivered. So that's another kind of cap that you could maybe don onto Monte and say, this is good news. There wasn't any weaknesses. Gizmi played pretty solidly as well. Azu had a couple of shaky moments, but I have to say Dust 2 is one of those maps where I think he actually is very, very strong. Going back when they played Heroic in the finals of the global finals itself, he had a phenomenal series, but Dust 2 individually was a map that's probably up there as one of his most important maps he's played in his career. So I'm curious to see if he's going to run that back on Dust 2 or if that was a one-off.
Yeah, I'd love to see a repeat of that. You're right, individually looking very, very strong on the map. And again, both teams, they do like to play this one. For Magic, it looks like their CT side is ever so slightly better. Probably not enough that we really care about it. A little bit more of a difference for Monte. CT side, again, looking stronger by about, 9 or so percent points. So, yeah, they are going to start on the CT side as well. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be an early push towards the B-bomb site. No breaks on this one. Straight rush. And into Gizmi with the early headshot. Asturu's there. He is flashed by Gizmi on the other side. So, it's a bit of a friendly flashbang, but it doesn't seem to matter at all. They've delayed it. They've killed him as they walk onto the site. Team flashes aside. It's looking pretty much perfect here. Val in a 1 versus 4, and he will not get a chance. There was never going to be a way out of this one, I'm afraid. Bimas will get one. Gizmi on the double, and they shut down that attempted B rush.
The UK boys get it done over on B. It's a clean hold in the end. And as you said, no plant is a concern for Magic. I did just see Moon pick up a scout. That felt like it was an instinctive purchase. He then refunded it, maybe realizing, hold on a second, we don't have too much funds. He does go back in and then refunds it again. He's not sure. He's very confused. He decides not to go for it. So it's going to be a full-on eco. No investment in this round whatsoever. Not a single cent has been spent. Actually did the deagle. Masval, you've wrecked me.
Yeah,
Rip.
Had to. Somebody always does. But, yeah, I mean, it's also fun to buy at least one eagle. At least keep them on their toes a little bit. Afro spotting the boost up there. No shots coming out on the other side. And the grenade will be delivered, so low on health on that deagle. Don't know if it makes a massive difference. Delaying this round as much as they can, and the typical talking point here is going to be around wasting the utility on the CT side. That almost feels like a moot point because they only have 2 grenades left on the CT side, so there's not really that much to waste. So what they're really wasting, Vince, is our time. How dare they?
You bastards.
Yeah.
Just hold W already. The thing is, though, as well, like, Monte don't have any SMGs, so typically you'd be kind of picking up that narrative of like, oh, if they push into, you know, Gizmi, who's typically got an MP9 in rounds like this, they can maybe farm some cash. Nice aim from BMAS. He's going to be picking up an ace. No, he missed his out.
Why have you done that?
Oh, I've cursed him. I'm sorry, BMAS. My bad.
That's punishment for wasting our time, though, you know. That, you're right. It did look very nice aim. I for a minute I was like, it's great playing the off angle, but you're playing the off angle with the M4, you know, A1. If they all just jump out at you, there's a very low chance you can spray down every single one. But they didn't jump out like that. They just one by one, very politely, you could say, walked their way in. Very civilized kind of approach to that fight, gentlemanly, you could say. It's the third round, and now we want to see the gloves come off here for Magic. They didn't win the pistol, they didn't win the follow-up round, and now they've got some rifles coming out. So I think they need to answer back pretty early on, especially because, again, we just want to point this out. This is an early start here where there's no AWP for Afro, which makes sense, but it's a bit of a luxury to Magic that they don't have to fight that yet.
They have lost AW, though, so early in the round. Just when they're trying to desperately get some firepower established. BMAS with another off angle. It's not typically an angle you expect to be playing up against. Like, he's been out in the open. If you get killed by this, you're tilted, but Masval checks it.
Yeah, you know, and they did check it without a flashbang even. I was going to say, that's maybe the real threat there for BMAS, but it doesn't matter. Smoke goes up for the cross. Gizmi quick to blow it open, and the spray is good enough to get the kill onto Spade. 3 versus 4. Afro's nearly dead. Rainwaker and Asubu both go down. Shutout in the middle. Tensi, how's he got away with that? They were coming in for the bomb side, trying to relocate. Gizmi, if he did one more headshot there, it would have been on immediately, but I think Afro is just so low on health right now, and he doesn't have the weapons for it. Maybe he could find Tensi, but what a setup for Tensi here. A bullet will do it, especially if it's a headshot. It's a triple kill for Tensi, pretty much winning the round on his own.
Yeah, both players very low, going head-to-head there. If Afro had landed a shot anywhere on Tenzi's body, he was also dead. He was down at 7 HP. So a real important moment. Yeah, that's a wild peak. I can only assume they've done some homework on that. Because you're typically expecting a player, like if you're watching ramp, you're in ramp itself, you're on the close angle, around the corner, or you could even be close on long. So hell of an entry from Asphal, but as you highlighted, Tenzi really is the hero of that round with his 3K. And now Magic, they've applied that pressure directly to Monte. BMAS down to a 5-7. Rifles alongside it, but nothing too spectacular. In fact, I think that's a P250.
Yeah, so early economic troubles, which is to be expected. A great return for Magic. Both teams firing on all cylinders really on the opening map, so I expect nothing less here. And the same kind of focus that we saw early on Ancient, I think we're seeing for Magic once again. Clearing out the catwalk position. They throw an early smoke towards CT spawn. I don't think they're going to go for it right away. In fact, they might just try and fake out that catwalk position here. How much are they going to be able to do? The bomb is sneaking this way along, so maybe not so much a fake now. I thought they were going to try and pretend like it was some sort of a short push, but they've decided this is the way to go. 5-7 on BMAS. You can get a double kill in this position. That's the scary part as well for the T side coming in. But let's see if he's going to be ready to pull the trigger. Gizmi gets one on the other side, and there's the shot from BMAS. Wants to pick up the rifle, but his fingers is not quite long enough. 5-7 will have to do it. It's actually done remarkable work. Even if he dies now, it doesn't really matter. Grenades out, and he's still alive somehow. What a nuisance.
Oh, not just the nuisance, but it means they're going to be able to carry an extra rifle into the next round as well. It's great for BMAS. I should have trusted my old boomer eyes. I doubted myself and thought it had a P250. It was the 5-7, and it ended up being the difference maker. Really good flash tossed in as well. That just destroyed them. But Magic will be able to hold on to their 2 AKs. Huge round, though, for Monte. Like, establishing a little bit of economy. No players have to repurchase anything, really, other than a couple of grenades here and there. I mean, this really is in such a strong position, and the pressure for Magic is mounting so quickly.
Well, that is that's rough to deal with. Timeout's been called. I guess you could understand why. It's so funny that he wanted to pick up that you know, the rifle in front of him, and he just couldn't get it, so he decided to keep on going with the 5.7, and it worked out just fine. 3-1 in the favor of Monte now, but worse still for the Magic side is the economy. That's the thing that we're worried about at the moment. Pulling out the last notes here to try and see if they can come up with something cool, but yeah, the 5.7 such a lethal weapon.
I think for me, it's the strongest pistol in the game. Like, you can make an argument for the Deagle because obviously headshot range, and if you are good enough with it, I'm trash. So 5.7 for me is great. 20 bullets in the magazine, a couple of extra mags. You're good to go. Yeah. And like you nailed it as well. You said like it's legitimately a weapon that can get 2+ kills out of that close angle if he goes unchecked. And he may not have got both kills, but he got one and heavily weakened the second player and stopped the round dead in its tracks. It's so powerful.
Well, for default spread this time for the Magic side of things, which I always expect to see a lot of defaults on Dust 2. I feel like it's kind of how, if you're not going to be like either, you know, you get the long spawn or you go for some sort of a B rush, typically you're following through with some of these defaults. The goal of which, obviously, clearing out catwalk and middle and just trying to push the CTs back a bit. Ooh, but it hasn't worked out so far. That smoke wasn't on the door, like that elevated smoke that everyone is throwing now. Instead, it landed further down, and it gives a little bit of a view over. And Moon goes down to a Suwu on the other side as well. So around that, they didn't have a lot going into it, but now they've lost 2 players on top.
And so early on in the round, prospects are looking pretty bleak. They flash down into CT. They have got to pick onto Afro. So at least keeping the round somewhat interesting. Magic, though, can't get their hands on any of those rifles that are littered around. They have now picked up the M4, though. Tenzi has the M4 in his hands. As he's moving out onto B, he's getting a ton of information. They're not going to anticipate this one. He's going to have the free B frag on the first player. Goes down as a result, but it's still way closer than Monte would be hoping for.
Yeah, no question about it. Misfal should be dead every single time he is jiggling around a little bit. It's been an uncomfortable fight. He does get a triple though, Suwu. You got to give him credit for that. A heart-stopping moment there as Tenzi had managed to walk past them onto the site. That looked like it was going to be way worse for them, but it worked out just fine. 4-1 in favor of Monte, and now we got the rifles coming back out on the side of Magic, but they are, you know, they're a little bit beat up compared to what they were in the beginning, right? They were set up to have this great start, and now instead, Afro's got the AWP out. We've got 3 AKs on the CT side as well, so the game just got enormously more difficult on the T side.
Yeah, no doubt. And they were already struggling. They were already gasping for breath before, so you have to feel like this could be the beginning of a very tough half. Magic need to get themselves out of this. No one is coming to save you. You are already 0-1 in this event. Imagine going down 0-2 with some of the other teams in this tournament. It would be nightmare fuel. Need to get themselves back into this and quickly. Utility being exchanged between the two teams. Monte getting the better of it so far as Fade bypasses the Molotov. Does take damage, but he's fine. He's got the forward position, trying to catch a player peeking through onto catwalk.
Both Moon and Fade on 0 kills. AW on 1. It's still kind of possible to make it back here, but Masal's going to go down immediately. One of the players that actually has been doing some work here. Out of it to Afro. CT side AWP. We did warn right at the beginning. He is probably going to be the better AWPer in the server, and especially on the CT side, it's incredible patience. Very hard to turn any corner against him. You're going to need a bunch of grenades. That flash worked against the Suwu, but Tenzi, it didn't seem like he'd registered what was happening there. Maybe he was flashed as well. This is chaotic and maybe a little bit ugly for Magic at the moment. Gizmi hiding in the smoke. Oh, they are getting bamboozled on the T side. Gizmi will find a triple. Some more British Counter-Strike being brought to the server here, and it's a 5-1 lead in favor of Monte.
The thing is that Gizmi loves to go for these plays himself. As the IGL, he calls this off on the T side. These smokes into lurks through the smoke, into dropping into CT. It's actually a play, assuming that we get a lot of T rounds from the Monte side of things to keep an eye out for, is the flashes into like a waterfall, peek down into CT side on the T side from Monte. So I love that Gizmi has read that situation, has played the smoke to perfection. And you were talking before about how after map 1, Magic looked tilted. I mean, they must be about to go like self-destruct mode right now because nothing has been working on this T half.
Yeah, if anything, this sets you up for even more of the tilt. I kind of sort of imagine winning that early round, right? Could even make it worse in some sense. The fact that you've got the 1 and then you can't roll it in, you end up losing to the 5-7 and everything else. I feel like it's gonna be a bad feeling indeed. Still no kills on Moon and Spade. And this round going to be unlikely that they could do more than they've been doing, really. They've got the Scout and some upgraded pistols, but long way to actually get a kill in this one, so tricky position to be in. Did you know, Vince, that technically speaking, horses, the legs are actually fingers and the hooves are like nails, like they're walking on giant toe like fingernails? Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Feeling.
That has to be the most random statement you've ever said, Anders. I'm not going to lie. That caught me off guard.
Yeah, it's something to really think about. If they had a horse riding into the B-bomb site, they could have got there a lot quicker. I don't know if you can easily shoot a rifle or a gun from horseback. We're not going to find out this round. They do get sorted, but yeah, 6-1 now.
Moon finally has an AWP, though, and as your kind of Dust 2 specialist, your AWPing specialist, you expect a lot more of a return out of him than a 0-6 start. So I'm hoping from Magic's perspective, Moon's perspective, on home soil, Kazakhstan, native himself, that he can start to get some kind of prowess showing itself, because so far it has been incredibly blunt. I mean, to put it in perspective, coming into this round, he is on 4 ADR Anders. Yeah. 4.
Ooh, that's a number you're just not expecting. It's a weird feeling as well when you're not hitting anybody, right? You're not even getting a chance to take someone down. The bullets are missing, the utility is missing. Who's going to be the guy to step it up? Somebody has to kind of, take the rest of the team on their back at the moment and just try to find at least one good opening here. Such a strange position to be in. Smoke is up. They did have the smoke earlier on for the mid doors as well, but now that that's gone, there's a counter smoke coming out, so that kind of nullifies the CT spawn smoke. Gizmi, like you said, he likes playing at the edges of those smokes. He's doing it again here. Kind of a lethal crossfire they have for what looks like a B-split that could be coming in on the Magic side. So, yeah, as long as they got Gizmi in CT spawn and they've got 2 at the B-bomb side, they could stop this.
Smoke is well timed though. Flashbang up and over. Gizmi's going to get hit by that one. Plum straight in the face, and Fade puts him down for his first kill on the half. Azulu though holds the line. Spray from Rainwaker is lacking, and he will get punished. Azulu can't deal with Tenzi on the cross. The best opportunity the Magic have had in quite some time, and Moon finally gets himself off the mark as well. Finally something to get excited about for Magic.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this for what feels like the entire first half of this second map here. Asura, by the way, he peaked that AWP with 3 bullets left. He didn't even want to reload. That's how confident he was. Maybe too confident in this one. They do have 2 AKs, which again, they cannot repurchase no matter how much money they have on the CT side. So sort of, I think, discussing whether or not they want to walk away. They're not getting any peaks either, which is very respectable out of Magic. This is the run round that if you give this one up, then it's not about tilt. I think the whole team is going to be falling off a cliff in that moment. Afro taking more guns away. So it's going to feel like kind of a hollow victory here. Yes, Magic win it, but they only survive with Tenzi on that AWP.
I actually love that call from Monte. They were kind of dipping their toe in the pool, but they weren't fully committing because they were trying to isolate the players as much as possible to go down with the bomb. They know their economy's trash. They know that killing everyone left, or at least everyone barring one, is enough to significantly weaken the next round. And look at the result. 3 Galils. You typically would expect after winning a round like that, you're going to have full AKs, a full assortment of grenades. Masval only has a couple of flashbangs. So sticking around and just getting those exits makes a huge difference here. And the pressure's still on Magic. They need to string some rounds together. It's all well and good Moon and Spade getting off the mark, but you need to start having more impact where it really counts. And there he comes through. He had the chance. But Afro is faster on the trigger.
He's just so good, isn't he, Afro? Like you said, finally Moon got a kill in that last round, and it's immediately taken back. It looked like he even had the timing there. That's almost a bit freaky. Svade could have walked into the shot, and that would have been a devastating way to lose the second player in the round. They need AW in the middle to stay alive and probably cause a bit of a confusion, and then they need to clear out Bimas without losing anybody here. But this is such an overlooked position, and it will be once again a shot onto Tenzi. Svade has picked up the AWP at least, and he's going to get the flick onto Afro, so somehow the round is still in contention. But they're a man down, and they're pretty much forced into this part of the map, so I don't think they can easily run away.
Sorry to do it to you here, Moon, but Svade has more AWP kills on this half than Moon does right now.
Oh, you're right. They did actually walk away with the bomb, by the way. That's headed to B, so risky play, but it could be a very dramatic finish to the round if AW can walk on and get the bomb plant.
That's a good point. No one realistically close enough to stop this either. So even though this was, what, like a 4v2, I want to say? There is a chance. Yeah. However, Svade has died, but he's mainly selling this as potentially still an A hit. He's saying to AW, here's the assist. Now you have to go and score. 1 kill to AW's name, though. This is a real rough ask.
It is. He's had an individually not the best game, maybe not known to be a great clutcher either, and he's just dinked immediately turning the corner. Rainwaker is going to be the one to spray him down. It's a nice attempt, and you can definitely see the theory behind it. You could have argued, oh, why doesn't Svade wait until the bomb is planted? But the fact is, if he does that and they just escape and he's not part of it, we do criticize him the other way. So it's very hard to know when to go for those peaks. Like, it's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. This beginning here is pretty good, and Moon, feeling the frustration there on the other side, as they are getting crushed early on. Like, this first half of Dust 2 is looking tremendous for Monte at the moment.
Pretty sure I just heard him say Suka there, understandably. As, yeah, understandable that he'd be a bit tilted. And also, it's like Svade, his positioning, he was so far out. He's literally the opposite side of the map to his teammate. So even if the bomb gets planted and he doesn't show his hand, he's going to have to rotate all the way back, knowing at any given moment he could just walk into the crosshair for free of one of the Monte players, and then it's in the same position anyway. So at least if he goes for that, like, speculative shot down on long, at a longer range where the AWP has the advantage, and he can take down one of those players, it keeps the other two interested, things get really messy. So I can understand his decision making. The downside is he's not an AWP primary, so it's asking a little bit too much, but that's what happens when things get desperate, man. You have to make those knee-jerk reaction calls on the fly.
Well, at one point on Ancient, we were talking about like a 7-5 half. Like, for Magic, that's got to be the dream right now. If you can make it back to 5 rounds, it's not ideal, but you're going to feel very different about how this turned out. But it does require AW and Moon to start to get some more kills. Maybe Svade as well. He's on 3, and 2 of them were in the one round with the AWP that they picked up. Oh, they're just out in the open fighting. That's a very aggressive TT defense. Just 2 people ready and waiting. Moon unable to get the flick there. He knew that they were around the corner. Grenade trying to chase him down. And the incendiary on top to try and stop him from picking up the bomb for as long as possible. Svade is here, and they already know. They heard the footsteps, and if they didn't, they certainly heard the singe there from the incendiary. This is falling apart. The frustration or the lack of vibes on the Magic side, we were talking about it, is it going to carry on over into the second map? It certainly seems like it has at the moment. They're not really activated at the moment. Bimas will take down Svade, and Moon alone.
What's insult to injury as well, like salt directly to the wounds. Magic picked to start T-side. You signed up for this torture, boys.
Oh, yeah.
Nice shot.
They signed up, and they forgot the safe word, so it's they're in a lot of trouble. That's the one thing you have to remember, you know, in these situations. Oh. Asuru being sent out to the far side of the moon, like the Artemis. Exciting.
I love that. I thought you were going to say Dark Side of the Moon and make a Pink Floyd reference, so I'm a bit sad, but at the same time happy.
Could have gone for that. One of my favorite recordings in music is the Pulse live version of Comfortably Numb with Pink Floyd. Absolutely classic, amazing guitar solo, like 2/3 of the way through. Unreal stuff. If you've missed it, if you've never seen it, then, you know, find some space, put on a headset, close your eyes, and just listen.
Yeah, David Gilmour's a genius. Also, truly, while we're on that topic, yes. Division Bell. Give the album division bell a go. That's enough of our music corner though. We're back into another round with full rifles on both teams apart from Tenzi. Why Tenzi doesn't have a rifle, I'm not sure. He's one of their best players, but whatever.
They let the boomers talk about music and it just goes out of control. But yeah, I agree. Tenzi's been doing good work here. They need something so desperately. I mean, that's why we're talking about Pink Floyd at the moment, because Magic just they're not doing it. They're not delivering at the moment, and it's such a shame because it looked impressive at the beginning of it on Ancient. They looked like they had every chance to make things work on that map. Maybe could have been overtime. Maybe could have been a victory for them. They haven't managed to continue that forward momentum into the second map. And that's why we are where we are. Round number 11, and the best they can do right now is pick up 4 rounds, which I think is way on the low side, unfortunately, for the T side of Dust 2.
Yeah, I think even if you're trying to be as optimistic as possible, this is an incredibly grim position to be in. And Afro, he is showing no chill, no mercy whatsoever, and they're running into a blender, a crossfire. Gizmi and Azuwu from both sides just rattle away the remaining players on Magic and make it look easy in the process. I mean, this is looking like a complete disaster for Magic.
Yeah. Really, really tough break there. You're absolutely right to say that. A blender, a crossfire, maybe even a spit roast at the middle. Vince talking about the safe word. They are in a lot of trouble here is what we're trying to say. The Magic is run out. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if they forgot the spell book, the wand that's been broken. Something's gone horribly wrong at any rate. Round number 12. And flashing their way through. This time they will clear out Bimas. That's pretty good standard protocols. You get that long spawn. And they do have Tenzi on the other side. So they can, even though half of them are sort of, or more than half, 80% of them are locked in on that long position. That's okay, because Tenzi can kind of work the rest of the map. They're going to go back and check, and I wonder if they're going to ever clear out the Suwu. What a position. But they're running in with the knives out. They're not ready for this. Straight into another bit of calamity. A good double kill for a Suwu, but also a painful wake-up call for Magic.
Azuru's had a phenomenal map again. I said before, Dust 2 is a map where he really does excel. And he shows again. 14 kills. Smoke down onto the double doors. To smoke that a lot of teams will start the round off with, but this time blowing it open is Afro. Just have a quick look through onto mid. Sees nothing, starts to rotate back over onto the B side, playing it solo for the time being, but Rainwaker is in close enough proximity if the call comes through. I say that he's actually falling away from the site now, so Afro is all alone. Once that smoke clears, you expect him to get one, but he's probably going to get counteracted. I say that, but there's no follow-up damage. Gizmi elsewhere puts down Mass Foul. Afro finally falls, giving Spade a chance at a 1v3.
Yes. That stance is taken away immediately. Didn't get the bomb plant, wanted to peek the window and try to make it another kill before he committed to it. It just didn't work out. What a one-sided half here. Great work for Monte. A team that I think, slowly gaining more and more fans, and I think for good reason. But on the Magic side of things, it's fallen apart at the moment. I don't know what's going on here. It feels like the frustration and maybe the leadership in the team kind of crumbling at some point throughout this. I don't know. I don't know what they need in the future. Maybe, you know what? They're like a CIS team. Maybe they could bring in Chopper, Vince. I brought him up yesterday, but I'm just saying Chopper would never let this happen. He would have found a way to at least find some more rounds, especially on Dust 2.
Do you know what? I actually think Chopper is super underrated as an IGL. I think he got so much flack. I understand, individually speaking, he's not a very, mechanically gifted player, but I really do feel as if he got the wrong end of the stick a lot of the time with Spirit. I'm not saying I'm Chopper's #1 fanboy, but I definitely respect what he brought to the table with that squad, and it's not a terrible shout because he would bring a certain level of experience and veterancy to this team. And let's also be honest, like, this is the same exact kind of maneuver that they did yesterday. They had a close first map against MongolZ. They then collapsed in the second map 13-4. It's looking like history's going to repeat itself because of the tilt.
Yeah, a bit of a bad pattern, perhaps, starting to announce itself, which is definitely an issue. Oh, Here we go, straight into the USP. It's a triple headshot for Tenzi. I was going to say, don't stick around now. You've done your job. And I think there was a brief moment when his brain, you could see, switch back on again. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's right. Like, we've pretty much won the round here. Time to back on up. Fantastic work for Tenzi. Afro and Gizmi, they at least have the bomb. And I think with the P250, it's not an unreasonable idea to just kind of wait and see if the CTs will peek you again, if you're going to get another opportunity. But this is what Magic... If there was any chance of recovering this, it has to start with a pistol, no question about it. And Tenzi's almost got them over the line here.
I can definitely understand where you're coming from. Like, there's no reason for Monte to go anything for too crazy right now. You got plenty of time left on the clock. Magic may get kind of a little bit antsy. Confidence is low. Typically, when confidence is low, you want to go for those peaks. You want to try and force something to happen. But Afro's about to walk out into the open, and he does get slotted by AW. Headshot returned, but AW has just doubled his kill tally in this round from 2 to 4, and Magic move to a 3rd collectively.
That's a crazy thing to be saying. Moon is still stuck at 2 kills, right? So, but you're right, AW up to 4 now. That says a lot about how this started out on the T side. Just 2 out of 5 players not really able to get off the ground on any real level. So let's see. Some fist bumps are coming out. We are seeing a 10-3 scoreline. But with that pistol round win, and also the fact that there's no bomb plant for Monte, at least there's a tiny bit of runway. It's not a lot to take off on, but at least you're gonna have some of the early money here on the CT side. So that's good news.
Yeah, it's short. There's potholes, but you never know. Maybe they can thread the eye of the needle and make this happen. After all, that's not a good way. They've hit the road bump. And it is a Zuru that puts Moon down. Now, it is only an MP9 that trades hands. It's not a rifle at range. That's at least a small silver lining. But the downside is that if they can overwhelm AW, things get kind of sketchy, kind of dirty for Magic. They have got to be so careful.
Nothing is working for Moon at the moment here. AW, though, more of an expected outcome. Triple, make it a quad kill with the MP7. So he's going to be fairly rich in this one. Rainwaker will go down at the end. Okay, so apart from Moon's little weird adventure at the top mid position, it's a fine round. We don't care about that. We're going to move on to the next one. Magic, yeah, they are starting to look a little bit better. They pick up the AWP here. He did have a helmet as well, Moon, so I'm confused about why he died so quickly.
Man, the wild thing about this is AW in 2 rounds on the second half has gone from bottom fragger to top. just to show like horrendous that first half went for Magic. He's now top with 8 frags. He's the star player now. He's the captain now.
Nice. Okay, Monte with a rush. Rainwaker. Mac 10, but Tenzi is there for the multi-kills. Miss Val will take up 2 kills on the FAMAS, and I don't hate it. Very often you're going to see some of those early B players will be playing alone in there. So it's definitely worth testing it out. But this was the wrong time. They had the double setup, and all they've done now is actually give over a bunch of rifles to the CT side. So for Magic to start to build a comeback, this couldn't really be better. You're going to have the momentum, you're going to have more of the money, and it's kind of all working out here. Rasubu, yeah, any kind of... It's not even getting the kills. It's making sure they can't save more AKs on the CT side. So if you get another couple, at least for now, there's a limit to how many you can carry over. Maybe in a future update, Vince, you could get more than 1 rifle into the next round.
Like akimbo rifles, like COD, run around dual wielding rifles. Anders, I don't like where your head's going. You've already mentioned horseback mounts in the game. Now akimbo, like, just put the pipe down, bro. You've had enough.
We've already got chickens in the game. I don't see why we couldn't have horses. I'm just pointing it out. Like, imagine from a business point of view, the potential sales, like a World of Warcraft mount. There's a lot to be done there. Is all I'm saying.
I guess the equivalent would be like, I think Fortnite does this as well. That you can buy like shoes. So maybe that's the next thing. Yeah.
People have talked about this in the past, I think, yeah. For the potential sponsorship opportunities. But yeah, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Spade will get a Suru, so it's a kind of a weird end to the round, but we'll take it. For the side of Magic, a lot of people are giving up hope. I I'd be honest, I had given up hope a little bit on them as well. I just felt like it looked way too flat, but they are right back into this. 10-5 is a winnable scoreline. They got 3 AKs now on the CT side. They've got, more importantly, a lot of money to back it up. And Monte, they have nothing to work with in this round. Rainwaker, I suppose, could buy, a little bit of something. So they get what they can in this one. But Monte, are they collapsing right in front of our eyes?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say so. I think Magic have definitely done their homework, though, because casting my mind back to the grand finals that we casted, where they played Heroic, the first round they did, or the second round they did, I'm pretty sure it was the first rifle round they did, they rushed B there as well, and we were both scratching our heads. So I wonder if this is just like a Gizmy special, and it's been read by Magic perfectly. But I'm not gonna say that the collapse is starting just yet. If they win the next couple rifle rounds, then sure, I'll begin to believe that is a possibility. But the fact that Moon is still only on 2 kills, I think, is a problem. Tenzi, though, credit to him, he has really come alive on this second half. Every round he's had a ton of impact.
Yeah, I think that's important to highlight. And they needed that one player. They needed somebody who's reliably getting kills, who's making the other side look more human, and you know, like, just for the confidence alone. Afro's out of the round here. AW just waiting to throw down an early smoke here to buy even more of a defense, extend those boxes almost infinitely. Asubu gets clipped trying to get close to AW, but he's on the other side with the AK in hand. It should be a clean spray now, but it's anything but. Asubu hunts him down with the Tech 9. Spade gets one, but now Rainwaker is there, and the bomb is planted. What a mess of a round so far. And this could get worse now. If they could pick up any one of these rifles. Oh, Moon. That is a good wallbang. Takes down Gizmy, and Bimasi Rainwaker now sandwiched in on the short position, and I think there's no way out here. So a scary round, but they do pick it up at the end.
Hell of a shot from Moon, and the importance that has as well, it allows the rest of the CTs to focus their attention over on Catwalk. They no longer have to worry about the site. If that player on site is still alive, there's no way they're as confident on those wide swings to just deal with that Catwalk presence. A huge kill, but you look back and it's like, yeah, nice retake, Magic. How are they even in a position where that got close? AW's had a nightmare spray, and Azubu's punished him with that Tech 9. I mean, these are rounds that you've got to be getting clean if you're Magic. So some of that confidence that was building up is not quite been thrown against the rocks, but a bit shaky at least.
I think that's a fair description, yes. Very careful approach here. Afro boosted up to try and see if anyone was peeking that short position, which nobody was. Now they're going to try and clear out the middle. Front Molotov into a smoke towards CT spawn, so they're putting on a lot of pressure, in fact, on this middle position right now. See if Magic overextend. They're going to be, in return, trying to take Catwalk control, which Spade does just like that. It's a nice response for Magic when they feel like, okay, we're getting pressured on middle. Let's try and take some other part of the map. It makes a lot of sense. What is this level of aggression? Spade jumps up on the railing there in the middle, and Afro's taking out one in the middle, then turns around to the Catwalk and gets another kill. Misval does bring down Rainwaker, who's trying to get through the smoke, but it feels like Magic almost throwing away some of the Counter-Strike fundamentals here and just kind of going for it.
I can kind of respect the idea, but the execution was so off, and some really nice shots connected from Afro in particular. But it is just caution to the winds kind of CS. I don't know if I respect the confidence or if it reeks of desperation a little bit, Anders. I'm kind of going back and forth in my head right now. It could be a bit of both, maybe.
It's at least very uncharacteristic to see, you know, in sort of pro-level Counter-Strike, somebody making that jump up. Maybe thought he had the timing for his teammate that was sort of peeking in the middle of finding them there. That's probably what was going on, but it's so incredibly risky to do. AW alone, and you know, apart from those 2 rounds where I think he got like a triple and a quad kill or something like that, it's been a very tough game for him. Good taps though. When Afro is low, honestly, I almost want to see him try and go for this. He's got the smoke in the kit as well. And more than anything, your team needs like a really good recovery story. If he somehow wins a 1 vs 3 clutch, that should fire up the rest of the Magic team. He's got an HE as well. In theory, could kill Afro outright, but he's going to be walking through the doors. No grenades thrown, and Asubu's there with a perfect peek, perfect timing. So Monte pick up a round here. It's about time as well for them. They were starting to look a little bit colder all of a sudden. It was starting to fall a little bit too far behind. Now it's 11-6.
I think it's the context of the game as well. Like, if this is an 8-8 kind of scoreline in that 1v2, you're saving. But because you're eyeing up a potential 11-6 deficit, and you may not get many other opportunities to establish like a comeback, like you say, rally the troops, I think you're almost forced into that. You're kind of backed against the wall. So, understandable decision, obviously backfires. They can at least buy back up, but they are running out of lifelines now. And Afro, some AWPers would have gone for that shot. It would not have been an easy one, but he decides to just hold position. Again, you highlighted it, you nailed it. He is a passive, patient AWPer. He's not the flicky, super aggressive type. He can land those shots if required, but more often than not, he prefers to sit and wait.
Yeah, and there's a real strength in that. It's going to make fewer highlight reels, but it definitely has an impact on the game. Speaking of AWPers, how we'd love to see Moon get more than 3-13 in this one. And he does have the AWP in this round. It's out on long. He's holding that corner, which allows them to focus a little bit more on the catwalk defense. So it's a worthy trade-off. The potential weakness here is if they can draw more people towards the catwalk and hit the middle portion of the map. But right now, Spade is moving forward. Okay, good crouch in. Interesting way to take that one. As Suru goes down. And what's the response for Monte? They still got about 50 seconds on the clock. They got Afro in the middle scoped up, but I think he tried to take the shot against Tens. He doesn't connect.
This position now compromised, throws the Molotov, but this is maybe a little bit of misdirection. The downside is, though, that the players on Catwalk aren't in a position to push off the back of this, so the extra few seconds it takes is not going to really distort Moon's position at all. He can still just keep staring in. Instantly snatches with the shot, though, while flashed. Good counter flash tossed in.
Still potential look coming in from Rainwaker, but it doesn't really matter unless they get the bomb down right now. It's a great idea, but this part of the plan means nothing unless you get the bomb planted, and they don't. No casualties on the CT side. A huge round for Magic. This is the kind of stuff they need. It's getting a bit more exciting now. I was starting to feel like Magic just aren't giving us any energy to make this an exciting game, but now it's different. 11-7. They survive with everyone there, which means they build a bit more of a bank. And if they can get through the next couple of rounds here, I think the comeback could be on.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. I still think Moon needs to fully activate. He did land a kill in the previous round, a pretty nice shot. But he's going to be an integral component of this. We've seen Tenzi step up, Fade, and additionally. AW, as you highlighted, like, came alive, but 4 of those kills were off the back of essentially like an eco bash with the MP7 on long doors, so can't get too carried away about that one. Smoke is down. That's a lurk smoke from the tees, and it draws out a counter smoke in return. Smoke also tossed up towards the window and door. So they're playing for the execute, and they're going to go in here. No, they back off.
I don't know how Rainwaker pushes into the incendiary to find that kill from the team. Like, you're standing in for a long time. If I'm Moon, I'm not going to be happy about that. But yeah, you're right. They did back off the B-bomb side. Now they're back on the catwalk. And Spade is here. And I think he's been reliably getting kills in these positions. Wait, they attack him. He's standing still, hoping that nobody noticed on the other side. But he's got at least AW nearby. Oh, tagged again and taken a what? Rainwaker, I need that replay. Tensley's back, but only for a second. I think that's a I don't think the smoke had faded. I think that's just essentially an accident on the firing range. Masval in a 1 versus 2. This one has to be his. Tries to get the early one, but Vimas takes him down. He was low on health already. A wild round that is picked up by Monte. Most of it happened through that smoke on the catwalk.
I mean, that's some just outrageous Rainwaker BS. First, pushing the Molotov through middle, getting this kill here, and then what happens and transpires on catwalk. Let's have a look. Sprays. Oh, mate. That is such BS.
Oh, yeah, if I'm AW, I'm not going to be happy about that watching the demo at some point later. That's a crazy way to die. 12-7. They made the cross here. Afro does go for a bit of a shot, but they get fine without taking any damage. And they had enough money, which is why that other round where everyone survived on the CT side was so important, so they can keep the fight up. They need to win 5 in a row to get this one into overtime, and it can be done. There is a way out.
There is, but it's a treacherous way. It's going to be littered with obstacles, with full-on investments. Molotov through. It allows the luxury of going for that peak. They know they now know that no one is up close, at least for the time being. So fast rotations from middle to backstab them on catwalk are less likely. This is all by design from Gizmi. They still need to decide where they're pushing though, and it looks like it may be a B hit as the bomb is transitioning into upper tunnels.
Yeah, they've been wanting to test this B defense before. Last time it was a bit of a crazy rush early on. This time it's more of a straight contact. No grenades thrown. They just walk in with the AKs. It's so powerful. A triple opening. They get the CT spawn player as well as Gizmi getting that early kill. So this should be done. There's no world unless Monte just decide to run out and fight, preferably with their knives out. Magic can't really get back into this round here. Moon and AW, the two lowest performing players, so I think throughout the stretch of this map. It's been Moon just not hitting the shots here, alone in CT spawn, and the contact play, the fact that there's no warning system, there's no telegraphing with the smokes or the flashbangs, it's a bit counterintuitive if you're new to the game, but it can be very hard to hold back on the CT side. Shut down by Afro, a 13-7 victory and a 2-0 win for Monte overall.
I thought B-Mass was going to take Afro's head off there. He was winding up for the fist bump handshake. But either way, yeah, I mean, we discussed this going into the game that there is a discrepancy in terms of consistency of AWPers. Afro, super consistent. You may not get like 20, 30 bombs on a regular basis, but he's always going to be in like, you know, a 7 out of 10 kind of performance, and sometimes even higher than that. Moon is the total opposite. The guy is all over the place. One map, he's huge. The next map, he disappears. And we kind of saw that in this series. On Ancient, he was really solid, landed a bunch of really good kills, even though they lost. On Dust 2, he finishes with like 5 kills. And it's Dust 2. You've had multiple AWP rounds, multiple opportunities on both the T and CT side, and you have not delivered. It's not good enough.
Unfortunately, it isn't, and again, you highlighted, I think, another interesting talking point around this team earlier on, which is this idea that, you know, the first map is kind of close. They nearly could have done it. They could have got into OT, and then they kind of crumble, and the mentality disappears for a long time. Even if at one point here in the second half of Dust 2, they started to kind of turn it around a little bit with Tenzi, started to get some good kills in there, and I think Spade as well was doing some work, but it just feels like it's yeah, the energy just isn't really there. For the Monte side of things, I mean, again, I think a lot of interesting calls coming out from Gizmi, Rainwaker with some really ridiculous rounds, and overall, they still do look like a team that's just hard to put away. I think that's the best way to describe them. Like, they don't always start as good as they could have, and sometimes they kind of, you know, they fall off the beaten path. They end up taking some detours, but yeah, it's interesting. They're a fun team to watch, Monte, for that reason, I suppose. So good job overall. Asubu top fragging and with the ADR, nearly 100 ADR there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think this is going to continue to be one of Azu's best individual maps, where he's going to have constant success. He's on that B anchor spot on the CT side. On T side, he's taking a lot of opening picks and duels. It was a great performance by him, and it's good to see as well, because he was a little bit off the boil sometimes on Ancient. His position coming into this event in the major cycle in the team was definitely up for debate. He often was towards the bottom end of the, you know, the ratings and everything, and people were starting to think, is Azu the right guy for this team? And I think he's come out and kind of quieting down some of the rumors, at least in the murmurings. I don't think he's necessarily like secured his spot in this team for the next year or so, but he's doing the best possible job he can and having some serious impact in the process. And it's good to see Monte as well, after losing that first match against FURIA, able to bounce back quickly. And this also, by the way, is a FURIA that's just gone and massacred Heroic in incredibly one-sided fashion, including a 13-4. So obviously losing to FURIA, it's not an embarrassment.
No, it definitely isn't. Exciting end to it there for Monte, though. Very good work picking up the map and winning it in a 2-0 fashion. You got to appreciate that. So we'll see more of them, no question about it. Unfortunately, it is kind of the end of the B stream, but the A stream is still going live and well. Falcons and 9C, I think they're on the first map still. So there's plenty of time for you guys to get on over there. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us all day. So shout out to all of you watching throughout. We'll be back with more PGL action here on the B stream coming in tomorrow. So stay tuned, and we'll see you there.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.